So we're having this space because, and this is going to be um, a part two to the first space we had. We had a space a couple days ago where I was discussing why Kamala Harris does not deserve black support. We had a lot of people come up, a lot of people express their opinions, and you had some people who were like, well, you know what? I think Trump is a good option. And you had people who came up and was like, I think the couch is a good option. I don't think Trump is a good option. And there was some back and forth. Even though it was respectful, it was a good conversation, but there was some back and forth. It got a little bit heated at some points in time, but for the most part, it was back and forth. You had a couple of people, believe it or not, you did have a couple of people who said they believe that Kamala is a good option. So what we need, I realize what we need is a place where people can come express their thoughts, opinions, and facts, because there might be some facts about Trump, Kamala, or the couch that I'm unaware of. And this is people's time to educate people on why they have the stances that they have, why they have the belief systems that they have. We have people requesting, hold on for 1 second. I'm going to allow people to come up and they can share their stances and opinions. All right. Actually, I might as well just let you up now, and then just hold, raise your hand. Okay. I guess you drop down. So this is a platform where people get to come up and they get to share their opinions. They get to share their stances, so we can all move together as a unit. We can all be on one accord, because this is a very important election. This election is not just going to determine the next 4 years of the country and the next 4 years the country is going to go in, but this is also going to be a testament of how on code black society is. What percentage of black society is on code and how potent we are. So we all need to be on one accord with this. Now, as it stands, I'm going to give you guys my personal opinion on the situation. And if you guys could do me a favor and retweet and share the room, we just had to close one of the rooms down because it was acting up on us, but it's okay. My personal stance, I'm going to say, is I'm for the couch. I'm not for Kamala, definitely. I'm not for the Democrats. I wasn't for Biden. I'm not for Kamala. I'm not for Trump either. I'm going to explain why briefly, and then we're going to get to the hands. I'm going to say the reason why I'm not for the Democrats is because of their covert racism. Malcolm X said it best. He said the Democrats and Republicans are kind of like the wolf and the fox, where the fox is open, the fox is blatant. You see the teeth, you know what the fox's intentions are. The fox doesn't hide anything. That's like the Republicans with their racism, with them saying any black person in any position besides unskilled labor is DEI, all of those things. That's what you see. The Democrats don't say that, but they respond that way. They have a very benign neglect response, as well as their policies directly harm foundational black Americans, such as the crime bills, such as the three strikes laws, as well as indirectly harm us disproportionately, such as allowing all of these illegal immigrants to flood America, especially in cities like Chicago, New York, and in the neighborhoods where we're in, as well as also giving all of this money to Afghanistan, as well as giving all of this money to Ukraine. This giving our resources away to other countries harm us, and it creates this inflation. It raises the prices, which is going to be more harmful to the people at the bottom. So directly and indirectly, the Democrats do a lot of damage to black society. Trump, however, and the Republicans, I can't co-sign Trump or the Republicans. The reason why I can't co-sign them is because of their overt racism. A lot of their racism is overt. There's literally not been a single black person who's died by the hands of the police that Trump or the Republicans have not immediately defended. Every single last one of them on this Trump train, they've all defended any police killing, any police brutality, all Kyle Rittenhouse, um, all of that stuff. Dylan Roof, they won't say it's white supremacy. They'll say it's a matter of mental illness. So this is why I can't co-sign them. They have not done anything to deserve our support. This is why I advocate for the couch, because I understand the value of my vote. I understand that. I'm not going to undersell that. These politicians, these politicians, they'll do specific things because they understand that the only way they would get a certain demographic's vote is if they do something to subsidize their community. They'll do something that the community demands, whether that's a hate crime bill, whether that's resources for their community, um, whatever they need, they'll do in order to get their support. Only when it comes to us is our support expected without paying the price. They just expect to just get our support, despite it being the most important support. They expect to get it without paying the price. Now, a lot of people will say, well, what about Trump and the deportation thing? That's a very big issue. To that, I say, I agree. It's a very big issue. It's a big problem. But I still believe us going for Trump is still undervaluing our vote. That's still the stance I have on that. The reason why I say that is because Trump is going to do that regardless. He's going to do that anyway. But he's going to do that anyway, and he's going to do more for other groups of people. So he's not doing this for us, he's doing this for America point blank. And then he's going to do individualized, special, specific things for other demographics of people. So I don't think that we should give him our vote for a price lower than anybody else is going to give him their vote for. Because other people, other groups of people, for instance, Palestine, they're saying, hey, you can get rid of immigration. We need this specific policy. For instance, Gaza. And we're not taking no substitute. I don't think we should take a substitute. I don't think we should be like, well, at least we getting something, because that's when you set the bar low, you can't really raise the bar. And I feel like our problem is we've always kind of, right before the sand is out of the hourglass, we always say, okay, fine, I'll just take what we can get. And I don't think we should do that. I think this election, we should make a strong statement that unless all of our demands are met, you won't get what you're asking for. That's what I said when I went to the rally for reparations. So that's my stance. And I'd like for us to have a discussion about where we should go. If anybody agrees or disagrees, you can feel free to come up and say anything that you need to say on the subject. Let's get to the hands. We'll get to Boykin Spaniel.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me up on the stage, Afro. I would like to say this. My state's already had its primaries for the general election, and I voted for the local people because, first of all, where I am, there's some highly contentious races, and I made sure I talked to the people who were running locally and got a feel for their agenda. What were they putting back into the community? What resources were they going to give folks? How are they going to fix up the schools? Okay, how are they going to stop a lot of the police misconduct and prosecutorial misconduct? Because there's some stuff going on at the county level, and people have been weighing in for more than a decade. So that's why I voted in the local races. One Congress, well, there's 4 congressional members that are in the city. 3 of them are in trouble because we've stood up and let the Democrats here know we ain't taking their crap. So 3 of the 4 are in serious trouble. The other guy, because he's going to get his seat back because he brings in money and he spreads the money around. So he's not going anywhere. One of the senators is in trouble right now because, again, Black folks have stood up. A lot of the job situation, especially with the tech sector jobs, a lot of the Black folks are tired of being passed over. A lot of the Black business people are tired of not making inroads. Most of your people who have wealth, especially Black folks, are your Generation Xers and your millennials. And
Let me ask you a question real quick.
sure,
What
go ahead.
what state are you in? State and city, if you don't mind. I'm not trying to get too much, like, we ain't trying to get your whole address, but just so we can be clear on where all of this is going on.
I'm, I'm in Seattle, Washington.
Okay. Okay. I'll let you continue.
Yeah. And one of the congresswomen who's in trouble is Jaya Paul. You can look her up. The other one who's in trouble is Delbini. You can look her up. And the other congresswoman is Schreier. You can look her up.
Okay.
Um, yeah, and it's a mess. I didn't vote for anybody too much at the national level. I wrote in people. That's how disgusted I was because again, I looked at what are you offering me at the local level? What are you offering me at the state level?
Now, can
Where
I
I
ask you,
am,
let me ask you
yeah,
this. As far as I know, you said that you wrote people for the national level. So as far as this presidential race, what is your stance on the presidential race?
I can have them. Okay, I'm a little bit older, so I knew where Biden and Harris, their political agendas from back in the 90s. Okay, that's why I didn't like them. Okay, also, the 1996 and the 2000 elections, I got burned. I saw how the Democrats burned my generation. Okay. And then in the 2000s, I saw what the Republicans were doing at the state level, which was criminal. So um, I don't trust any of them, Republicans or Democrats. Even though I've got people in my family who are split, I don't endorse any political party because I actually worked for a congressional representative back in the 90s. Yeah, and it's disgusting what they do. Um, that's why I'm a big advocate on what are you going to do? What are you bringing back as far as education, employment?
Now,
All
before,
right.
so we can have a fun conversation, I want to ask you this real quick. I'm not going to have you off the stage, but let me ask you this before we get to the other speaker. What would you want to see if a politician, whether that's Democrat, Republican, Independent, if they said, I want your vote, I want you to vote for me in this presidential election, what would you demand of them in order for them to get your vote?
What are you going to do about these damn taxes on the house? Where's that tax money going? Is that tax money going to go fix up these roads, these libraries, these schools? What about internship programs, jobs? I'm sick and tired of seeing these able bodied adults out here with no jobs. What about these job training programs?
Mm, okay. All right. So, job. So, a politician, Trump, Biden, whoever, let's say another politician, not Trump or Biden or anybody we know, another politician came up, says, I'm going to be transparent with the property taxes and the housing taxes, and I'm going to open up programs for trading, trading programs for people to get into trade and all of that, and then that you would vote for him.
Because I would pull out their specific policies that they've done up to this point. Okay, on this policy here, you said you were going to get this workforce investment program for this group over here, and you haven't found any money, but you keep making excuses for why you can't get any money for this program over here, yet you're going over to this group at this Rotary Club and telling them we got money for this and we got money for that.
Mm, okay. Well, I hear where you're coming from, and I um, appreciate your answering my questions. Let me get to so we can have a full because I want a lot of people's opinion on this because the community really does need to weigh in and give a consensus on where we need to go so we can all be on code and we can all move as one unit. So I appreciate you. I'm not going to kick you out, but I want to get the next speaker. I want to get to Nat Turner, and I want to ask Nat Turner what his stance on about the best choice for Black Americans as far as Kamala, Trump, or the couch.
I have to say the couch because, first of all, I haven't heard a full apology for Donald Trump on the Central Park Five. I haven't heard a full apology from Kamala Harris on uh, keeping people in jail longer after their sentences have expired for extra labor. Let's see. And the other thing is, neither of them is mentioning anything specifically for Black Americans, and they're not saying anything about a anti-Black American hate crime bill specifically to provide us with justice and protection. So until Kamala Harris says, I'm going to do something specifically for Black people, yes, then she can fuck off and she can ski wee and do whatever she does to her fucking sorority. I don't give a fuck. I see those license plates around some of the shittiest places that ain't improved near hair. So I don't give a fuck. Trump, obviously, and to be quite honest with you, I think that this quote assassination attempt was just an incel who wanted to sacrifice himself to help Trump win the election. But that's my opinion. But what questions do you have for me, sir?
Okay, my question is if a politician comes up and they say, Nat Turner, sir, I want your vote. What do you want from me in order for me to get your vote? What would you say? What would you answer?
I want things specifically for Black Americans. That's what I want. They can't say that. None of them say that. As we know, they'll jump for Ukraine, they'll jump for Israel, they'll jump for any freak who thinks he's something some morning and wants to act on it. But anybody but us, sir. Illegals who can't even vote. Asians who are less than the margin of error. Same thing for LGBT in terms of the voting number. So they want something for free, and I'm not giving in anything for free anymore.
Okay. Now, if they said they wanted something, now, just to follow up with what you're saying, and I agree, but just to follow up with what you're saying, what if somebody says, well, Joe Biden says, well, I made Juneteenth a federal holiday. Isn't that's not something?
Well, first of all, Afro Elite, I forgot to say what an honor it is to speak with you. No, because I can't eat. Juneteenth. I can't pump it into my car and keep it going. I can't. I can go to my bank and say, "Hey, here's some Juneteenth," and they'll say, "Nope, I'll still foreclose on you if you don't pay me your mortgage." So, yeah, no, I couldn't care about that. I can't eat it. I can't spend it. It's not gonna help me get my son through college. So, no.
Okay, I understand that. So resources, the whole Juneteenth thing, that's
Yes,
symbolism.
sir. Tangible resources, no symbolism at all, should be tolerated. Like when they get up there and, our sister that was recently shot in the face for turning down the water like they told her to.
Hmm.
I don't want a statement. I want okay, this is what we're going to do about it. We're going to pass this anti-Black American hate crime bill. We're going to get rid of immunity because I'm to be quite honest with you. Yeah, they can say, well, the guy that shot her, he's locked up for murder. All right, what about the fucker that sat there with his gun pointed at her instead of him while he screamed at her and threatened her? It's no. Who was wearing the Nazi tattoo on his inner arm? I know what a rune is. Okay, I know history. But yeah.
Yeah, and this is a problem that we really need to focus on. Let's digress for a little bit and let's talk about the situation with our deceased sister Sonia Massey. Right, there are two officers. Only one of the officers is being charged with murder. The second officer should be charged the same way because he pointed the gun at her just the same way he was just behind. He should at least be charged with an accomplice because after she was shot and the officer realized that she was still alive, and I played this on YouTube, I showed this on YouTube, the officer confirmed that she was still alive, said she's losing a lot of blood, but she's still breathing. If you look at, and I saw the autopsy, there was a autopsy video on YouTube
Yes, sir.
that got released today, I think today or yesterday. If you look at the autopsy and where the bullet went, and I don't want to be too graphic, but the bullet didn't like go through the brain area. It went into the face, but it didn't really go through the brain area. So there was a possibility that she could have survived. When that officer was all like, okay, well, first off, they was all too calm after they shot her. And then he was like, okay, well, let me go get my kit. And then the other officer was all like, no, you ain't got to do that. It's a headshot. I mean, there ain't nothing we can do. And the
Yes,
officer
sir.
complied. Both of them should be charged with that.
Yes, sir. And as a military person who's done the military first aid battlefield type of training, there are a lot of cavities. It's kind of like a Swiss cheese of bone in there, up in the front of your face there. And there's a lot of it. Just because you've been shot in the head, that does not mean you're going to die. You can go online, see these people with half their head cut off because of something or other, some kind of head injury. No, that is not a death sentence, especially with a low-powered type of sidearm. You know, that any typical semi-automatic pistol. No, that does not mean you're dead. He just wanted her to die so she wouldn't be able to testify against him.
Exactly. And this is something that we see a lot of times with police officers. When they do shoot somebody, they let them bleed out and be all like, well, a dead man can't tell no story, so I'm gonna
Yes,
just
sir.
let them bleed out. And he confirmed that. He was like, just let her. And he paused real quick. I showed that on YouTube. He paused. He was like, just let her. He didn't want to say it on camera, but he let her bleed out deliberately. So, and this is why both of the officers should have been charged, because both of the officers knew exactly what was going on. And right now, at least to my knowledge, they haven't released the name of the other officer. And this is something that happens all the time. You have multiple officers involved in the case, and then only one of them gets charged, and the other ones kind of get to go scot-free. So we need something that makes sure that every officer involved and everybody who was in the cover up, because if you guys don't know, the dad said in the interview that he was getting reports that it was like a self-inflicted shot. He was getting reports that it was the intruder. He didn't know it was the deputy until his brother told him that. So they was trying to cover it up from the very beginning, that
Uh,
it was the officer who shot him.
sir, can I contribute one more thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so let's assume um, it's a break-in. Okay, there are multiple people who do a home invasion, if you will. If somebody's down there looking in the garage trying to see if there's something he can steal, and somebody shoots somebody up in their bedroom, that person is considered a murderer. That person can be executed. And in the case of Black Americans, there was a pretty recent execution where a guy was executed because he was in another house and somebody popped the person that was in there. He wasn't anywhere near it. So, in my opinion, in the commission of a crime, somebody gets murdered, and a Black person could be executed. I'd say the same thing for a white person. He should be facing the same charges as the cop that shot that guy. Uh, they that's what equality would look like.
I agree. I agree with that. So we definitely got to stay on this case, and we need to find the name of the other officer who was involved on the scene. We'll get to the other hand. We have Boykin. You can say what's on your mind.
I've just noticed a pattern since 2012. There's always been some type of state-sponsored execution of a black man or a black woman or a black child. And it looks like the Democrats use that and the Republicans use that to stir everybody up. And I'm tired of it. I really am. The reason why I'm tired of it is the law enforcement wing of white supremacy is just executing people. And they know that no one in Congress is going to do anything about it. No one at the state level is going to do anything about it. And we can have all of these profile killings during the election year, and the only people we have to protect us is ourselves. That's it. And I'm getting to the point now. It's really anytime you got, what is it, Kamala Harris, that old persecutor, really. Okay, you got a prosecutor going around selling lies, and we know her record, right? We know her record deliberately targets every black man, woman, and child. So when they talk about Project 2025, no, Kamala did Project 2025 in 1995, 1996, all the way to the present. So, you got disingenuous people like Van Jones talk about protect Kamala. She didn't even get on board to protect us with some type of laws to stop these mass executions. No, she was the prosecutor who went in and recommended these lengthy sentences. Okay? She is the problem. She's been part of the problem for 30 years. Some folks probably lived in the Bay Area during her reign of terror. So I'm just, again, like I said, I voted locally where I am because we're dealing with some serious stuff in my neck of the woods. And I made sure that I let the people in my area, my city, and my county know that we're standing against some stuff that we don't like. And, when you're singling out black men, women, and especially our kids, you're not going to get any support at all. That's all.
Yeah, definitely. They're not gonna get no support at all. I fully agree, and they shouldn't.
I just have one question. How can we trust somebody that was allowed to immigrate before Hart Celler and was allowed to get into an interracial relationship before Loving versus Virginia? Is that even technically a black man?
Who are you referring to?
I'm talking about Donald Harris.
Oh, okay. To be honest,
Because if they're
with Donald, it's interesting because he's Jamaican. His nationality is Jamaican, and they say he's a black Jamaican. But we don't know. Like, we have not seen his family, his brothers, his anybody. Like, he doesn't really look like the typical black Jamaican. So his race, he might be Jamaican by nationality, but his race being black is kind of still up in the air, to be very honest with you.
okay, here's the thing. I've seen female family members, like a grandmother who is black, but I haven't seen any of the males. And when he did that slight biography on a Jamaica Gleaner, he proudly proclaimed descendant from Hamilton Brown, the slave plantation owner and founder of Brownstown. And on the other side, on his maternal side or paternal side of the family, he also listed somebody else named Finnegan, and that person was also an importer exporter. So why doesn't he show pictures of these individuals so we can see what they look like, since they have a tone-based class strata in Jamaica?
That's a good question. That's a really good.
And who
And the biggest
is
part about that is that we don't know anything. Even let's say he's half. We don't know anything about his father, her father. I mean, it's not like this is she's the daughter of a Black Panther member or anything like that. We don't. This dude could have been the biggest coon of all time. We don't know nothing about her father that they keep trying to shove in our face.
they keep saying he's some type of civil rights activist, but I've never heard his name mentioned before she got into presidential policy politics. I've never heard of that man before she popped on the scene.
Not to mention when they bring up her father. Let's be honest. Her and her father don't have a good relationship. Her father did not show up for her inauguration when she was vice president, and everybody was wondering what's going on with that. So they don't have a good relationship, even if he was this civil rights pro-black activist like they try to claim.
Yeah, I remember he criticized her marijuana policy and her announcing things about, oh, we smoke weed, and he was like, we're not on that type of time in Jamaica. We don't engage in that behavior. We're not potheads. And I'm like, oh, okay. That was an interesting and intriguing statement coming from him. So he openly went against one of her future policy decisions as her parent.
Mhm. And then here's the thing, because somebody's parent, does that give that person credibility? I'm gonna be honest. We got some people whose parents was riders, straight up riders, and you see that their descendants ain't on that same page. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna give an example too. Dr. Martin Luther King. He actually died. He died for black folk. And what is his children doing? His children are not half the men and women that he was. So just because somebody is something does not mean that their child takes up 100%. It's not a guarantee. I'm not saying it's not, but it's not a guarantee. So even if her father was the Jamaican version of Malcolm X, if her father was like Marcus Garvey's cousin or something like that, that don't mean anything uh, about Kamala. That doesn't verify and validate Kamala. Kamala was raised by her Indian mother. So even if her dad was this fist in the air pro-black activist, she wasn't raised by her dad.
Exactly. And how would she know anything about that if she went to high school in Montreal?
Good question. These are good points. When they try to gaslight us and make us seem like we don't know what we're talking about as far as her lineage. Now let me ask you,
Mm.
as far as clearly you're not for Kamala, what is your stance as far as Trump or the couch?
I'm gonna take the couch because Trump hasn't presented any policies that would favor my people group in particular, and I don't like how he energizes his base. I really don't want to see them riding around excited. So I don't want to make a choice between either of them. Now, there are a lot of people that said they ran it up during the Trump presidency. They were making a decent amount of money. They're in an entrepreneurship. Cool. More power to them. But I'm not in that state right now. So it doesn't really benefit me. And I don't care about a $1,200 thing. I mean, I could use $1,200, but I can make $1,200 on my own. It's not that serious. As for old girl, I don't fuck with her at all. So I'm gonna hit the couch. I'm not participating. I'll vote locally, but that's about it.
Okay. So if a politician, I'm gonna ask you the question I was asking other people. If a politician comes to you, let's say they're independent, they're not Democrat or Republican, and they say, I want your vote so I can become the president. What do I need to guarantee you in order to get your vote? What would you say?
I will ask them about their position on reparations for the American descendants of slaves at this current point in time. And I would ask them what would they do to redress all the terrorism that we went through, from Reconstruction to Jim Crow to the move bombing to the situation that happened in Buffalo. All of these things need to be addressed in the correct manner. So I would ask them that question, not necessarily all at the same time, but mainly about reparations and immigration too. Like, what is your policy on immigration? What are you about to do about all these Venezuelan people?
Mm, okay.
That's about it. I don't really have any other concerns. I know that's an executive branch position. It really doesn't directly affect my life. Oh, I would say also I would ask about qualified immunity for the police. Get rid of that too. So yeah, just some cool little questions. Nothing too serious.
Okay. When you're done speaking, I'm gonna need you to mute your mic because there's like a feedback going on.
All right, cool. I got you.
I'm not sure why that's happening. It's like a fever. Shout out to HTP. I kind of noticed that, but I didn't know anybody else could hear it. But if anybody, I don't know if anybody has anything that they'd like to add, they can feel free to add. If they feel like the couch is the best option, if they feel like Kamala is the best option, or Trump is the best option. Now, I'm gonna say this again. We have a very serious problem in America right now. We do. The immigration, the illegal immigration is like nothing we've ever seen before. It is at a very dangerous level, especially with how they're trying to expedite their citizenship. They're trying to give them licenses. They're going to be driving soon. They're going to be taking our jobs, and a lot of people kind of feel some type of way about that. But let's be honest, a lot of them are doing that. A lot of them will not just be taking your jobs, even if you might have a skill. When your children become 17, 18 years old and they starting to get their first job, they won't have those. Those low level jobs, those are all going to be taken up by illegal immigrants. All of them are going to be taken up. And let's be honest with you, a lot of these middle class jobs are going to be taken up. We think the stereotype of, oh, they're just coming in and they're just going to be working on farms and doing heavy labor stuff that nobody really wants to do, but people still need done. That's a stereotype. They don't have the intention of coming in and doing those jobs. And even if they do come in and do those jobs, it's only going to be for one short generation because that's not what they're going to have their kids be doing. Their kids are not going to be doing that. All of this DACA stuff, they get to come in, the resources that could be going to help your children go to school, that's going to be helping their children get in the colleges and get in these programs. And all of the white supremacists who be talking about DEI, they ain't going to be saying that about illegal immigrants. Just notice that. Just notice that. The white supremacists who, anytime they see a black person in any position, despite the qualifications, they say DEI, this is woke, this is a racial hire, this is equity and inclusion, and this shouldn't be this way. They're not going to say that about these illegals who are coming in, who couldn't do the job as efficiently as you could or your people could. They're coming in and they taking everything, as well as the resources. You got people struggling to make ends meet, and you got illegals in hotel rooms that they don't have to pay for, getting food that they don't have to pay for, on phones that they don't have to pay for, with Wi-Fi they don't got to pay for, with clothes they wearing that they don't have to pay for, off your money. Because when you pay the state and the state pays them, you're paying them. They get to roll around and do whatever they want to. The cops catch them, let them back out. It's their world. It's a very serious problem. And I'm gonna be honest, Kamala Harris, if you guys don't remember, because the news isn't talking about it anymore, Kamala Harris was in charge of the border. If we remember that, Kamala Harris was the one who was supposed to be in charge of the border. Kamala Harris, a lot of people blame Joe Biden. Joe Biden deserves blame, definitely. But Kamala Harris also deserves her fair share of blame because Kamala Harris completely failed at her job and allowed all of them to come in and flood in by the millions. So for the people who criticize Joe, you cannot criticize Joe without also criticizing Kamala. And I'm not trying to spare Joe any criticism. Now let me get to our sister Boykin, and then we'll get to the next person.
I'd just like to add, just from where I am in Washington State, where there are a lot of living wage jobs, and Afro is correct. When those illegals and other foreign nationals come in, they only do that for a short period of time. I've lived up here a long time, and I remember when those illegals started coming in the 2000s. Now they are store owners. Their kids are going to college off of DACA. Okay. And another good point, Afro and a couple other people brought up when they're talking to us, they're saying DEI and woke. But with these other people that are coming in, because we're getting a lot of Afghanistan and Palestinian immigrants as well, they don't say that. Okay. They cut off the resources, the state resources and the county resources when we need it. Okay, we're sick, dead, and dying. They tell us we can't get anything. But as soon as a plane load of Ukrainians come in, they set them up with SSI. They set them up with state health plan and state health benefits. All right. They tell us we can't qualify for TANF or WIC at the city and county level, but let some folks come in from Venezuela or Honduras or somebody like that on the TARP program, they get $600-700. I'm not exaggerating when I say $600-700 in TANF and WIC benefits, and ain't nobody telling them to go over there to no Planned Parenthood. They giving those folks doctors and midwives and nurses to help them with prenatal and postnatal care. This is beyond ridiculous because I don't know if how many people are here from the Pacific Northwest, but Washington State has some of the highest taxes in the country. And all of these taxes are not going to help, first of all, get these drug addicts and these homeless people into some kind of treatment program. And then, second of all, get these daggum kids in line, get them back in school, get them in the trade program, get them some kind of skills so they won't be behind these folks who just came off the plane or off the boat off some third world country. Your parents, grandparents, great grandparents worked for this. Nobody should be coming in here and taking your food out of your mouth and your money out of your pocket. And I yield the floor.
I agree. I absolutely agree. It's a problem on multiple different levels. A lot of people like to belittle the significance of them coming over here, even legally. We got to put a halt to that. As of right now, we still are owed reparations. So even legally, let's put a pause on that and let's figure out what we're gonna do about these reparations before we invite anybody else over here. Because y'all already got to pay people who have been here. And then y'all allowing them to come over and leapfrog us, which is going to put us in a permanent underclass, and we cannot allow that. Let me get to Jim Mack. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, what's up, Afro? Yeah, I agree with the sister, man. We got people just coming across the border, just hop right over top of us and get straight benefits, free housing, free healthcare, job training. Now you don't see Ed Blum out here with no lawsuit
Mm-hmm.
against that, But it's only when we start up there with you at Chicago, what Brandon Johnson, he gonna have what $500,000 for research on reparation, but it wasn't no research on that the millions they spend on these illegals, man. Every time we turn around, when it comes time for us, we got to hear, well, we if we can't do that, so we got to get the House, the Senate, and we be like, well, we voted. Oh well, it got to go through Congress, and how many Republicans gonna agree with that? So we got to win the whole House, the Senate. We got to hit every excuse every year, and they treat black folks like a mule. We go out here and vote. Everybody else gets something, and they doing it right in front of our face, and then they tell us, well, the reason why they couldn't do it because we got to get 18 Republicans, and also you got all the excuses. And now we got to hear this for the next 4 months that this Indian woman is black. So we got to okay. They keep telling us she's black. Okay, she's black. So what's she gonna do for black people? Well, voting rights. I have voting rights. What's she gonna do for black people? Healthcare. I have healthcare. They give us the all lives matters, but they go. Remember, she was running in 2020. They asked her about the border. She said she's going to sign an executive order for them. But when it comes time for us, we got to hear all the excuses every time. Well, we can't do it right now because we got to get 25 Republicans and they ain't gonna get on board. So the couch, that's what I'm doing, and then no one's going to share it. Right now, she ain't even talking about what she gonna do for black folks. All this now, you got celebrities, people trying to shame us, they cuss us out to vote, and it's so disrespectful. They say to us, "Well, if you don't vote, we're gonna be back in slavery." They don't talk like that to nobody else, man. You gonna tell somebody if y'all don't vote, they gonna put us back in slavery? That's so disrespectful, man. So November, I'm hitting the couch, and if I don't hear reparation, I'm not voting. I'm not trying to hear no. Well, you got to vote first. No, we've been voting, and we haven't been getting nothing but symbolism. Peace, brother.
Thank you, brother. Let me hop on that real quick. The we don't vote, man, they're gonna put out that 2020 plan, that Project 2025, and that Project 2025, we might as well be back in chains, and that's gonna be the new Jim Crow. Like he said, they don't say that to nobody else. They don't tell Asians, if y'all don't vote, if y'all don't donate and support, y'all might as well go back to the concentration camps. Or y'all might as well go back. Y'all gonna be put in concentration camps. They don't tell Native Americans, if y'all don't vote, y'all might as well move around and y'all territory gonna be taken and y'all gonna have to relive the Trail of Tears. They don't tell them that. They don't tell a whole bunch of white women, if y'all don't vote, y'all gonna be burned at the stake like how y'all used to when y'all was being called witches and all that. They don't tell them that. No other group of people get told that. Okay, they don't even tell Hispanics, man, if y'all don't vote, y'all gonna go back in cages. Remember the cages that Trump put you in? Y'all gonna go back in cages. They don't tell them that. There's no other, it's going to reverse time. Time is going to be reversed, and all of the progress that you feel that your community has made is going to be reduced to nothing and is going to go back. The only people that they tell that to is us. We're the only people that they tell that to. And like he said, Kamala's not even saying nothing now about what she's going to do for black folk. To be honest, and I want you guys to notice this, Kamala is running for president now. Everybody else is speaking on Kamala's black credentials, except who? Kamala. Kamala is not talking about what she's going to do for black people. All of these other people advocating for Kamala is doing that. If you go and listen to, she just released an ad. If you go listen to that ad, about freedom. She talks about her main issues. Presidential their ads are very important because it specifies and it highlights the main arguments, their main issues that they're going to address. She talked about abortion. She talked about gun control. She didn't say nothing about the police. She didn't say nothing about any type of, she didn't say the word reparations at all, period. She didn't say nothing about racial justice or anything like that. She didn't mention the word black one time. There's barely any black people in her ad. If y'all go watch it, you don't even see those many black people in her ad. And it took a minute for any black people to show up. There was a handful, but it took halfway through. You had to watch until halfway through before you even saw any black folk, which lets you know how she's viewing everything. Kamala's not trying to run on this black, super black sister girl profile. That's everybody else trying to sell us on that. Kamala, that's not even Kamala's pitch. Kamala ain't sitting up there trying to blacken herself up. That's everybody else trying to blacken her up. I want to mention another thing that the brother said about us having to go through these meetings and us having to go through HR 40 and all of this stuff. Other people don't have to do that. These illegals coming in, they don't need no vote and they don't need no election and all of this to get any sort of reparations or to get any sort of tangibles. We need to get all of the House, all of the Senate, and then we need the president to sign off on it. But before we do that, let's do a national poll to figure out what the citizens think about the situation. There has not been, and I've said this for years on YouTube, there has not been a single poll in the United States asking the citizens of America what they think about illegal immigration and whether they feel illegal immigrants should be here or not, that the politicians are going to take and they're going to say, well, most of the citizens of America don't agree with this. So I guess we got to close these borders and I guess we got to send them back home because the American population don't agree on this. Not one. But when it comes to reparations, everybody gets to weigh in on it and they be all like, well, guys, I'm sorry, it's just really not popular right now. And you understand how it is. So maybe next time when reparations becomes more popular. Politicians don't care what's popular or not when they want to get something done. It's only when we want to get something done, then it's, oh, hold on, let me ask permission from the rest of society. And if they say no, then I guess we'll just have to wait on that. Well, I guess we'll have to have a bill to have a study to see what we're going to do. But we can't even pass the bill for the study to see what we're going to do because we have a few Republicans in the House and they don't agree with it. Those few Republicans can't stop nothing else that they want to stop, but they can stop our a reparations study. So this is why when Brandon Johnson released that $500,000 reparations study commission thing, that which y'all have not heard anything about since he launched it. We ain't heard nothing about that since he released that. This is why I was not impressed. It's actually very disrespectful, to be very honest with you. So this is why I'm saying the couch is the best option for me. This is the best way going forward for me. I think this is the best way America, Black America should be handling our situation, should be handling our business, because we need to make a statement. We need to make a statement that our vote and our power needs to be taken serious. We're not going to undersell anything. We're not going to vote because Kamala has some black DNA in her body. We're not going to vote because she has some black DNA in her body. We're not going to vote because Donald Trump is not the Democrat. We have to understand and we have to be more politically educated with the fact that you don't vote out of spite. Now, I'm speaking for myself with this. I'm not telling anybody what they can do, what they should do. I don't have the authority to tell people what to do. But what I advocate for is for us to realize our power and for us to utilize this to teach them a lesson and to vote for the couch. That's what I'm going to advocate for. Now, other people might feel different ways depending on what they value and what they want to see. Okay. And I'm allowing other people to get a chance to weigh in on that. Now, if anybody else wants to come up and weigh in, you can feel free. Boykin, you can go back ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to. You briefly brought up guns, and with these scooter the shooter incidents, so white on white crime. A lot of people are crying out, and the Democrats are trying to get us, of course, on that boat because they know that we've been kept. Well, the areas where Black Americans live, okay, have been, uh, you know, they've had high gun restrictions, obviously, because they don't want us to defend ourselves. It has nothing to do with anything other than that, in my opinion. But what I was going to say is all of those laws that they're trying to pass, the anti-gun ones, they're only going to be enforced on Black Americans, plain and simple. Uh,
Agreed.
Scooter can walk anywhere he wants with his AR-15, and they're not going to do a damn thing, regardless of how many of those incidents occur. That's specifically to get more Black men behind bars, period. And of course, to make it so that you don't want to defend yourself. You don't want to carry a gun because a cop can say, "Oh, I saw a gun and I just unloaded on him," and that's just something I just want to put out there. Again, I only thought of it because you brought it up. The whole anti-gun thing. Again, that's only to target Black Americans. Go ahead, sir.
Well,
Before
I
we
just
get,
wanted to say something up front. The Democrats have been talking that kind of anti-gun rhetoric since 1993. Even though I'm in a Democrat state. Believe it or not, a lot more Democrats than Republicans have their concealed permits. Okay, you'll be shocked. You will be shocked at a lot of these tofu eating, um, blue haired, septum ring wearing folks who got their concealed carry permits. I'm serious. So, a lot of this back and forth about gun reform, they're not serious at all. They're not serious about their agenda. They're not serious about passing any type of legislation. So, anytime you hear Democrats talking about, well, we want gun reform, that's just election year bullshit. None of them want anybody to take away their guns. Nobody wants them to regulate their rights to carry their sidearms. Believe you me, anytime you got some Democrat talking about, well, the AR-15 and bump stocks and stuff, no. You start breaking it down policy-wise, saying, okay, if we do bump stocks, that's basically where you get extra cartridges for your automatic weapon, and we limit that supply and we limit what you can buy, they'll be the first group of people saying, you can't tell me what to do and how to spend my money. I'm serious. They tried to do that in the state legislature about not quite 10 years ago, and it failed. So I'm just got to put that out there when you hear nonsense about that. Just my 2 cents. I yield the floor.
Okay, that's a good point. A lot of the arguments about guns, it's in bad faith. These are disingenuous arguments. I want to talk about what our brother Nat Turner said before I get to what you said. Do you all remember there was a video? It came out years ago. I don't remember when or where, but it came out where there was a white guy. It was a social experiment. A white guy. He was walking on the street, just walking on the street. He had a assault rifle. It was like an M16 or AK-47, some type of assault rifle. And the cop walked up to him, and the cop was all like, "Hey, I'm just checking on you, just trying to see what's going on. I mean, you got this big gun out here, and let's see what you're doing." You know what I'm saying? And he spoke to him calmly, didn't reach for his gun, didn't reach for his taser, didn't ask him to put the gun down. They had a conversation, and he let the white guy go about his business. You can find this on the internet. I don't know where it was from, but you can find this on the internet. It went super viral, millions of views. The social experiment then had a black guy walking down the same street, broad daylight, everything the exact same, had the same type of gun or anything. The cop didn't say nothing. It was several police cars. They came out. It was dogs. They came out and immediately started pointing guns. They was, put the gun down, get on the ground, everything. He had to immediately drop to the floor. He put the gun down. They walked up to him with guns. They didn't say anything and immediately put him in handcuffs. A lot of people
It's
probably
a miracle
remember
they didn't
that
shoot him in the back.
situation.
It's a miracle they didn't just shoot him in the back like that guy with the toy at Walmart.
Oh, it is. It is. Like Tamir Rice. Easily, they could have opened fire on him. And you see the night and day difference between how they handle guns with white people having guns and how they handle guns with black people having guns. We need to get stricter on gun law. They ain't going to do that with white folk. Kyle Rittenhouse is a perfect example. Kyle Rittenhouse admitted to breaking several gun laws, and none of them sought to persecute Kyle Rittenhouse or the people who he was in accomplice with the gun laws that he broke. So all of that gun law stuff that they talk about, we need stricter gun laws and we need more gun laws with assault rifles, and nobody should have assault rifles. They don't have any intention on taking an assault rifle away from any Caucasian person. None whatsoever. A lot of them have it. They don't have no problem with that. Do you know during the pandemic in Florida, there was a whole bunch of white folk who went to the Capitol. They went to the Supreme Court in Florida, with guns to protest because they wanted the gyms to be back open because the gyms were shut down during the pandemic, and they stood out there with their guns and all that stuff. Nobody was talking about we need to take away assault rifles or anything like that. I want you to notice when you see all these Proud Boys and these skinheads, when they marching with their guns, nobody's out there talking about we need to take their guns away. Nobody's out there talking about that. They say this because they have to say certain things when it comes to mass shooters and all that, because they don't want to get to the root of the issue. So there's this never ending cycle of conversation about, well, we need more guns, we need less guns, and we have a right to have guns. We don't have a right to have guns. So that's a never ending nothing cycle, which is deliberately meant to never have a conclusion. The arguments about guns is meant to never have a solid conclusion. It's meant to be an eternal argument, eternally, so they can say, well, we're trying, but there's those gun lovers who just don't want to give up their guns. It's meant to never end because they don't mean to do anything as far as guns in America today, at least as far as the Caucasians go, at least as far as them. So all of that gun control issue and all that gun stuff, no, we're not gonna sit here and talk about that for long. We're not gonna do that. So I'm interested that nobody has come yet and say anything about advocating for Kamala or advocating for Trump, because in the last space that we had, a whole bunch of people had something to say about Kamala or Trump. I get it Saturday. I get people are doing other things, but maybe we ran them off. Maybe we ran him off. Maybe that's a good thing. But Jim, you have your hand up. I'm gonna let you get to say what you have to say, brother.
Yo, real quick, the what you were saying earlier when we was talking about the hearings and all that. You when they like you said, they never have no hearings on immigration, illegal immigrants, and they never had no Hispanics talking against illegal immigration. Only when it comes to reparation, we got to get the Coleman Hughes up there speaking against it. And another thing too, these black women out here talking about, well, we have 44,000 black women, and we want to get something done. We get it done. We had a meeting, so in that meeting, did y'all bring up Sonya Massey? Did y'all bring up Sandra Bland to that black woman that's running for president? I bet you they didn't, but they want to brag about it.
Tatiana
Them twenty
Jefferson.
thousand black men. Yeah, yeah, them 20,000 black men. Did y'all mention about Trayvon Martin since y'all was in the meeting with him? So don't brag and make it seem like that's a feather in your hat, man. No, I'm not impressed with that at all, man. All right, peace, brother.
Thank you. We're gonna get to Boykin and then we're gonna get to my brother Eric.
You brought that up, Jim. Let me tell you something. I had to snatch some wigs, okay? I did some wig snatch recently because I did ask a lot of my peers. Y'all sit up there and talk all that shit about getting on some stupid ass phone call, and ain't none of y'all brought up the fact y'all didn't. Sonya Massey got executed, state sanctioned murder. You want to sit up here and talk about we getting our money together to raise money for Kamala, but you won't get your money together to go and run for local office to get these prosecutors and these crooked ass judges out. You talk all that nonsense every 4 years, but during the interim, quiet. You don't do anything for yourself or your communities. Listen, I want some accountability communities where I am, okay? And I sit on the zoning board for a local town council. And one of the biggest things that just rankles my nerves every year with black folks, they're talking about, well, they're taking away our businesses, they're taking away our licensing. I'm like, listen here, every 4 years you want to raise sin about what you ain't got and what you ain't getting. But during the meantime, where are you guys at these community meetings? Where are you guys at these board meetings? You're talking about you don't have money. Then why aren't you doing the fundraising bit in your community? You can spend $700 on some weave, or these guys running around here in these $2,000 suits and $400 fedoras, but you can't get money together to go get you a license for a business or to get your kids in these after school programs and get it together. I don't want to hear it. I yield my time.
Yep, I agree. First off, I've always said that I don't believe that they actually was able to garner all those people. I want y'all to notice something. Notice all of these thousands, I mean, there's tens of thousands of black folk allegedly who are jumping out their way to support Kamala Harris. Notice all of this stuff is virtual. Just notice that. Notice all you don't these are not people you can actually verify. There's no event where you see tens of thousands of black men or women, black men and women. These are all virtual people. So what they're saying is, trust me, just take my word for it. 100,000 people showed up. Just believe what I have to say about it. All of these are virtual. Show me an event where tens of thousands, half a million people show up for Kamala Harris. Show me an event where that's the case. Half 100,000, 50,000, 45,000. Show me a live event where that happens, where they can pull that type of number. Because I'm not believing these virtual numbers at all. Eric, brother, you got it.
What's up, Afro? How you can hear me, brother?
I got you.
All right, man. Peace to the room and peace to everybody that's on the space that's actually on code, man. It's Couch 2024. Ain't no negotiating with these people unless they bringing something to the table. See, this is a business transaction. You just can't go to the table with your gun have cocked, no pun intended. You got to go to the table actually talking about business. This is the terms and conditions of what we want. We want reparations, an anti-Black American hate crime bill, and we want all the above. And if you ain't coming to our terms and conditions, get your ass up and walk away from the table. See, the days of taking crumbs from Roland Martin's mouth into all these boule people's mouths is over with. See, it's going to take all of us to come together and sit on that damn couch until they come to their damn senses to give us our damn reparations. See, you can't be having these foreigners, these tethers, coming to these spaces, and Kamala Harris nut riders coming to these spaces talking about why we should and why we shouldn't be out here speaking negative about this so-called black lady when she ain't never said anything or did anything specifically for black Americans. And that just goes to shows you that all skin folk ain't kinfolk, and that's especially it could be in your family. See, you can't save a lot of these old niggas. They long and gone. They still thinking about memories of getting their ass whooped in Selma. They still in the past in the '60s, so they're gonna keep doing the same thing that they've been doing for the past 50 plus years. I'm not trying to save them. I'm trying to save people who actually out here wanted to learn and who actually out here wanted to use their damn brain. So the moral of the story is Couch 2024 and beyond. If you ain't gonna meet our terms, I'd rather just see this country just go to hell. Because reparations is the only thing that y'all can do for foundational Black Americans, and y'all just need to start doing right by us. It's either get down or lay down. I'll land my plane there.
Before you do, brother, let me ask you a question. If a politician comes up to you, and I pretty much know what you're going to say, but if a politician comes up to you and say, Eric, I want your vote. What do I have to do in order for you to vote for me for the presidency of the United States? What would your answer be?
You already know, brother Afro, cut that check. Reparations. If you ain't getting down with that, get the fuck out my face. See, I don't waste my time with people like that because I never voted a day in my life, so I don't see nothing beneficial on both sides with Shane Song, Kamala Harris, or the orange turd, Mr. 45. The only thing I agree about him is getting rid of all these illegal aliens. See, I don't use the term migrants or use these fancy terms when it comes to these people. I use the term that they were using back in the George Bush era, illegal aliens. These people are illegal aliens coming into our country, taking our resources. And if you ain't talking about getting rid of these illegal aliens and giving reparations to foundational Black Americans and actually doing something to make this country better again, then just get out my face, man. It's just a whole bunch of word salad.
I agree. Well put. Well put. There's some things I like politically that Trump is standing for. Definitely the deportation. I definitely agree with that 100%. Get them out of here, close these borders, make the big ass wall. I fully agree with that. But that's not enough. That's not enough. If I say the price is this, the price is this, you don't get to come with half the money and say I still want to get the full product. No, you don't get to go. There's no group of people in the world where you can go and you can show up with half of what they say the price is and expect to get the product. When you go to a car dealership and you say, I want to buy this car, let's say this car is $20,000, and say, well, I don't got $20,000, I got $10,000, but I still want the car. They're going to be like, sir, you cannot afford this car. You can't go to a house, the house costs, for instance, $100,000, and you say, well, I don't have $100,000, but I get half that, and they give you the house. You don't get to go anywhere else and pay half whatever they charging and expect to get it. Otherwise, they would have just charged half. And they ain't gonna do that for you. And we shouldn't accept the half price. We shouldn't accept them paying half price when they are willing to pay. And this is my biggest thing. This is my biggest thing. They're willing to pay full price. They are willing to pay full price. They are paying full price to every other group of people. We are the only people where they are refusing to pay full price. They are really willing to, because Biden could have locked this up. Biden could have been locked this up if they would. They are refusing to pay full price to us. That's the problem. They're willing to lose the election not paying us full price. That's how bad that they don't want to pay full price. That's literally how bad. Eric, you got your hand up. What you got, brother?
I'm glad you said something too about the half price situation. It don't work like that in the streets. Once you're doing a transaction, imagine yourself doing business with, let's just say, Pablo Escobar, and let's say you're trying to buy something for $10 million and you coming with this man with $5 million, they gonna look at you crazy. So the days of giving us half eaten food and loose change on the ground, no, I want all my dollars. I want everything that you owe me and my people. In the days of old niggas coming up in these spaces talking about what we ain't doing and what we're not doing is over with, man. Cause if you ain't doing nothing for your people, or at least trying to do something for yourself and future generations to come, then you don't need to be opening your damn mouth or even having the fucking authorization to be talking shit about people that's younger than you or actually doing something of age better than you. So a lot of these niggas just need to sit down, shut the fuck up, and just peep game from the younger generation and for people who have the experience and can lead us the right way. See, you got a lot of these niggas on these Twitter spaces acting like they running something, but you know these people can't even tie their shoes, let alone walk across the street without getting hit by a red light. So you just got to give people you just got to give people grace that actually deserve it and just get people out of the way when they come in here babbling.
Exactly. These are the people we have to understand. A lot of these people are the people who believe that we should just be satisfied with getting something. Something's better than nothing. But let me ask you guys a serious question. Is that really the case? Is something better than nothing? Is anything better than nothing? These people have the not something, anything at all. Is anything at all better than nothing? Because what do you have
No,
to give that? You have to
no, you
give
should
a
never
lot.
compromise. Never compromise. Ever, because if you compromise once, that means that you're letting them off the hook and they can buy you off cheap and they will never respect the damn thing that you have or any principles for which you stand. You go in there and you never give them an inch. You don't even give them the time of day. You say, listen, it's all or we're walking away from the table.
and this is what I said during my speech when I went to DC, when I spoke at the rally for reparations. All of our demands need to be met. You're going to have to pay full price. It's about time black folks start saying this is our full price and what we demand needs to be met. All of our demands need to be met. Otherwise, it's not going to pass. You're not going to pass this test unless you get all of the answers correct. That's what it has to be. Now, if anybody wants to come up and disagree with that, they can. And this is a fair platform. We will fairly listen to all arguments. I'm not going to say I'm agree, but we will hear you out and we will be fair and listen to all arguments. But my thing is this. Nobody has come up and said, hey, I'm willing to pay full price. Let me know the price and I will pay it, like they are doing with every other group of people. And you're not going to undersell me. You're not going to tell me you're willing to pay full price to the Asian community, which makes up a very small, almost insignificant amount when it comes to the voter population. You're going to pay full price to the Hispanic community, legal or illegal. You're going to pay full price to the white community. You're going to pay full price to the LGBT. You're going to pay full price to everybody else, the rich 1% and all of them corporation owners, and then to the small quote unquote working class. You're going to pay full price to them, but with us we get half price. You're only willing to pay us half price. When we say the price is $10, you like, can we do five? No, we cannot do five. And for too long, we've had black people all like, well, I mean, I guess a five is better than nothing. Otherwise, they're going to walk away and not buy anything. And we not going to have any money. So at least we'll get the five at the end of the day. And if you do something with the at least we have something mentality, you will always undervalue yourself. When you set the bar low and you don't have a standard of keeping the bar at its level, and you always lower the bar to acquiesce to what other people have to say, you will never be able to raise that bar. You will never be able to do that. Boykin, you can go ahead.
To that, I would like to add, when there's the art of negotiation, the person who's willing to walk away from the deal first, that's the one who has power, because they're always trying to talk you down. They're always trying to make you give up something, whether it's your position, your power, your money, or whatever you own. You know going in what you want coming out of it. And voting is like any other type of business transaction. That's it. You go over here, you talk to the Republicans. You ain't got nothing for me. I ain't got no vote for you. You go over here to the Democrats. You ain't got nothing for me. I ain't got nothing for you. I don't care how much you bombard us with all of this propaganda. You haven't done anything for the past so many years. Nothing doing now, nothing coming. So, yeah, we got to be strategic. We got to weaponize. We got to know when, we got to know where, and we got to know how. And where I am, we're wiped out where I am. I'm just going to be blunt. We're wiped out because the people here did not invest in themselves, invest in their communities, and use their votes wisely. Okay? Um, I'm part of the last group of folks who can still get in there and maneuver, because not only do I know what these people are about and what they're doing, when you sit on positions such as zoning boards and other community based groups, yeah, you got, you know where the money's going and who's getting it. That's when they'll start listening to you. It's like, haha, it's an election year. I know what you guys have been doing the whole time. I know what you guys doing behind the scenes. You can't fool anybody. So yeah, get in and get moving in the positive. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Now we have Mark Carter in the room. Mark Carter, what is your stance about the best choice for Black America, Kamala, Trump, or the couch?
So I'm not gonna get off into which
You a
one.
little you're can you I think you outside or something like that
Okay,
because it
let me
sounded
let
windy.
me go back inside. So I'm not gonna get off on. I'm not gonna come up here and talk about who that I choose because that don't make the difference, right? But let me ask this question: what power and what numbers do you have to push whatever that you are speaking on? Can you hear
Uh
me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Let's first off the space is going in a certain order. So let's get your stance for the audience. And if you have a question, I'll answer your question. But let's answer my question first. As far as your choice, what do you believe is the best choice for Black America with these three options? Kamala, Trump, or the couch?
I'm pro Trump because I'm pro America over the opposite agenda, which is pro immigrant. Ain't but two agendas. There's no in between. So
Okay.
you got the pro American agenda, you got the pro immigrant agenda. The Democrats pushing the pro immigrant agenda, the Republicans pushing the pro America agenda. But let me go back to asking the question: what power do you have to push the things that you're talking about?
I mean, the power I have right here in this very conversation, the power I had in the conversation we had the other day, the power I have as far as influence in informing the people and educating the people and helping the people make the most educated choice. The power I have right now that is being displayed with you on the stage where we're having people come up and respectfully convey their opinions so we can all reach a educated consensus on what the next step needs to be and not reach hundreds of thousands of people like the post I made about Kamala, which is what about 500,000 views at this point in time.
Okay, so the next point, right? 435 congressional seats were up. How many people are you running in the upcoming election?
Repeat that.
435 seats were just up in the Congress. How many people do you have slated to run in those 435 seats? I mentioned the Senate. I haven't even mentioned the local elected officials. I'm saying just the House for right now. How many of those seats do you have candidates running in?
Personally, I don't have any candidates running in those seats right now.
Okay. So, and where I'm going with this is if you're not running people in positions, you have no power, right?
I disagree.
Outside of listen to where I'm going because the House and the Senate dictates what resources are going to be uh, uh, spent or expended in the various areas, not the president, the House and the Senate. That's who has the power, and ultimately it's the Senate because the senators are the board members of the country of the corporation. Let me break it down the way that it is. America is a corporation. Barack, Kamala Harris, Trump, they're just the president of the corporation.
Mhm.
The senators are the board members who are ultimately the dictators, right? The ones that make a decision where the money is being spent. So if we don't have people in these positions or people that are in those positions pushing what we're pushing or what we're talking about, then we don't have the power that we speak of. And most of the Black caucus on reparations and other issues, you notice how quiet they are, right?
Okay. Yeah, they are, and we need to get them out of here. Now, so you're saying, let me ask you a question. So you're saying that the position of the president that's really insignificant.
Exactly, because he has the answer to the Senate. That's why every
Well,
president has a senator or some senators that he must send his agenda or her agenda, whoever, in order to get things pushed. Obama's senator was who?
well,
Joe Biden.
hold on.
Uh,
Let's be very truthful about that. The president does not answer to the Senate. The president works with the Senate and the House in order to get things done. These are those are two different branches of government. The Senate and the House make up Congress. Congress has to work with the executive branch, which is the president. The president works with them, and the president doesn't answer to them. So the president does have power, and this is where the filibuster and everything like that comes in, because there are rules in place to not give one specific branch of power ultimate authority over the other branch, which is why the Senate can't even get everything done with if the House completely rejects it. That's why you have two different sections of Congress. So even though the Senate is more powerful than the House, the Senate can't ultimately do everything they want to without the House to a degree conforming with that, and to the president, because even if the House and the Senate agree to something, the president still has to sign off on that. So as a matter of fact, it really works in the reverse, where the Senate answers to the president.
So why is it that the Senate can overturn the president's veto?
The Senate can, if the Senate had enough votes to overturn the president's veto, but the fact is that the president can
So who has
the
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 power then?
fact is the president can veto that in the first place anyway.
Okay, so if the Senate can overturn the president's veto, then who's the boss?
The president would still be the boss, yeah.
How so? When his veto can be overturned uh, by the Senate, and then on
There's
top
still
of that,
that's not an easy process. That has rarely happened, to be very honest. That almost doesn't happen at all, where the Senate overturns a
it's
veto.
not about how frequent it
Yeah,
happens.
because
It's
of the
about who has.
difficulty. The difficulty that you're making it seem like the Senate is the ultimate boss. Otherwise, the president wouldn't have to sign off on anything. As soon as the Senate signs off on it, it's a done deal. The president wouldn't be involved. The president has to sign off on that. So we can't dismiss or belittle the significance that the presidency has.
Okay, well, let me say it one more time. So Mitch McConnell was Bush leading senator. Joe Biden was Barack Obama's leading senator. Joe Biden was also Bill Clinton's leading senator, right? In order for him to get things pushed that he wanted pushed, they went through certain senators, and those senators got other ones on board. When um well, I won't even go off into that part. I just want just understand how this power really works. Now, the president does have discretionary spending power, but the ultimate power in terms of um, money being spent is the Senate,
It's
right?
Congress, is not the Senate. The Senate doesn't have the power
Mm,
to do anything they want to without having the House to on board with
so the
that.
Senate don't have
No,
appropriation power. That's what you're
the
telling me.
Senate, because you're talking about the power Congress has.
I just asked you a
No,
question. You
hold
say the
on. Let
senators
me,
don't have
because you're
appropriations
talking
power.
about the power Congress has. Just because the Senate is the more powerful factor or faction part of Congress does not mean the Senate is Congress. So Congress has certain abilities. The Senate has power over the House. That's like one part. The Senate is the more powerful part of Congress, but that does not make the Senate Congress. And the Senate is not more powerful than the president. There are certain things that the president can do that
So
the
let me
president does not need the Senate's permission for. Correct or
exactly.
incorrect? Let
He
me
has
ask you a
executive.
question. Correct or
He, ha,
incorrect?
he incorrect.
It's
Okay,
incorrect. So
so
you're saying there's
this
nothing that the president can do without the say so, without the sanction of the Senate.
well, the president can do nothing that the Senate doesn't
So,
have
sir,
power to
okay.
overturn.
So you're saying there's
Okay,
absolutely nothing the president can do
nothing
without the
the
press. So
president
the
can do.
president goes and they ask the Senate first before every single decision.
No, no, the president uses executive
Okay.
authority, and he'll use his discretionary
So,
power. But
so
If the Senate,
you're taking that
this is the
back. You're
balance that
taking
we're
that
talking
back.
about.
Then you're taking your original
I'm not
statement
taking
back.
anything back. You're not listening.
No,
You're not
because you
listening.
said,
You know,
I
I'm not
asked you a
taking.
specific question if the president can do something without the Senate, and you said no. Now you're saying the
I
president
said the
can.
president has. I said the Senate has the power to overturn and change anything the president pushes. So the president don't have unchecked power.
No, the president
Okay,
doesn't,
you
nor
also
does the
got the
Senate
Supreme
have
Court.
unchecked
If I'm,
power.
I'm not saying they have unchecked power because you have the Supreme Court, but I'm saying to you that the Senate is so powerful that after the House passes a bill, where does it go
It
to?
goes to the Senate. And if the Senate wants something,
Why does it?
if the, because this,
Why does the
first
House
off,
bill go
stop.
to the Senate?
If the Senate wants something, the Senate also has to get the House on board. And if the House and the Senate, if this is how Congress works, because it's two parts, the part of the House and the Senate is not just the Senate. If the Senate wants something, they have to get the House on board. If the House is not on board, it's not even going to the president for the president to sign off on it. That's the way bills and laws get passed. The House can be on board and the Senate's not on board, it's not going to the president. The Senate can be on board and the House cannot be on board, it's not going to the president. Both those parts make up Congress. And when Congress passes something, then it goes to the presidency. That's the executive branch, which the president signs yes or no. The president can veto it, even if the House and the Senate agrees on it. And then it has to go back through Congress for that to get a vote for them to even do anything else about it, which rarely ever happens. In American history, it almost does not work that way. They have the ability to, and this is only so no branch of government has absolute power over another branch of government. So there are certain laws and loopholes to mitigate any absolute power between any branch of government, but still branches of government need other branches. The way you're trying to convey this is as if the Senate is the president and the Senate is the one that controls everything, when that can't even be true because the Senate needs the House. You're not muted. And I'm
No,
really
I'm
trying
done.
to figure out exactly what does this have to do with the subject of Kamala Trump in the couch.
Well, first off, you can't vote for a president, so your vote means absolutely nothing for president. The power is in the House, the Senate, and maybe and really on your local level, where the monies are sent to, and the focus needs to be more so on taking control of those positions, so that you can distribute the resources effectively in these various cities. Because I'm breaking it down based on the cities that we're in. Okay, when we look, when we stay so focused up there, we're not looking at your city councilmen, your state reps, your state senators. These are the people that, when it comes down to this money coming to these cities, these are the ones who are actually running the show. These are the positions we should be targeting. We should make sure that just as much attention and energy we put towards the presidential election, we put that same energy towards. Well, let me tell you. So when we came up with the slate under the Republican Party, the Democrats realized what we were doing. They realized that we understood the real power. And so they went to the other Democrats to then vote. They introduced a bill to vote um, the power away from us having the power to come up with a
Hmm.
slate after the primary. So I'm saying we got to get in these local positions, no matter who's in office in the White
Okay.
House. The local positions, the money's gonna come down no matter who's in Washington D.C. The money's are gonna come there. It's all how much, it's gonna be determined how much, but the money's gonna come no matter if Democrats or Republicans are there.
Okay.
But
So
if you don't have the people in
let me say
position,
this then. As important as what you're saying is, as far as us making sure we have influence in these other seats, in these other branches of government, as important as that is, we still have to understand, let's not dismiss or downplay the importance of who is going to be the president of the United States. That is an important role that determines a lot. So let's
I
not
agree.
dismiss
I
that. So the conversation, because this is the election that America is talking about right now, the conversation is about the presidential election. There's a time and a place to talk about the other local elections and the other national elections, but we're focused right now on the subject of the presidential election. Not to say we can't do more than one thing at one time, but it seems like every time we talk about the presidential election, you have some people who come up and say the presidential election doesn't matter. Let's not focus on the presidential election. Nobody's saying that the other seats and other political positions don't matter, but you can't say the president, who's the president, doesn't matter, is not a factor.
Okay, so I guess I'll say it different. Ultimately, you won't be able to vote who's in position anyway. Yes, it matters who's there because um, 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 who's there is going to determine whether they push the agenda to push us out as Americans or they're going to push the agenda to keep us in position as Americans. But the voting part, you don't have power to determine. You're not part of the electoral college. Um, but and so paying attention to the presidential election, yeah, but making sure that they don't saturate the rest of these cities like they've done in California and New York and Florida. That equally needs to be paid
Okay.
attention
And
to. And Minnesota done
I
the
can
same
understand
thing.
what you're saying. And let me say this. You're saying that our vote doesn't matter because we're not the electoral college. What determines the swing states? What determines if the swing state in the presidential race goes blue or red?
I just said it to you. I don't
No,
have to go
no,
no
no,
further.
no.
Vote,
The
you
vote,
don't vote
no,
for. You're not
no.
part of the
Hold
electoral
on.
college.
We determine the electoral college. We determine that by determining if we vote, the turnout. For instance, let's use a state like Georgia. Trump won Georgia in 2016, or I think he won a swing state. I'm going to use
More
Georgia
about
as an example.
population
He
than
won
the
that in
vote.
the electoral college sided with Trump in that, and it didn't in the next one because the turnout was low. So our turnout does determine these things.
It does, but brother, what Mark is saying is that it determines it by a state
Sir,
level
hold
because
on, hold
they're
on. We're
what
not
they
going
do
to
is
do
redistrict.
we're not going to do that. I'm going to let you speak. Raise your hand. I'm going to let everybody speak. My whole thing is that every time we try to focus on one specific thing, we have somebody who comes up and says, well, that thing doesn't matter at all. We need to focus on something completely different. I'm not saying that we need to not focus or not pay attention to any local election or who's in Congress. I'm not saying that at all. We have people running in these local seats and running for Congress. That is very important, but we can't belittle or dismiss the importance of the presidential election because the president's decisions do matter. And our decision as who we vote for, I think that that does matter. If not just a litmus test to tell the temperature of the society and how on code we are as a black society. Now, Mark, I've known you as being a really big Trump supporter. So I'm honestly a little surprised that you're not coming here trying to advocate for Trump, to be honest. That's what I expected you to do. Okay. Oh, I got everybody muted. I had the mute button
Hold
on.
on, bro. That's what I'm saying. You got the mute on,
Yeah,
right?
I had the mute button
All
on. I
right, so
didn't I
hold
didn't
on.
even
All right. So hold on. You
hold
got
on,
you,
sir.
bruh.
We're
Hold
not going
on. You got your point
ain't
on. We're
no
gonna have the conversation
hey,
tonight.
hold on. You're gonna get your chance to speak. Raise your hand. We got people coming up. You're gonna get your chance to speak. Let me finish addressing Mark real quick and I'm gonna get to you. I'm fair. I'm gonna get to everybody. I'm gonna let everybody get their chance to speak. Mark, are you not for Trump like you used to be, or what's your stance on that?
I just said to you, I'm pro Trump because I'm pro America first versus the opposite side that's immigrant first.
Okay,
There's only two sides to this race. You either immigrant first or you
okay.
America
Then,
first.
then
It's just
let
that.
me ask you, what what do you think when it comes to Black America specifically, Trump is going to do to benefit us in a
Well, first,
specific way?
Well, first of all, he has no choice but to include you in the American agenda because you're American.
Okay.
That's first and foremost. So no matter what they go and fight for, there's no such thing as a white only agenda in America.
Bro, his
Okay.
wife is an
So
immigrant,
Okay.
man.
Okay, let me ask you
let me
let me
finish
ask
what
you
I'm
a question. Let me ask you a better
now, hold
question.
on.
Let me ask you a better question to specify that. If a politician came up to you and said, "I want to become the president, tell me what I need to do for you in order to become the president," what demands would you give them? Would you give them?
So, so first off, reparation would be the top of the list. Secondly, a holistic, comprehensive plan with resources would be the second thing. When I say holistic, that includes everything. Okay, so we don't have to go deep in depth. You know what I mean? Just understanding that a comprehensive plan and strategy with the resources to match. You know, like every other bill that's introduced is introduced with money, right? The immigration agenda is introduced what they call it comprehensive immigration reform that wasn't just talking about rights for immigrants. No, it talked about resources for immigrants as well. So what we have to do is demand that on top of reparations, see the check, some land, and that's part of it. But the ultimate part of it is the plan for sustainability. Because if you don't have a plan for sustainability, then all you're gonna do is get the money right back to those that
Basically, defense.
quote unquote.
Defense is what he's saying. You gotta be able to protect your shit.
Bro, could you just stop, man?
If
I know how
you
to speak. I can speak
if you
real quick.
interrupt one more time, I am going to knock you off because I've told you that like 3 times now. Mark, you
I
can
don't give
finish.
a fuck
So
about
I
that
want
shit.
us
I
to
can't be
first.
knocked off.
I
Fuck
want
you
us to
talking
first.
about, nigga.
You can. And you just have been.
So I want us to first understand that I am pro immigration.
You
And
pro
when I'm in these
immigration.
conversations, I mean pro, you know what I meant, pro
Okay.
reparations, right? So when I'm in these conversations with these white boys, it is not up for discussion when it comes to reparations. You are an immigrant to the country that we built. You are a parasite to America, right? And this is to the Republican white boys who seem to forget that we built this country. We made Cotton King. We fed them when they were starving coming here, the Democrats and Republicans. And even to Jews, my great uncles, two of them fought in World War III. We saved your ass. We freed you. You didn't free us. So when I'm talking to white folks, I first of all get them straight that you know what I'm saying. In America, we your motherfucking king.
Now let me
But
let
most
me
of our
ask you
people
a
don't
question
understand that.
because what you said is a little bit confusing to me, and I'm explaining why. You said the top thing on your list is reparations, right? So if the top thing on your list, if you're saying Donald Trump does not have a reparations plan, why would you advocate for somebody if the number one priority on your list is not being met?
See, I'm not for the wishful talk and all that. Who's in position now to give reparations is Joe Biden, right? Joe Biden has the power along with uh, um, the people who are rolling with him. Trump, all that talk, that promises. No, no, no. When you get in position, then we'll talk about the agenda that we pushing to you. But all that telling us, because I can tell you anything while I'm running. I can make you believe whatever the fuck you want to believe to get your vote. And that's why when I'm listening to y'all, it's
Well,
it's like y'all not.
that argument would make a
Go ahead.
lot of sense had Trump not been the president before, though. Trump has been the president, and we have not gotten reparations under Trump.
Well, when he was president, prior to there was no conversation about reparations. All the
No,
emphasis
there was
and pressure that
conversations about reparations going
listen,
on when Trump was president.
listen to what I'm saying. No,
Yeah,
no,
yeah,
no, they
they
weren't.
were. We've been talking about reparations while Trump was president.
Okay, okay. So again, when Trump was president, there was no real power and emphasis put on reparations. Okay. So now, you know what I mean? And I know when Barack, I know this for a fact because Barack is from here. And when Barack was getting ready to go to the Senate before he became president, he had a meeting with the black national, I mean the Pan Africanists, and they agreed not to even mention reparations. So under Trump and under Obama, basically black people were kind of like quiet. And then now when the younger people through social media started making noise, that's when it became a thing. And so now what you're seeing is the black elites, the so-called black elites, who are now seeing that social media is gaining steam. They want to step out front as if they speak for us. And I'm telling you, this is what's really happening, not
Okay,
what we
well,
think is going to
let's
happen. What we
I'm gonna say that there was conversations about reparations during Trump's presidency. There's been conversation, but let's say that Trump was unaware of that. Trump is very now currently aware, and he was aware because Ice Cube even went to him to discuss something about reparations with his Contract for Black America plan because reparations was such a hot topic. That's why Ice Cube even went to him about that plan while Trump was president. So Trump was aware the conversation was going on when Trump was president. Let's be clear about that. But I'm saying now, Trump is aware of our request, our demand for reparations now, and Trump still has not signed off on reparations.
what power does he have to sign off on reparations?
But here's the thing. Trump doesn't have any power to do anything right now, but Trump is going around America campaigning, telling people what he would do if he becomes president again, and he's not including reparations. Trump doesn't have the power now to deport anybody, but Trump's talking about it. Trump doesn't have the power now to give tax cuts, but he's talking about it. So just because he doesn't have the power to do it does not mean he can't advocate for it like he's doing with every other thing.
Okay, so let me sum it up by saying this, because we don't have to keep going on and on about this. The power and the onus is on us as black people to gain as much steam as we can about reparations and make them do it. They're like the president told A. Philip Randolph them with they came with all the problems of Black America. He said, "Now, okay, now go make me do it." So this is about. Oh, let me say it different. He's a white man. They're gonna talk about white folks' problem, right? Black folks' problem ain't their problem. They minding white folks' business. So now with us minding black folks' business, then we have to galvanize enough steam and make them recognize our shit. But this mindset where you think that, well, not you, that we think in any type of way that just gonna happen because we talking shit. That's not how shit works, right?
Okay, I agree with that, but you have
Mhm.
to also count the fact that we literally a month ago we just got back from Washington D.C. and had a whole reparations rally with thousands of people, and this is for the second time. We've had two reparations rallies in a matter of a few years. So and we've been having city councils, state councils. We've been going there and voicing our opinion. So in every single way possible, we have been advocating for reparations. We haven't just been sitting here in a circle, an echo chamber talking about it. We've been going out physically, going to these meetings and these task force and city councils and having reparations and things like that. So let's not downplay the work that we've been doing. They know about reparations and they know they need
Oh,
our
very
vote.
clear. Very clear they know, but you don't have 10,000 people to start making the noise that you're talking about. So
How
when
do
you
you
when you
figure we
realize
need how do you figure we do not have 10,000 people?
because I'm in and around this shit just like you are. So I mean I'm very clear. So now we it's
So
40 million
so
of us.
okay,
It's
let me
40
ask you
million.
a question. We need 10,000 people specifically, right?
No, I didn't say that. I said you don't have 10,000 people.
How
So
okay,
now
so let me
so
ask you. So if we had less than 10,000 people, we're not taken as a significant threat or a
correct.
significant block. Do you
Correct.
think that all of the Palestinians have 10,000 people when they're out here doing that? They're being taken very serious.
They in
Do you
almost
think
every
that
city
all
doing what they're doing.
yeah,
They in
but
almost every
it's
city
not
they doing it.
10,000. It's not
Shake
10,000. It's not
j-
10,000. That it is
j-
not 10,000.
okay,
It's
let's not
it
talk about
maybe be
that.
a couple thousand at best. At
Let, let,
best.
let's talk about black business. I don't like bringing
No,
up
but
racial
here's the
people.
thing. No, you're changing the goalposts. You're moving the goalposts
You're not in
because
every city doing
no,
anything
no, no.
besides talking.
I'm talking about what we have done. You're saying what we
You're
have
not in
done is
every city doing nothing past
hold
talking. That's
on.
what I'm trying to
I'm
tell you.
not doing that. But in every city, reparations is being discussed. We have the voting power that they rely on. The Palestinians don't. Now you're saying we don't have 10,000 people, which is why we're not being taken serious. And I just compared us to another group of people who have less than 10,000 people who are being taken serious. So it's not the numbers that you're saying that it is.
So outside of talking, they're exercising real action, right?
Such
Uh,
as
we ain't got to get off into that. You
no,
see
no, no,
exactly
no,
what
no,
I
no.
see.
Such
No,
as,
no,
because tell me the
you
action
see
that
exactly
no, no.
what I
Tell
see.
me the
So we don't.
action. Tell me the action that they're doing that we have not
You
done.
ain't willing to tab shit. You just talking. You ain't willing to tab shit like
So
they
so
tabbing up
we need
shit.
to tear stuff up to get reparations, is what you're saying.
You gonna end up having a civil war in the end in order to get it. Hell yeah, you gonna in this country it's gonna be a civil war to get reparations. There ain't gonna be no talking, no eloquently speaking. You know what I'm saying? That ain't gonna just happen that way, right?
So it don't matter if we have 10,000, 100,000. We gonna need a civil war regardless, right? Right?
what I mean, just stick around. You know what I mean?
Cause
You know,
oh,
we
okay.
got well, look. You were in Chicago
Mm-hmm.
when we got that white boy locked up for killing Quan McDonald. Why did
Mm-hmm.
they lock him up? Why did they lock him up?
They
Because
locked them. They
because he
locked them
called the
up because black
police.
people made them.
because we went on Michigan Avenue fucking with that money, right? We went and tore that Michigan Avenue up, went up
Mm-hmm.
there on Astor Street, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And just in case you didn't know, I took Jamal and I showed him which spots to go hit. I organized that whole march, okay? That was me organized the march. And I knew
Okay.
places to go because he was a young man, 19, 20 years old. He didn't know those places. I taught him
Okay.
that, okay? I took him to Astor Street, which is where all the federal judges live. I took him to the Cardinal's house. I took him to the federal, the financial district and all that. I trained him. Okay, I trained him for 5.5 hours marching and showing y'all what to do. So now
Okay.
I'm saying to us, right? It's not gonna just come because you're going to Washington D.C., standing in the mall talking. It's gonna be some action. Okay. On top of the action, you must send a threat in large numbers to these black congressional members who are not saying a damn thing. You can't name one Chewy Garcia, not Chewy Garcia. What's the other boy named? The Puerto Rican, and he wasn't even an immigrant, but he pushed for immigration.
Mm-hmm.
The Puerto Rican boy
Mm-hmm.
Gutierrez. You don't have one black member that's willing to go make the noise that Gutierrez made on behalf of immigration. Why? Because most of them don't give a damn about no reparations. They getting their money now, including
Okay.
Maxine Waters. So we have to put pressure on them by threatening to overthrow them. And so if you're not running candidates against these black caucus members, they have no threat waged against them. So they're gonna do what the fuck they want to do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Can I say something?
before we move on to the other hands, we got a number of people up who want to speak. We have newer people. I will say that it seems like throughout this conversation, even though it's been respectful, it seems like the goalpost has been moved multiple times. At first, the president can't do nothing. It's all on to the Senate. Then I asked, what are your standards? Your standards, you said the first number one thing is reparations. Trump can't do anything, so we shouldn't even be asking him about reparations. And then if Trump gets in office, Trump still can't do anything about it. And we haven't done anything because we don't have the numbers. But then other people don't have the numbers. But it's okay that they don't have the numbers because they tearing stuff up. And I said, if we should tear stuff up, no, now we need to get Senate seats. So it's always something else. It's always something else. That's kind of how I feel about the way this conversation's been going. But I'm gonna let you stay up here, Mark. We're gonna allow other people to speak so this can be a flowing conversation. So the person who had their hand up next was Nat Turner. We're gonna get to Nat Turner.
Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, I had some questions. You're right. He did reverse himself on the powers of the president. Came in here asking you what powers do you have. Apparently, you have the powers to open up a book and school them because that's what you did. No offense to the brother. He, just in case he's right about helping people get these actions done after Laquan McDonald was racially exterminated. But my question is, I don't understand. He hasn't linked it to how supporting Trump is going to make things better. He's obviously anti-reparations. He's obviously, you know, worse than Kamala, or I probably put him on the same level again as Cop Mala because he's pro-police, and he said that he helped people take action after one of us was murdered. Well, Trump's gonna give the police carte blanche. So I need him to make the link of how Trump voting for Trump, who's going to give the police carte blanche to do whatever they want to do to us without any threat of prosecution. I want to know how that's going to work out, and I'll relinquish the mic.
So Trump said total immunity, but when has there not been total immunity? It's always been total immunity. Uh, whether you're in a Democrat or Republican city, it's always been total immunity. And the black politicians look the other way and allow that total immunity. Now, the next level of it is Trump is talking about total immunity, but there's a new crime bill coming out of the Democrat side to lock y'all generation up. And I suggest you go read it. It was put in place in 2022, which includes y'all running in those stores. Those are federal cases now. Okay, the fentanyl, all that stuff is made mention in the new crime bill. That's why I mean, the old crime bill happened to us. The new crime bill is coming for y'all.
Mm.
And Kamala and Obama played a key and vital role in mass immigration. I mean, mass incarceration. And the minute she became Joe Biden's running mate, they not only bought stock in the Correctional Corporation of America, they expanded it and even changed the name of it to try to hide what they were doing because they know the next move is to do mass incarceration all over again. And
Okay,
so,
but
Mhm.
just so we can be flowing with this conversation, um, I think you answered his question to a degree, and other people want to speak. We got more people trying to come up now. Everybody got to raise your hand if you want to say something. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that you don't have nothing to say. So the next person we're going to get to is Boykin. If everybody can keep their comments, don't be too long-winded. Everybody keep their comments relatively short, and we'll be flowing with this conversation. So, Boykin, you got it.
Yeah, I just want to push back on some of the assertions Mark was making. Again, anti-reparation, pro police. I don't understand how you can link that to a GOP party platform. I've heard a lot of things that you talk about, but none of it gets back to why you are pro GOP. You brought up A. Philip Randolph, the labor leader from the early 20th century, who was a card carrying communist member that was the guy who originally wanted the original March on Washington in 1940s, but couldn't get the permits because number one, the Virginia police and the Maryland police back then was all white, and they didn't want all of those black people marching in Washington. And so what you're saying again is the same logic that in the 40s, the 60s, during the Million Man March of the 90s, and even today to discourage and dissuade Black people who are exercising the right to say, we want something done. And this is how we can get to do it. Then you're going to try to give a civics lesson, and I'm glad, Afro shut that down. And it's good to have these lessons where you have facts about how a bill becomes law, how Congress works with each other, and the three parts of government. I'm not going to go too much into that, but basically, we need to start saying facts and back up what we have to say with facts. I mean, what you were talking about was basically all over the place. And I've gone to conventions, whether it was Democrat or Republican conventions, for 28 years now. And I can flat out tell you why you are wrong based on just simple policies. And that's all I have to say. I yield my time.
Okay. All right. Let's get to Ricky. You came up, but you don't have your hand up, so you're gonna have to have your hand up. I don't know if you came up accidentally. I'm gonna assume you do if you didn't have your hand up. So we're gonna get to Brian. Brian, you can say what you have to say.
Sure. Trump, right before Trump's the end of his term, he was talking about some big investments into specifically black communities, and he came out with a plan called the Platinum Plan, and I attached it into the chat for this thing. But the plan was investing billions of dollars into black businesses, churches, communities. No president, maybe since going back to the civil rights movement, has even made a direct targeted plan that was that large toward specifically the black community. When we talk about, I'm for that, but when we talk about reparations, you guys know about the foundational Black Americans, and I think that's where people get, they get turned away from the topic because how do you know who is who? How do you know whose family's been here for this long? But you would find that most reasonable people on the GOP side, like myself, is totally for that type of targeted investment because that helps all of us, help improving black businesses,
Okay.
help improving
Now,
black
Brian,
churches.
let me first ask you this. What part of Europe are your family from?
Ireland and Scotland.
Ireland, Scotland. Okay. How long have your family been in the States?
Uh, the farthest back I've traced is we were dirt poor farmers. We were
What's that got to do with
sharecroppers.
Sure,
this
sure,
question?
sure, sure.
What's
They
that got to
came
do
here
with this
around
question?
1900. Around 1900.
No, my family came here before the Revolutionary War, 17, I think
I'm sorry.
Did they
Okay,
1760s.
hold
start the
on,
war? Or
hold
did they
on.
start the?
Let me hold on, Brian. Okay, so your family's been here for a minute, right? Your
Yes, sir.
family's been here for a minute, participating in all of the American greatness that my ancestors had to build. Now, here's the thing. For you, the argument, the very disingenuous argument that we would not be able to tell who's a foundational Black American or who is old reparations, that's not going to go anywhere because it's actually very easy to tell. To be honest, most Black people here are from here. The Black immigrant population in America is not that significant. And to be totally honest, the Black immigrant population in America has only been here for like 3 or 4 generations at best. And most of them have the paperwork to be able to tell that they have not really been here for that long. Most of the immigrants that we see on these Twitter spaces we talk to, most of them is first or second generation. They haven't their family don't span back that long. So it's actually very easy. You can do process of elimination. Nobody's even talking about that. We could do process of elimination. Most of them, we could just count them out because you can trace when they family got here. You can't trace when my family got here because my family's been here. So it's very easy. Oh, it's very easy. And with that being said, we can get reparations done. Now, wouldn't you agree to that, Brian?
I agree. I do agree to investments in.
No, I said it, reparations. The debt that is owed.
I don't know if I mean I think that word has it's hard to explain it. I
No,
think
it's not. It's or
you
okay.
know
Would you agree to
targeted investment.
let me explain it for you. Would you agree to monetary compensation as a justice claim for the enslavement of my people in the country of America? Then I just broke it down as simple as it can be.
If they can agree to stop sending billions of dollars to Ukraine and Israel and stop sending 500 billion a year to migrants flooding across
Why
the.
does
That's the
our
white power that's
reparations
doing that. That's not us.
why does our reparations Why is our reparations reliant on them doing something else to other people? It should be independent of any decision that the government makes with any other group of people.
They wouldn't. I mean, realistically, they wouldn't. They wouldn't have the cash to do it. We'd be putting ourselves
No, 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 they
billions
would.
of
No,
more
they
in debt.
would. They would
Well,
have the cash to
you
do.
got cash for
Okay,
Ukraine.
they got cash.
That's what I'm saying. They got cash to bomb in
Oh,
Ukraine,
so
but
you
they don't
saying
want to help
so?
our
Let me,
people.
Brian. Let me just say. So you're saying you agree with reparations? You just don't think that they have the money, right? But you're fully on board and you fully want us to get reparations, correct?
I like the idea of calling it targeted investment into black businesses,
No, no,
black
no, 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 no,
churches,
no, no,
black
no,
communities.
no, no. Because
I
the
don't.
thing is that you guys do not get to dictate
That's not
to
even
us.
possible.
You don't get to dictate to us what we do with the money.
And the
I might
Supreme Court
not.
said that you can't
Hey,
even do that.
hey, hold, I'm going to say our lineage. You give us reparation checks the same way the American population did with the Japanese in the 1980s with their internment camps. Okay, the same way they do with every other group of people, the same way they did with the Native American population. There was individual checks given, the same way they did with the GI Bill, the same way they did with everything else, the same way they did with reparations after 9/11, the same way they do with every other group of people. Individual checks. You don't get to say this is a grant for a business or a grant for a church or a school. Individual checks. I need to get one. My brother needs to get one. My sister needs to get one. My father needs to get one. My mother needs to get one. Everybody. That's how reparations work, not investment in businesses. Wouldn't you agree with that, Brian? Because we don't have to move on.
I mean, you do know that there was more slavery from the Ottomans into the than there was more white slaves were taken in by the Ottomans. Everybody in history
This
has a
ain't Turkey.
history
This
of
But okay,
America.
enslavement.
all
This
right,
ain't Turkey.
all right.
So
Stop doing that.
let me finish. Are we going to pay reparations to every single person
Well,
on the planet?
no, no, y'all don't got to worry
We
about
were
that.
This
all
All
ain't
you
enslaved.
Turkey.
stop.
This ain't
Okay,
Africa.
no, okay. Now see, come on now. Don't make me have to knock people off now. No, all you got to do is pay reparations to foundational Black Americans. That's all you got to do. That's all we're asking you to do. Pay reparations to the people you actually owe reparations to. You ain't got to go back hundreds of thousands of years when folks was living in villages. You ain't got to do all that. Just pay reparations to the people you owe reparations to. That's us talking about the damn Ottoman Empire. Don't worry about that. We ain't asking about that.
Can I say one more thing, please? And then I'll step down. But like you were saying earlier, you also have. I know one part of my family came here in early 1700s, and then another part came in the 1900s and had nothing to do with
Oh
slavery.
no, you
You've
you
got
just said that your family got here in the early 1700s. Now you're trying to change it up. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, I don't know. I know that through one side it was as early as the 1760s, but then the German side in the 1900s. So, what I'm saying is you've got millions and millions and millions of people that families weren't here during that period and didn't, even if they were, they didn't enslave anybody.
Okay.
So, I mean, like I'm honest when I say my ancestors were poor white sharecroppers. We were dirt poor
Prior to
people. None
coming
of us
to
ever owned
America, yeah,
land.
because we know about the Homestead Act. That's why y'all came over here.
So I mean, how it's just how could you?
I can
How do
respond to
you?
this dude.
Who
Hold
May I
on,
pays
respond
hold
to
who?
on.
this guy?
No. Let him finish his statement. Everybody gonna
It's
get a
just like
chance to speak. Y'all be hung. Y'all be patient. We.
no, thank you for hearing my ideas, and I'm open to these ideas. I mean, I'm not
Oh really?
closed.
So what is your question before we move on to the other people? Because everybody
If
want
the
to speak
money
now.
is taken, if it's money in the collective, the federal government
Mm-hmm.
collective, you have millions of people here that don't even have ancestors connected to any enslavement in the United States. So how could you take the money out of the collective pot and divided up amongst former families of people that were enslaved.
Yeah, and let me
You
answer
know,
that question. Because that's a question that's being asked. Let me answer the question. When your family got here, your Greek family, they got here in what, the 19, you said when? When did they get here?
I think early
Okay,
1900s, like
early night. Yeah, okay,
three or
early
four.
1900s. Let me answer your
That's
question for you.
exactly what I said.
Let me answer your question for you. They came here then. They became citizens of a country that was built by my ancestors from the immoral, illegal enslavement of my ancestors. They became citizens of that. They understood what built the country and they became citizens and they benefited. Your family, whether it was here or not, regardless of whenever your family got here, your family benefited off the enslavement of my family. Your family has eaten off of the wealth that my family had to generate. So, because the fact that your family voluntarily came here, and I'm going to give you the argument that they came here in the 1900s, they came here voluntarily and they became a citizen. That means all of what America's debt is owed, your family now has to participate in. Because America's benefit, your family ain't complaining about, oh, we shouldn't benefit from America because we didn't build it. But your family's complaining about we shouldn't pay the debt because we weren't involved. Oh no, it don't work that way. Y'all don't get to come and eat the food and then say, well, I didn't cook the food, so I shouldn't have to wash the dishes. No, no. If your family came and they benefited from America, then your family has to pay the same way America
Let's
has to
move
pay.
on, dude. Let's move on. This guy,
Hey, hey,
don't beg this guy.
don't tell me to move on. I'm gonna move on when I see fit to move on. Don't do that again. All right.
Okay, I mean, I thank you for sharing your ideas, and um, I just want to say, look into the Platinum Plan. Trump offered that. I think he's much better for all Americans, Black Americans.
All right, Brian. Thank you. Oh, we got more people coming up. That was Brian there. That was Brian. You see, that's how you handle them. Now everybody got to put their hand up. Lion legal.
All right, thank you. So, to the question of the best choice for Black Americans, Kamala, Trump, or Couch?
Yeah.
Well, is definitely not Kamala, Karala Harris. It's definitely not her. And
Okay.
the reason for that is because if you look at a particular political party, you have to think about what have they done for your constituency in recent history, not ancient history, not 1852, not 1726. What have they done for your constituency in the past 10 years, 20 years, 40 years? And when you answer that question, you see that not only has, by the way, somebody's off their mic. I don't know why you're off your mic. I'm not done yet. Thank you. Thank you, Ricky. Okay. So you look at, for example, the Biden administration, the Obama administration, and they have given a lot of laws. For example, well, actually, I'm wrong. I stand corrected. They did pass a law for Black people. They passed the Anti-Asian Hate Crime Bill. That was for Black people,
Mm-hmm.
but not in a way that is going to benefit the Black community. You see what I mean?
Mm.
But every other minority or so-called minority, because they like to lump Black people in with everybody, but it actually doesn't end up benefiting them one iota. Everybody else they'll give trinkets to, but they won't give it to Black people. Now, going to the Republicans, the ironic thing is that people think the Republicans are supposedly racist, etc. A lot of the policies inadvertently ends up helping the Black community, such
Okay.
as the immigration policies, by not allowing people to come in, take opportunity, take job. Look at New York, for example. The
Now
flood of
we're gonna. 'Cause there's a lot of people who want to speak, So we're going to ask everybody to kind of keep their statements brief, so more people can get up to speak, because we got a panel full of
Okay, I'm not
people and we
gonna say
still got
anything
people
anymore. I'm done, man.
requested.
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. Um. All right then.
You let
It,
a racist, you let a fucking racist Brian Todd speak, but you won't even let me speak.
first of ha 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 ha. Now, yeah, now you don't
Oh
get
man,
to
this
speak,
is
because I was going to let you finish your statement. I was going to let you finish your statement. All right. But I said we're going to have everybody be quick, because I could tell you was going to go on forever and ever, and we wasn't going to do that. And this is my space. If you want to speak, you can have your own space, and you can let whoever speak. If you want to speak the whole time, but you don't get to tell me what I do in my space. If I wanted to have an educational moment, because Brian wasn't speaking, I'm educating the audience on their arguments. I can do that if I want to. Y'all in my space telling me how to run the space that y'all couldn't run. You probably in my country too, to be honest. But you know what? We just gonna keep it moving. We're just gonna keep it moving. All right, we ain't gonna let that stop. Ricky, you haven't had your hand up. I don't know if you know how to do that, but what you got to say, brother? And if anybody doesn't have anything to say, I'm gonna ask you to drop down.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I've been hearing a lot of stuff online about the which candidate is better for us. We're not going to get either one. We're not going to get anything from either one of them. But that's one. Kamala Harris is probably going to be the worst of two bad options, I think. But if you guys want to vote for her, you'll see what happens. Um, the couch is probably the better option, I think, because if we don't show up, they don't win. So, um, if you're going to go out and vote for somebody and they're not giving you any tangibles, any resources, why are you showing up for? I can't figure that out. We got played with Obama in 2008. We didn't get a damn thing out of him. He was pushing for LGBT, all kind of stuff for every group, but we didn't get nothing out of him. And we're gonna show up again for Kamala Harris because she's so-called black. She's not even fully black. She's a mixed woman. So I'm trying to figure out why. What are we doing here? We're disgracing our ancestors by showing up to vote for people that don't give us anything. So, but I got more smoke for Kamala Harris supporters than I do Trump supporters because one, they know she ain't gonna do a damn thing for us, and they still gonna vote for her. So the Trump supporters, you do what you got to do, and if you want to stay home on the couch, that's even better because if we don't show up, they ain't gonna win at nothing. They're not going to win a damn thing if we don't show up. These races, these elections are won by 1-2 points in the electoral college. Georgia was won by 11,579 votes in 2020. So by you not showing up, the Democratic Party is going to take some losses. Now, Kamala Harris, she's a get out the vote candidate. That's what she is. Because if Biden had stayed in the race, they would have got clobbered in the Senate and House races. She's a get out the vote candidate so they don't take losses in those House and Senate races. She's not there to win, I don't think. She's there so they don't get their losses. She might win, but I don't know if she will. But even if she does win, we're not going to get a damn thing out of her. So why are you showing up? I can't figure this out. What are we showing up to vote if we're not getting anything from a candidate? We're stuck on stupid here. So if you want to show up and get and not get anything, that's what you're going to be getting by shaking your booty to the polls and all this other madness. Our people are suffering. They need tangible resources. They need money. Money, like Claude Anderson says, money. Money. They don't need nothing but money. So if you're going to show up to vote, you show up to get money, reparations. That's what you show up to vote for. Our people cannot continue to vote for Democrats and not get anything. They're replacing you in the voting block anyway. Look at Chicago. They're bringing in massive immigrants. That's what they want to do. They want to replace you as a voting block. And then once they replace you as a voting block, they don't even have to talk to you anymore. They don't even have to see you. You'll be out of sight, out of mind. So by you continue to keep going on this merry-go-round, I call it when you go to the gym, you get on a treadmill. You get on a treadmill. We're getting on this treadmill every 4 years, and we get nothing out of it. And we continue to do the same thing, and we get the same results. So,
I agree, but let me let you land your plane. We're gonna have everybody speak for about
so
3 minutes.
let me what Brother Tariq says. Couch. That's the better option for 2024. That's all I gotta say.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Uh, everybody, I appreciate y'all patience, and I'm gonna get to every single person. I'm gonna let y'all get y'all chance to speak. We're gonna get to my brother Rick, Eric next.
Oh, you can let somebody else go. I'll wait.
Okay, we're gonna get to Hot Boy.
Hey, what's up, Afro Elite?
Hey, what's going on, brother?
Nice to speak to you, man. I've checked out a couple of your platforms before. I mean, I'll just be honest. I am displeased with your opinions and your activism. Because I know from previous experience that you're a card-carrying Democrat. But to answer the
You
question,
whoa. You know from previous experience, I'm a card carrying Democrat. Explain that.
so one time I was on your YouTube channel, and I'll be real brief because I want to respect your 3-minute limit. One time I was on your YouTube channel, I even broke the ice by giving a donation, and you were asking a hypothetical question, but as it's like social counterintelligence, as a lot of people do. What really happened on that show that you had on YouTube was you asked an open-ended question, and once we got into the forum, then you were very biased with your opinion, and you tried to persuade all the people who came in with a different opinion onto your side of the field, and they came
Do
in
you have any idea how vague that is? What was the question that I asked that I was very
Well, I
biased
mean,
on?
if it's all the same with you, like, I mean, I didn't mean to go down that rabbit hole, but because
No,
I
you
want to comment
did.
on
You did
the
because
topic
you
at
said
this, at this
I'm a
point.
card carrying Democrat. That's the first thing that you said. So now you have to
Correct.
explain yourself.
Well, I mean, you were espousing democratic and liberal, and liberal
And you're
sentiments.
gonna
That's it.
no, you
It's not
can't just
rocket
say that and
science.
keep it pushing. You're gonna have to specify what was the democratic or liberal sentiments that I was espousing. That I had an open-ended question, but I was biased to my answer. You're gonna have to explain
Okay,
that.
so
Otherwise, I'm gonna
can,
assume that you're just trolling and you're gonna be
I'm
removed.
not saying it at all.
Then what was the
I mean,
question that I asked you? What was the
and
question then?
let me tell you. Otherwise, I'm going to assume that you're just trolling. That is something called emotional blackmail. But I'm going to tell you, is it okay if I tell you after I give you my opinion on this
No,
topic?
it is not, because that's the first thing you said. The first thing you said was I'm a card carrying Democrat. So now you have to explain yourself before you get to say any other thing.
Okay, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. So, like I said, it's very simple. On that show, you
On
were
what
espousing
show? You can't just say that show.
on a
I've had hundreds
YouTube
of
show.
shows.
I am not about to go back into your archives and give you the name and date and
Well,
time of
then
the
you're not
show.
about to speak in my space then. Goodbye. He was on a specific show. You asked a specific question, and I gave an answer, and your answer was Democrat-like. So you're a card carrying Democrat. Excuse me? Yeah, no. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. He can't say the show, he can't say the question, he can't say what my stance was, what his answer was. Okay, yeah, sure. We're gonna move on. We are going to let's get to some of our sisters real quick. Fellas, I appreciate your patience. Let's get to Carrie.
Hey, good afternoon. Hi, Afro Elite. I just wanted to comment on the white gentleman that was speaking. I guess he went down. Hey, if people are okay with letting 15% of the country fail if they're okay with leaving 15% of the country weak, unable to really defend itself, or get an economy running and participate, then that's really un-American. You can't really say that, hey, this person is going to be better for your group or whatever, but then you're hemming and hawing or over basic justice type of questions. I mean, it's like, when someone's talking about the Ottoman Empire and I didn't really do that, and these are the kind of people that are just trying to pass the buck. It's sad that they really think they're doing something, or coming up with a new idea, or really going to change things, when they just have the same opinion, and it's all the same comments out of every single one of them. It's never anything new. So I appreciate people coming over and maybe appealing to us. I think that's important, but there really hasn't been anybody that's been serious, about doing something that's good for the country. And that, thanks a lot.
I agree. Ain't none of them talking correct. So if they ain't talking sense, they ain't gonna get no votes. Let's get to now. We're going to get to Professor Allen.
Hey, this is Alon. I'm a scholar. I just want to respond to two things real quick.
Wait, hold on.
Young man,
Before you go, I'm gonna have to drop somebody down because we got more speakers coming up. So is anybody done? Because I don't want to just randomly pick somebody. If you're done, you can dismiss yourself. All right. Okay, keep going, Alan.
all right, yeah, I wanted to respond to two things. Number one, the Caucasian gentleman that said that posited that his family had nothing to do with slavery. I want to remind him that slavery was established by order of government. Therefore, our claims would not be with him. Our claim would be against the federal government. Ergo, it's none of his damn business. Second part, I want to back up. I'm gonna say Dr. Mark Carter. Maybe that means something. I want to back up Mark Carter earlier. Mark Carter, and I'm paraphrasing you, good brother. But Mark Carter alluded that if reparations are not given, a civil conflict could break out. Some lady came up and said he's not talking facts. That was a fact, and I'm gonna back it up. And then I'm out of y'all here. Look back. History erases the mystery. I'm a historian, therefore you look at history. History doesn't repeat itself. However, Mark Twain said it. History rhymes. So let's go back to a familiar tune, right? Let's look at 1800. In 1800, during slavery, Gabriel Prosser got sick and tired of being in bondage, so he orchestrated a coup against the government. It failed, but not long after that, in 1822, Denmark Vesey did the same thing. Everybody was sick and tired of being in chains, so they started rebelling. And Denmark Vesey, his coup failed because of I don't want to say the word, a turncoat. Well, in 1831, Nat Turner had a successful coup that got everybody's attention. And in 1859, a white man named John Brown said slavery is not cool. So you see, if you look back at history, foundational Black Americans start just like chess pieces. We make the move first. So, and then everybody else, like John Brown and his children who died for us, got behind the movement to free us, and the Civil War broke out. Now, I would like to see legislation just get smart and say, "Hey, give us reparations before that situation happens again." But history erases the mystery, and I just told you what happens. I'm Professor Alon, and I'm out.
All right. That's history. History shows you can only oppress somebody for a certain amount of time before all that tension builds up. And that's all I'm going to say with that, even though we do not condone violence at all. I do not condone violence whatsoever. I'm going to get to the next speaker. And I appreciate him for not being too long-winded with that. The next speaker we'll get to OG Jail, or OG Jail 7.
All right, appreciate it. I can be even shorter than that. The word is called succinct. It means short and brief and to the point, directly. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, with all this strategizing going on, and get out the vote, one thing we really have failed to do is to be able to do aftermath work. When we vote these politicians in, when we vote, Democrat or we vote Republican, whatnot, we still need to do follow up. We need to be able to follow up I mean, immensely. We need to be able to follow up intensely, follow up to make sure the policies are at least being born and being brought out to be put on the table. Okay. We can't just keep voting and then go back home and sit on the couch. We vote and we go back and sit on the damn couch and wait for, to hear about what happened in the news. We need to keep on making shit happen like we making shit happen now, like we're attempting to make shit happen right now. We need to keep on attempting to make shit happen after the vote. We need to stress after the vote. People always say the little small municipalities, the voting and all that's true, and everything can be true at one time with what things people are saying. Okay, but we need to intensify the stringency of the vote after the vote. Okay, we need to make these motherfuckers do the job that they campaigned for, and ultimately the ones who won, we need to make them do the damn job. And we got to find ways to do that other than sitting back arguing amongst each other about who voted for who. And I'll land. Thank you, guys.
We do. We do need to make sure that they keep their word. And we do need to find ways to hold them accountable for not keeping their word. Now we're going to get to Brittany. Brittany, you can go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Um, I just want to say really quickly, thank you so much, Afro Elite, and everyone's really shared a lot of really great insight. And I just want to say I am absolutely not here to promote any specific party or anything, but I just want to just kind of point out some things like in the name of brainstorming. I want to say a lot of people mentioned like military war and military tactics. I do want to remind people there's two ways to fight a war, right? You have Cold Wars that are built off of strategy and espionage, and then you have military warfare. Um, I say this to say that I believe that we need a infiltration strategy, um, where we have a infiltration tactical plan, and we are strategically using the same tactics against a lot of people who've infiltrated the Democratic Party, right? Because we also know that there's a lot of white supremacists in the Democrat Party, a lot of people who are anti-black in the Democrat Party, and a lot of people who have infiltrated that party because they cannot infiltrate the Republican Party. So I just kind of wanted to highlight that. Also, too, I feel like Black people, or a lot of these grassroots organizers or new organizations that are emerging, a lot of advocates and activists who kind of notice this, I think that we need to strategically place ourselves within organizations to gain influence and to gain our power back in the Democratic Party. I think we need to identify our targets and people to infiltrate, as well as associations, private clubs, charter clubs to infiltrate.
I'm going down.
And
Can you
so,
bring me back up? I've glitched. Sorry.
so to
Who
reclaim.
said that? Okay. Keep going. Keep going, Brittany.
Oh, okay, sorry. I think we need to infiltrate those organizations to reclaim our power, because I think, which has come up a lot of times. I think Black people can be a little naive sometimes and a little open. I think we've allowed a lot of different people who shouldn't be within certain organizations and positions to infiltrate and have power. I think the strategy should be centered on reclaiming our power. The only reason why I have some concerns about Black people shifting over to the Republican Party as well as voting for Trump is because right now only 12% of Black people are registered as Republicans, and then you have 83% of Black people who are Democrats, and then you have on the Republican side you only have 5 Black elected Republican officials, and then in comparison to 62. So I'm just saying that, looking at it from a strategic perspective, I think it would be easy for the new generation, the new wave of grassroots leaders, advocates, activists to position themselves in the Democratic Party. I know, as like backwards as that sounds, and do the work from the inside out. And to me, again, I can compare this to espionage. I can compare this to a Cold War, taking down your enemy from the inside out and using our phenotype to kind of blend in. And again, like I said, I can say, when I look at Democrats, I can say that there's a lot of white supremacists who are pretending to be white liberals and to be allies, and we know this not to be true, as amongst other people who know that they can easily infiltrate the Democratic Party. I think it's a game of chess. And I do want to say, just brainstorming on the Republican side, right? Like, if Black people want to make the transition over there, who on that side, outside of Trump, right, will bite on the Republican side? What infiltration pathways do we have to the Republican Party? Also, too, 8% of Republicans support reparations in comparison to 48% Democrats. So, how I'm just analyzing this in the next 4 years, which would be the most strategic pathway to get reparations legislation passed? Which would be the easiest party to influence in the shortest amount of time? So those are just kind of my questions. Again, I am nonpartisan. I'm not promoting either which side. I'm just simply just trying to brainstorm with a bunch of really intelligent individuals that I respect. And again, thank you so much, Afro Elite, for hosting this space and creating a space where we can literally just throw out ideas and thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Before you go, let me ask you a question just so we can be more clear about your idea. You're essentially saying, when you refer to espionage, you're saying like kind of go in and take the seats, takes certain seats away from the Democrats who are holding those seats, right?
Yeah, I think it would be a combination of things, right? Like, yeah, taking back seats, taking over organizations, whether they're charter clubs, whether they're foundations. Um, yeah, basically putting ourselves or people who hold a certain position, people who are reparationists, people infiltrating the Democratic Party and putting themselves in positions of power and influence.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to get more clarity on that
Yeah,
as
and
we
then
speak
also
on
too,
that.
when I use like, and then I just want to also just clarify when I also say, like, when I use the term creating pathways, right? So, say, like, let's take you for example, right? Like, let's say, you can infiltrate and become a director for a major legacy Black foundation, right? But then you hire and you recruit, other people who share the same types of thoughts and beliefs, and then you scale upon your network, their network, and et cetera, to quickly move things along, versus me just thinking, right, like, you have someone who joins the Heritage Foundation or a Republican organization. How long would it take for a Black person who may be pro reparations to infiltrate and influence within that position? Will they be able to recruit and scale in a short amount of time? Will they be able to influence other party members to support and get behind reparations? Like, just comparing what those two different pathways may
Hmm.
look like.
Hmm. I hear the logic. The path of least resistance is pretty much what it is. Like, which is going to be the path of least resistance. All right. I mean, I hear that. I hear that, and then that's definitely
Oh,
something that
and
we can sit down and we can
we
strategize on.
and I just want to say one more thing. I'm sorry, OG. He had also said something too about, like, Black people also doing the work afterwards. And I just meant to say too, like, also what that looks like for me, right? If Black people are going to get behind Kamala, right? I think that, people who are reparationists in particular, including myself, we need to start organizing and we need to start embarrassing her at public events. Because again, she has an obligation. Any Black person within the Democratic Party has an obligation to support reparations. That is what the legacy of the Democratic Party is. And that's what our ancestors, that's the foundation that the ancestors left for us. So I think it's really important not to be scared to embarrass Kamala. Like, just because, people may be associated with that party does not mean you can't hold her accountable. That does not mean you can't out organize her and organize other Democrats. Because I think it's also important to hold these people accountable because, again, there's a lot of people in the Democratic Party who are white supremacists and who are agents of white supremacists. And that's not the legacy our ancestors have built through that party. And I think that that's also really important to just add to the conversation.
All right. I appreciate that. Thank you. And we're going to get to, I think the person who had their hand up next was Mark. We're going to get to Mark. And then after Mark, we're going to get to Easy Boy. Mark Carter, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. So I wanted to come back in. Um, can
Yeah.
you hear me? Yeah, I want to come back in to say, even though I'm pro-Trump, when I hear y'all speak of the couch, because um, the Democrat Party cannot stand a large percentage of black votes to lose a bunch of black votes. The couch really is a pro-Trump strategy, and I'm pro-Trump, but I still want us to understand that the couch is pretty much a pro-Trump strategy. The Democrat Party has lost because, in some cases, because of the couch strategy. It just didn't call it the couch strategy prior to the young people coming up with this new name or whoever gave it to you. But we've been on the couch. We've been voting less than 30% for the last 25 years. I mean, you go look at the numbers. We voted less than 30% anyway. So
Well,
uh,
okay.
the real. Mhm.
Let's let's say this. The couch is really a pro-self strategy. Let's specify that's the ideology behind the couch. Because if it was pro-Trump, we might as well vote for Trump. The couch is pro-self. Now, if Trump wins because we chose the couch just by proxy, then that is what it is. But the couch is us saying that we have dismissed ourselves from the political race, and what happens happens. The chips fall where they may. It's not an advocacy for Trump.
No, I get what you're saying. I'm saying to you, but at the end of the day, that's what that
Well,
is.
it's
Okay,
it's not it's not the same
even
thing
going
because
with.
Trump still might win, but that's not us donating to Trump or voting for Trump or advocating for Trump. He might win as a result of the lack of votes, but that's because of our dismissal. What we choose to do, it still sends a statement to Trump and to the Democrats that we're not voting for them in either term.
Okay, I tell you what. Let me say it different. I'm gonna give you the 50-year-old man that walked down the hill and fuck them all versus the young bull that ran down and fuck one. So I'm gonna help you organize the couch strategy. When you want to get started?
We've already been getting started, sir.
Okay. Let's take it to the next level then. Let's take it to the next level. Organizing. A matter of fact, add in, but that could be another group. Let's add in Cornel West. Let's get some of them to promote Cornel West too. I'm telling you, as a pro-Trump supporter, that what you're promoting is essentially a pro-Trump
What?
strategy, right? And I'm pretty sure your
No,
leadership
no. The
knows this
thing is
already.
that you're
Um,
misunderstanding. We're not pro, because if it was pro-Trump, we would just be supporting Trump. And we're going to wrap this up because we have to get to other hands. But if it was pro-Trump, we would just be supporting Trump. It's pro ourselves. And if Trump wins by a result of us being pro ourselves, then that's just what it is. But it's not pro-Trump
I got
because
you. I
this
got you.
also sends a message to Trump. This
I got
also
you.
sends a message to Trump that he didn't get a lot of black votes. Just because the Democrats don't get a
The
lot of black
Republicans
votes
never
don't
do
mean
get a lot
Trump's
of
going to
black
get a
votes.
lot of black votes. So this also sends a message to the Republicans and to the Democrats.
Okay, so the Republicans never get a large a portion of black votes. So they've come to the conclusion, just like we're here in
Hmm.
Chicago. And I'm telling you, there's someone communicating with Trump's team, right? They are even reluctant to put any time and energy and money into Chicago because in their thought, they're saying that, man, the people going to automatically vote Democrat anyway. So why should we put money into Chicago? And this is my communication with them, right? So we haven't been voting for Republicans any damn way. And so what the sister said with the inside strategy, um, eh, I would hope that could work because applying that pressure. But a lot of these Democrats, they too hard here to listen. Them
Now,
old motherfuckers, they
before
don't
we
care about what you
before we continue, and
do.
I hear you, I hear you, Mark. But before we continue, a lot of people say, well, the Republicans aren't going to do anything because we're not the Republicans' base. And I would challenge that by saying the Republicans wouldn't do anything even if we did make up of a more potent voter base for them, because anything that we do get, any advocacy that we do have, anything that does, any legislation that does get into Congress, the Republicans vote that down. The Republicans call any position we get DEI. The Republicans are being anti-woke. Who is that? Where's that coming from? Where's that sound coming from? Okay. There was just some very weird sound. I don't know where that was coming from. The Republicans aren't doing anything. The Republicans aren't doing anything, not because we don't vote enough for them. The Republicans aren't doing anything because they don't want to do anything. And they wouldn't do anything. Anything that is being done, they dislike it. For us, they dislike it. What is that? I don't know. I hear this weird, like,
I can hear it too, but I
I
don't
don't
think it's
know.
nobody.
I don't know where that's coming from. All right. All right, though. Let's get to Easy Boy. Now, for people who have not raised their hand, I'm going to give y'all 20 seconds to raise your hand. If you don't raise your hand, then I'm assuming you don't have anything else to add. I'm going to get to some of the people requesting. I'm going to get to everybody. Easy Boy, you got it.
Salute to you for the space, man. Good job hosting this space. It's always difficult when you're trying to bring different coalitions together. Let me say the first thing to the sister, salute to her, sound strategy. To the brother, salute to him, sound strategy. I think it was brother Pro, I think it was, who talked about organization because, yeah, after you elect somebody, then job number one is you have to fight them. So the question is, do you want to fight a party who needs your vote, has to have your idea when it comes to whatever consensus they want to come to, or the other party where there's a firewall between you and the candidate, and they ultimately don't have to listen to you? What am I saying by saying that? I'm saying this: for the for Republicans, especially Trump, for this election cycle, the black vote at the ceiling is 20% for him. At the floor, we're talking 10 to 12%. That those black conservatives could go to Trump and make him dance. They could force him to do whatever they want to do because small percentages matter when you're talking about the grand scale of things, because if you remove them, that means he loses. So when I talk to black Republicans, I never hear them talking about power. I never hear them talking about pushing their candidate, and that kind of disappoints me. So then I look around at the top black Republicans in this country, top black
Where's that?
conservatives.
Hold on. I'm
I
sorry.
don't know
Where's that
who's
sound coming
doing
from?
dishes.
Easy. Okay.
It's coming from
Afro,
Infinite.
they try to do that sometime when you're cooking.
It's coming from
When you're
who?
cooking,
It's
they
coming
try to
from
do
who?
that.
It's coming from Infinite. And Afro, check your inbox.
Infinite. You gotta mute your mic. Easy Boy, finish up. You got it.
Yeah, so they tend to do that. They tend to do that when you're cooking. So when we look at the top black conservatives out there, Tim Scott, Byron Daniels, see what I mean? Tim Scott, Byron Daniels, you go look at their districts. They're majority white districts. So they're actually not advocating for black experience or black issues. Why? Because that's not their constituency. So that's why they're not pressing Trump right now when they really have him over a barrel, because he needs them to show up on election day. Another point, to the couch idea, one thing you got to remember: once they do the election cycle and everything is over, when they do the post-mortem and they say, okay, these people did not show up to vote, they say, oh, disaffected voter, didn't believe in the party. It's much better to vote third party than it is to not show up, because when you vote third party, you are making a declaration that both parties are raggedy and you would not support them, and they have to adjust for you going third party. But when you stay home, you give them the wiggle room to come up with any different excuse of why turnout was lower than what was expected. So again, I'm just going to ask this simple question: is there any legislation that black conservatives could push Trump to do right now or to do in the future without the entirety of MAGA turning on them and their seats not becoming secure anymore, and that legislation never actually happening. So again, this is not
Hold
me
on.
being an
I'm
advocate for
sorry.
Kamala.
Who
Go
has
ahead,
a
brother.
hot mic right now? Because it shows me that everybody's mic is off.
It's infinite, sir. I can see it's infinite.
Infinite. You need to cut your mic or you will be dropped.
I try to tell you, man, when you call out black conservatives, this is typically what
Okay.
happens. Instead of having a conversation,
I'm
they
still
start
hearing
trying
this
to
buzzing. So
sabotage
Infinite is
the whole
probably up here
situation.
trolling. I don't know. Or Infinite just you disrupting the space right now. Easy boy, you can finish.
All right, so to land my plane, my main point is go back to what the sister said when she was just dealing with data. She took a non-emotional approach to this when she said, "Okay, the most likely opponent that we would like to have in the ring is the one who actually needs our influence and the ones who needs us to participate." While on the other side, when we look at the black conservatives and talk to them and say, "Okay, what can you push them to do?" The answer ends up being some individualistic thing, and then they start hemming and hawing, but they never say what they're going to make Trump do. When in reality, right now is the greatest time for them ever to be able to call the Congressional Black Caucus and even make a deal with them and say, "Hey, look, if this election goes one way or the other way, can we do this?" But they're not doing
Mm-hmm.
that even. So if you won't push Trump and you won't push the Dems, what actual purpose does black conservatism serve at this point besides being the token identity politics person who stands in the way of something happening for black people? And one last question for everybody in the room: when there is a black agenda that's on the table or something that's beneficial for black people that's on the table, who's on the other side of the table saying no? Tell me what party that is, honestly, and then we can really have a conversation.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a lot that they can do to figure out what we want. So this is why I don't entertain the argument that we need to lobby and we need to do better to advocate for what we want. It's all anytime the politician doesn't do right by us, it's always blamed on us. It's this victim blaming, and it's the fact that we're not advocating enough and we're not reaching the politicians. When it's the politician's responsibility and job to come to the constituency and to have a conversation and ask for their requests and demands, and they're not doing that. It's not our job to sit up there and go to them. It's their job to come to us, and they know what we want and they're not doing it. It's very easy to figure out what we're asking for. We got a lot of hands. We're going to get to everybody. Everybody be patient. This has been a very good conversation. I want to hear what you all have to say. But before we do that, let me allow Marcel, you'll go, and then we'll get to Steve.
Hello everyone. So let me say first of all, I I definitely understand the sentiment behind vote the couch. I mean, the thing is this, other groups do it already. After white Americans, black Americans, even though they don't disaggregate the data that I have seen, but the majority would be freedmen vote more than any other group. Hispanic and Latinos, irrespective of race, are lower than us. Asians far lower than us. Native Americans far lower than us. And those groups I just named, the Hispanic and Latinos, Asian Americans, Native Americans, even illegal immigrants who can't vote, aren't American, ain't contribute nothing to this nation, they all get policies specifying them. Okay? So I reject this argument that in order to get something, you must vote. Because these other groups are voting at far lower numbers than us, and people are tripping over themselves to do things for them. So I am absolutely not against voting the couch. I was on Karen Hunter's show. Karen Hunter is a commentator. She had me on her show one time. She does a radio show, and she was trying to get on me about saying that if people want to sit the election out, they can. And I told her, if you want to get mad at someone for not voting, get mad at the politicians who have the budget to engage people, who have the platform to engage people, and they haven't earned the people's vote. Get mad at them. Okay, so let me start off saying that. However, for me, and I want to fight, so if anybody wants to fight, come on. For me, I will be, unless things change, more than likely, because my campaign, I said, has been talking to RFK Jr., who I did not like at all. But we've been talking with his team, and it's possible my mind might change. But I'm going to be voting for Trump, and I'm going to explain why. If we weren't being replaced right now, actively replaced, I mean, our borders are literally an open door. And I'm barely kidding when I say that. They've literally taken video footage and have shown parts of the border where the damn border agents are being told they have to help the illegals get in. What's the point of having barbed wire fences if you're going to help the illegals get through it? Makes no damn sense. 10 million, 10 million illegals have entered the United States of America. That's larger than, I believe, 20 American states' populations combined, those sparsely populated states out there in the Midwest. We can look through history, when it was the Irish, when it was the Italians. Every single large wave of immigration in the U.S. has always been horrific for us as Black Americans. The Irish and the Italians would go on to do some of the worst racial massacres in the U.S. Of course, they were cowards. They only did it when they could outnumber us. It's not like we were afraid of them or anything. Matter of fact, a lot of times we will be the ones that will be the victors. But the point is, they came over here and did not align with us. They immediately mobilized against us. We have seen the same thing happening with these immigrants from Latin America, from Asia. Affirmative action was terrible. Affirmative action was meant to be Freeman specific. It did not help us at all. It mainly went to white women and then immigrants. But these Asians that mobilize against it, they mobilize against it because in their minds, it could possibly help us. And that was a bridge too damn far. Hispanic and Latinos over there in California, the largest civil lawsuit in Californian history that just happened a couple of years ago was Black American employees suing their Hispanic and Latino co-workers for terrorizing them. In some neighborhoods in California, you have these because a lot of our people have moved back south and are leaving California. So the ones that have remained in some neighborhoods are having their homes firebombed, like some damn Ku Klux Klansmen burning crosses in a Black person's front yard. And by the way, some of the families were Afro Latinos. They were not Black Americans. So these people hate anything quote unquote Black. In New York City, in the state of New York, some of our reparationist family there, the main opposition they have gotten, it hasn't been from white Americans. White Americans have resisted it, of course, but they have said some of their fiercest opposition has come from Black immigrants. Of course, white Americans are against it, and some of the white Americans who are against it are the children of immigrants themselves. We are the most hurt by immigration, whether it's legal or illegal. Now, illegal immigration should not happen, deport them all. Legal immigration is out of control and needs to be reined in. Both of those things are happening right now. And some people may say, well, what about reparations? The Democrats are more likely to support it. No, they aren't. I hate that. I hate when people say that. I hate when people say if a reparations bill was written, the Democrats would be more than likely to support it. What they mean if. For 60 years, they've been getting 90% of the votes that Black people cast. It should not be an if a reparations bill was written. They should have had one written, not some HR 40 that's been collecting dust for 40 years, even though the Democrats have had control over the entire government. Obama entered, he had control over the entire government. He had a supermajority in the Senate. Biden entered, control over the entire government. For most of the 1950s, to the 1990s, Democrats had control over Congress. It's no if a reparations bill was written, they would have signed it. If they wanted to do reparations, they had every opportunity to do it. We are just as likely to get reparations as it stands now with the Democrats than we are with Trump in charge. And notice, I'm not voting for the Republicans. I hate the Republican Party. Hate them. They are against anything that they even think can help other people. But the Democrats are no better. But like I've always said, the difference between the two parties, when the Republicans are in office, everyone's going to suffer. When the Democrats are in office, only Black Americans will suffer. And that to me is a level of nastiness that's going to decrease our chances. But the other difference is, whereas the Republicans, and I'm not voting for the Republicans, I'm only voting for Trump because he's the only person that's been consistently anti-mass immigration. But whereas the Republicans like cheap labor too, the Republicans ain't about to give no illegal immigrant the right to vote. The Democrats are, as we speak. And two states that come to mind is California and Maryland. Now, California has a small Black American population. Maryland has a very large Black American population. Look at how our communities are troubled right now. And right now we have the right to vote. Now we're going to have our voices diluted even more. What is it going to look like when we have to compete now with tens of millions of other people who don't even have American interests at heart, let alone Black Americans, but the interests of other nations where they send money? So only because the Democrats are actively trying to replace us, and mass immigration is an existential threat to us politically and economically. That's why I is feeling that the best choice right now is to vote for Trump, because that mass immigration has to be stopped. And I land there.
Okay. All right. And as you can see, this is a conversation where multiple people get to come and they get to fully convey their opinions. That's our brother Marcel. All right. That's his stance on it. We're gonna
Oh,
get
and Apple, may I say something? I'm sorry, real quick. As far as like reparations in the Office of Freedmen Affairs, I've been speaking with all teams about that. The only team where I do not have a connection is Kamala's team. But I've been speaking with people from Trump's team and people from RFK Jr.'s team. So I'm still pushing that. There we go.
okay. All right, that's good. Now, before we get to the next end, I will say one thing. As far as what Marcel said about the Democrats being more willing to sign off on reparations, where has that ever been seen? We have not seen that. Gavin Newsom is a perfect example of the Democrats not being willing. Gavin Newsom is a Democrat, and Gavin Newsom, when it was brought to him about cash payment reparations, Gavin Newsom turned that down. He refused to sign that. Gavin Newsom is a perfect example of how the Democrats are unwilling to sign off on cash reparations. So I just want to say that real quick before we move on with the hands. We're going to get to Steve.
Thank you, Afro Elite. I just want to comment on the last person that spoke, and he hit bullseye. I think this has been orchestrated and designed since the 20s from a lady named Margaret Sanger. She's a eugenist, and she wanted to eliminate the black Negro race. She even had, believe it or not, a mentor, Hitler, who followed her philosophy and wrote books about eliminating the undesirables and the black race and the Negroes. I believe reparations can naturally happen. And by what I mean by saying that is by eliminating, we're flying people in from other countries, coming from the Darien Gap. They're doing this for a reason because they're trying to get this voting block changed because they know it's not working anymore with the black community. That money's been promised since Johnson, since the 60s. And all it did is hold back, it held back the black family. They were successful. People were successful before the 60s. But what happened? They created this welfare system, they created this dependency, and it turned into a generational disaster. So I believe reparations can happen in a natural way by letting everybody become successful, get rid of this. Why are
Now,
they
before we
replacing
go, because you're kind
immigrants?
of all over the place, before we go, define reparations. Because if you're going to say reparations can happen naturally, let's first define reparations.
Okay. What I mean is, that's a great point. What I meant is, I don't mean writing a check. I don't mean, you can define it many ways. You can define it, let me give you one example. Free education for kids that don't have that opportunity to go to school, opportunities for a corporation that gives them an advantage in a corporate ladder, an edge against somebody else that's not qualified, that gives them the ability to do the job. I mean, that's just basic human,
Okay. Now, none of
natural.
what you said is reparations. Free education, all of that
You're
stuff,
right.
that's not reparations. And let me educate you
Okay.
on what reparations is. Reparations is direct individual cash payments to the descendants of the black enslaved Americans.
I
The
agree.
black
How
people,
do we
former
separate that
slaves,
though, bro?
the direct cash payments. That is what reparations are.
Okay.
Very similar to the reparations that you gave everybody else, because the Japanese did not get free education. The Japanese did
Right.
not get jobs. You guys did not give the Native Americans free education. You didn't give the Native Americans new jobs. You didn't give the Native Americans. You're going to have to mute yourself because there's an echo when I'm speaking. All of these
I'm sorry.
reparations that were given to other groups of people, other demographics of people, it was direct monetary compensation. Okay. That was the reparations. So we're not going to redefine reparations for us. We're going to keep reparations the same as it's always been. If reparations has worked before, we're going to keep it the same. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. We're not going to reinvent the wheel. All right, Steve. So do you agree with direct cash payments to foundational black Americans, the descendants of the slaves who built the United States of America? You agree with that, right, Steve? You can unmute yourself, Steve. You agree with that, right? Okay, now Steve doesn't want to talk. All right, well, you have a good night, Steve. All right, then. Now Steve doesn't want to talk. Luke, you got it. You can mute yourself.
Okay, sir. How are you? I'm so glad that Christian Lamar is listening because I've got to call in a favor from him. I sent him an email yesterday, and the feds have locked me out of my Gmail. I was talking about a jailbreak that occurred from prison in Democrat-controlled Coconino County. Now, the Democrats are known for very high-level corruption. Okay, you remember Hillary Clinton in 2016? WikiLeaks exposed hashtag spirit cooking. Now, in Australia, people are put in jail without due process because of this cult. And in America, they're taken out of jail without due process. So that's the latest discovery I've just made. I've never talked about before. This is the first space where I'll be exposing it ever.
Mm-hmm.
But in Australia, I
Now,
previously talked about
before you go, I'm gonna let you get to your point. How does your point equal us getting reparations? What is your stance on foundational black Americans getting reparations? Because you're talking about Hillary Clinton and Australia, and we ain't talking about that. I think you in the wrong place.
Okay, fair enough. You want to talk about reparations? Then that's fine. My view on reparations is America should do the same approach that Australia did with reparations. First, they recognized the land, which was native title of the Black Australians, before they did reparations. So in America, that's the Native American Indians. So when the Indians have got their land claims all done and everyone's paying rent to the Native American Indians, then you can get your reparations just like the Aboriginals in Australia got afterwards. Why should blacks be treated better than Indians?
Oh, wow.
Why do blacks?
Okay.
That's my view.
So do you think currently that black Americans are being treated better than Indians currently?
Yes, right now in Coconino County Detention Facility, Unit A200, for 2 weeks, they had no air conditioning in summer and they were being tortured. And Chris Mays, the Attorney General, is saying, "Oh, I'm suing people for not fixing the air conditioner in the middle of summer in some, some slum
Okay. I'm
lord."
talking about the collective. I'm not talking about one single prison where some prisoners are having a hard time. I'm talking about
Yeah, well,
the collective.
they're all Indians in that cell block are
Okay,
just being tortured by the
because
Democrats.
all Indians are not in jail. I'm talking about the collective
No,
of who you consider Native Americans. You feel like they're being treated worse than Black Americans.
up there. At least from what my research, yes.
Okay, so
Now,
let me why when we have this conversation about Black Americans getting our reparations, now all of a sudden other groups of people have to come in and they have to get theirs before us. When Native Americans have already gotten their reparations, maybe you're not informed, maybe you're from Australia and you don't know about American history, but they have already gotten their reparations.
I know about reparations in America, sir. I got an Arizona resident possibly killed by Mossad because he was on camera saying I'm getting intergenerational Holocaust reparations, and ClaimsCon.org, who
Okay,
hand them
no,
out,
we're
says
not
there are no
talking
such
about
things.
any of that stuff. We're talking about foundational Black Americans receiving our reparations.
I don't believe in I believe that these matters need to be dealt with in people's lifetime. I believe that in Germany, right? Now, I'm not a Nazi. Nazis hate me. They call me a race mixer. Just want to put that preference out there first, okay? But in the reparations issue in Germany, disenfranchised the German people so much that World War II happened, okay? When you pass on, what if some people believe babies are born innocent, okay? Why do white
Hold on,
babies that
you
have
don't
done
think?
anything
First
great
off, we
have to
not
pay to have
talking. Stop. We ain't
I'm
talking
against it.
about
I
Germany.
support
Stop it. Stop
reparations.
doing that. Cut that out. Because every time I talk about foundational Black Americans getting what America owes, you talk about some other country. We is not talking about no Germany. And then what do you mean babies aren't born? You saying babies aren't born innocent? What are you talking about? But yeah, that's kind of like a moment for pause real quick. Like, what does that mean? But we're talking about America paying the debt that America owes. Don't talk about any other country at all. Let's talk about this, America.
Okay. On the topic of America, I believe all intergenerational reparations are bad because you can't visit the sin of the father upon the child.
Well, actually,
Okay.
you can, because the government is still the same. This is still the same Constitution. This is still the same United States of America with the same three branches of government. So the government is still the same. We're putting the blame on the same person who the blame belonged on.
Okay. What do you think about Louis Farrakhan saying that the biggest importer of black slaves were Jewish people? I've given you a link to his book.
I don't think that that's relevant to the question about us getting reparations.
I mean, I'm not an ad stock or anything, but white people are demonized for this whole slavery thing mostly when it's the biggest importators of the slaves were Jewish.
Well, what does that have to do with the American government? The American government sanctioned slavery, so we're demanding money from the American government.
Well, if you are a victim of slavery in your lifetime, then you deserve reparations.
No. My people have been a victim of slavery, and the benefits, see, that's the thing. The benefits of slavery still exist. So there are still people reaping the benefits of slavery. So you can't say, oh, well, the victims of slavery, since they don't exist anymore, then we shouldn't have to pay. But the benefits still exist and people still reap the benefits. So no, it don't work that way.
So all the people who pay taxes to the government predominantly have to pay for the crimes of the government in the past. That's what you're saying?
I mean, well, we didn't put nobody.
The
Hold
Jews
on,
that
we've
Holocaust.
always done that though. The government, when the government gave reparations to the Japanese in the 1980s, everybody who pays taxes to the government kind of paid taxes to them. When the government pays and continues to pay taxes to the Native Americans, we are all paying for that because we're all citizens of this government.
Okay, so the Holocaust reparations are ending in 2027, okay, and there's no intergenerational Holocaust reparations. Why do black people deserve more rights than Jews in the field of reparations then? I want you to answer that question.
Well, it's not a right, it's a debt. It's a debt that is owed,
and I don't like
the debt has not been paid.
Look at my timeline. I'm literally exposing the state of the government of Israel, saying on their gov.il
Didn't I
website.
tell you? I told you not to bring up no other country, didn't I?
Oh, well, fair enough. I'm just saying I'm not an advocate for the Jews here. I'm just saying, why do black people think they're more entitled than Jews to reparations?
Why are you even bringing them up? They're not a part of this conversation.
400 years of slavery, bro. 400 years of
Why are
slavery.
you bringing them up? Hold on, I got them. Why are you even bringing them up? They're not a part of this conversation.
Well, Jesse Lee Peterson, who's a Zionist piece of shit I don't like, he's against reparations.
Okay.
You can call him up and talk to him about it.
Okay, I know. I'm aware. I'm aware.
Him.
I'm aware of that. But I'm for reparations. So what about that?
Okay, are you for a native title for the American Indians? The same model that
We're not
Australia
talking
did with
about
black
any
people?
other group of people. You see how they do, y'all? Do you see how they
blacks
do?
above
Hold on.
Indians,
Do you see
blacks
how they
above
do?
Jews.
Every
You're
time
racist.
I speak on and I make him specify about foundational Black Americans, he's deflecting onto other groups of people. He's deflecting on other countries, Indians, all of these other groups of people. He's completely deflecting on all these other groups of people. It seems like you don't agree with us getting reparations, sir. You don't agree with us getting reparations. Why is that?
I don't really care about that. I care about getting you off the Democrat plantation. That's what I'm working for.
Well, that means the Republicans should co-sign reparations then. If they want us to side with them, that's what they need to do.
Well, the Republicans need to be taken over at the grassroots level to get out the log cabin Republican scumbags and put in America
But
first,
I'm
not
asking
Israel first.
you personally, Luke, let me ask you, if you were the president and I gave you a reparations bill to give every foundational Black American individual cash payment reparations, would you sign it, yes or no? And only foundational Black American, nobody else, only foundational Black Americans. If you had the ability to sign it, would you sign it, yes or no?
You beat me. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say why. Let me say yes and why. Because when I was studying the
I did that. I muted you on accident. Keep going. You're gonna have to wrap it up though.
I'm wrapping it up. I'm wrapping up this topic for you right now. I'm going to say yes and why, because I looked at the contract between the Jews getting reparations, which is not intergenerational, but they had a clause in there on claims.org that said if they take too long to give out the reparations, which has happened in your case, only then can the direct relatives of the claimant or victim of slavery get the reparations. So my caveat to you is if the people can prove direct ancestry to a slave, in that case, they can be treated the same as the Jews and get their reparations, but no other case. Do you agree with me on that, sir?
Well, if you can prove your lineage, then yeah, you get reparations. That's a qualification for it.
And the government pays for it, not the American people. It has to be
and that's what we've been saying. The government pays for it because the government is responsible.
See, I deal with this logically and fairly, and that's how I work. Now, the Democrats,
that's really good, Luke. That's really good. All right, thank you, Luke.
All right, they're using this as a race. They're using this as a race.
You have a good night, Luke. You see, we had a good conversation, and we convinced him. It took a minute. It took a minute, but I think we got to him. We tricked him into saying that he agrees with reparations. He didn't want to say that. He didn't want to say it, but we wound up tricking him into doing it. Then he was going to take it back, but we got him. And I bet he's calling me all types of N-words right now because he wanted to take it back so bad, but he can't. We're going to get to the next hand. Let me see. Who's the next hand we're going to get to? We're going to get to Rob.
Hey, thanks for bringing me up and giving me a microphone.
You are really, hold on, Rob. I don't know what's going on with your phone. You're really kind of breaking up.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I think absolutely that, the black people should be updated, and it's not because of the past. It's because of, it's still going on today.
Rob, you really breaking up, Rob. I'm trying not to skip over you, but you really break. I don't know if you're on Bluetooth or outside, but you're really breaking up.
of the Innocence Project. Uh,
Rob has got to get his phone together. We're gonna get back. We're gonna let Rob get his phone together. Rob get in a place with better reception, but his phone is breaking up. We ain't gonna stop the flow. We're gonna get to Keith, then we're gonna get to Brittany.
Hey, I want to make sure everything audio good.
Yep,
Audio good.
yeah, you good.
Good. All right. Salute to you, Afro Elite, and the panel. Why is it? I want to ask. I was trying to get back to your actual what you were doing as far as your title. Why is it that everybody with accents have a problem with us getting what's owed to us? These people weren't even here and they just got here.
Mm-hmm.
That really bothers me. They're gonna tell us about history that we already know and live. Why we gotta listen to them telling us, well, according to you, you shouldn't be here. Fix your own damn country.
I agree. They coming in
And
here
then
accents thick as hell, speaking on our issues with such authority.
uh, yeah, like we don't have a right to say what we know and lived for hundreds of years. Well, according to if the Germans did, man, I don't give a damn what the Germans did. I wasn't alive then, but my grandparents was alive then and told me what they went through with slavery. So that's what I'm sticking to. I ain't got to listen to that mess. But back to the Kamala Harris thing. Why would we um why would we vote for somebody that's supposed to be the czar of the border and she letting right now, I live in Panama City, Florida. They overrunning us. It looked like little Havana over here at the corner store doing everything. If she couldn't do that, what do you think she gonna do sitting in that chair? And I'll mute my mic and let you go ahead and go from there, Alpha Elite.
Yeah, they exactly. She's failed in every single task, and this is the thing that be really blowing me is because nobody liked Kamala when she was actually running for president 4 years ago. And as she's been vice president, she's failed tremendously in every single task she's been given, all of them. And now all of a sudden, folks is trying to convince us that there's some wave of support and all of these people are loving Kamala. I was reading something today where she's closing the gaps in the swing states. And I'm like, oh, that's very interesting because 2 months ago, people said that she had the lowest approval rating of any vice president in history. That's really interesting to me that they expect us to believe this.
A leopard don't change his spot.
Exactly.
Point blank. Point blank. If she wasn't doing it then, what do you think she gonna do when she get in there and that dude that need a milk and a long snap or nap? What's the difference? You cannot separate her from the administration that she was vice president of.
Yeah.
Let's be logical and look at this. She sat there. If she was gonna say something different, she'd have been and done it. That's
Mm-hmm.
just my opinion, and I'll mute my mic, man.
Yep. I agree. I agree. We got to put the blame on her too. Now, like I said, we're gonna have a 3 minute thing because we got more people trying to come up, and we got people who haven't spoken yet. We're gonna get to Brittany.
Hey, so yeah, I just wanted to also respond back to the white man. I really hate responding, educating white men in particular, but it's something that I'm really irritated hearing in these spaces when some white people say, oh, a form of reparations should be free education. Let me explain. 33 states in the United States offer some type of free education. 30% of college graduates are Black. And Black college graduates rank number 3 out of all graduates in the United States, starting with Asians, white, and then us. And I want to say I don't count Asians because a lot of Asians are sponsored by their governments. So I feel like there's some bias there. Obviously, if they're getting full rides into the United States, literally sponsored and getting their tuition and everything paid literally by their government. So I think it's pretty impressive with the wealth gaps and the disparities that we do have, that Black people are right underneath white people in terms of graduation rate. So I just want to throw that out there. And then I also want to say too, the common denominator, right? When we talk about slavery, when we talk about migration, even a lot of modern issues right now, like housing, mental health care, and regular health care, right? It's all controlled by labor. And then again, I want to kind of segue that into, tactical strategy for those who heard me speak earlier, right? I think it's all about infiltration. The reason why reparations has not moved um, in forever since the bill hit the floor is because again we don't have the right people in these positions of power. I think we have to organize to take hold of those seats as well as just take hold of other important and prominent social positions to make key decisions. And then also too, I think too, like again being tactical, right? Like if I had to choose between what I wanted to push first, reparations versus immigration, right? I would choose reparations, and here's why. Marcel mentioned a number of, there was in the last year, right? There was 10 million migrants who came across the open borders, which I'm not shocked. But how I see it is if 2% of 40 million Black Americans get reparations, um, and 2% of those Black Americans invested into job growth. And each of those jobs and businesses create 6 jobs, right? We would have 4.8 million jobs in a year. And if I multiply that by the next year, right, we have over 9 million jobs. Now we can actually put a lot of these migrants coming over here to work because we will create more jobs than the Black population. So if I'm looking at what to prioritize, I rather prioritize getting reparations because I know that there's a lot of disinvested Black entrepreneurs who need that money and who will flip that money and who will automatically create jobs overnight. Versus, okay, that's fine, if we decide to focus on immigration, stopping immigration, right? I don't think that there's going to be a mass deportation overnight. I don't think we'll see any results in under 2 years. That's why I'm always going to place my bets on reparations because it will be a miraculous, like, economic period, in my opinion. And also, too, we can also at the same time focus on immigration reform or even temporarily, like pausing the borders, right? But again, I think it's more important, since I don't think that there will be a mass deportation, put them to work because I think also too, like statistics, even the FBI has released it. Psychologists have said it, right? The problem is we have what, like 18 to 26-year-old males just sitting here not doing anything, so that puts them at like a high a high criminal risk. So I think that reparations would be a great way that not only will be able to provide an economic pathway, stability, and grow wealth amongst each other, but we'll also have an overflow of jobs that we do need other people to work. So that's why I think the focus should be on infiltration, reparations, and making sure people who are aligned in thought um, put themselves in a position of power and influence, and that we don't stop doing the work after the vote. And I think we need to keep calling out Democrats that are problematic, who have also infiltrated the party system, who are very much, again, anti Black, xenophobic, they're white supremacists, but they know, again, that the Democratic Party is easy to infiltrate. I say play the same exact game that they're playing, which I don't think, honestly speaking, we have been playing like that. I think a lot of us just vote, and we leave it up to the same people to make the same piss poor decisions. And in terms of like who becomes the president, like Kamala is going to endorse wherever the money's coming from. So I think that that's also important to realize as well. And I think, again, if we can continue to advocate for reparations and communicate the amount of wealth that it will create, they will definitely change their minds, like they do with every major issue that we've seen gain support. When the money's there, all of a sudden they change their minds. And I think that, again, like, strategy is important more than ever. And I think it's about us, figuring out ways to infiltrate the party, and get what needs to be done done, and then focus also on supporting our entrepreneurial group. And again, I understand not every Black person's entrepreneurs, and that's okay. But again, if we can just, capture 2% of our population, we would have millions of jobs literally created overnight. And I'll end.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your input. Let me just specify, because I know this is what you mean. So let me just specify this for the playback. When you use the word infiltrate, it's not meant in any illegal sense. It's just meant in a participation sense, and us becoming active politically, and using our rights, participating in our rights as citizens to be involved in these seats and in these councils or in anything. We're not talking about no type of January 6th incident. So let me just say that for the
Correct.
record.
Correct, for the record. Exactly. Like making lists, figuring out who runs, your local, again, Democratic Charter Club. I mean, a prime example, it's not a really good example, but this is a really great example of how infiltration works, right? Like even take the mayor of Oakland, right? She literally, in the span of 3 years, through the Democratic Party, she became an intern, and then all of a sudden a mayor, a whole entire city. And then she literally used that, right, to, you know to make millions of dollars. And not saying, I'm not encouraging anyone to do this, but make millions of dollars through, illegal activities, and using foreign investments, and creating jobs, for the Asian government. But I say that to say, right, like, use that same strategy for good. Like, use that same type of mentality. Get an internship to move in a position of power. Do what you need to do to get in a well-respected position of influence, and to get people behind reparations. And I think too, like, using rooms like this to brainstorm on, like, people to target, organizations to target, who to not take down in an illegal way, but who to try to get their seat, to try to get their position. Just thinking of ways to get in there and make shit happen. I think that that's important more than ever. And just playing the probability game.
All right. Yeah, I see the
Can I
logic in
get? Can
that.
I
I
get?
definitely do.
Can I say something real quick, Afro Elite? Um,
You
I'm
got
not.
like 30
Uh,
seconds
every
because we got.
second. They're all right. I know. Uh, I don't disagree with her, but that's a disingenuous ass take. I'm just me. Just me. Not saying she's wrong. I'm just saying that's kind of what we dealing with Kamala Harris. And I'll mute my mic.
Okay, we'll put a pin in that. We'll put a pin in that. Um, I'm gonna allow her to. Brittany, you get a 30-second response to say, and then after that, because there ain't gonna be no back and forth. Then we'll get to my brother Eric.
Yeah, no, you're right. That is my response, right? That's what espionage, that's what tactical strategy is. You're being disingenuous. You're smiling in people's faces, and you're blending in to get what you want. But again, as we clarified earlier, I am not encouraging anyone to do anything illegal. That's what everyone else has been doing. I'm actually encouraging us to blend in to get what we want. And to move reparations along, and to move policies that serve our best interests along. It's back to the old saying, if you can't beat them, join them. And I think it would be a great strategy, for those of us who feel like this, to infiltrate those positions. And yes, you know, that does call for being disingenuous, right? Because I'm not aligned with a lot of the democratic beliefs, but at the same time, if I get in a position of power, I know where I stand, and I also know, the people that I will work with and hire and recruit, their views will align with my views. And once we become the majority, then we've gained influence and power. I mean, that's how the game works. That's strategy.
Okay. All right. All right. Eric,
Thank you, Afro. You can hear me.
got you.
All right, man. I ain't gonna be real long with this one, but it's either couch or reparations. If y'all ain't offering us that, then I'm not voting for either political party. They ain't came to the table and said what they're gonna do for foundational Black Americans. A lot of these people are just coming out with a whole bunch of word salad, and we had numerous amount of people coming to this space being disingenuous. They know who they are because they're no longer on the stage because they're not smarter than a fifth grader. Some of these people with their talking points are just ass backwards like a Dr. Seuss book being upside down when they read it. So the moral of the story is it's either reparations or the goddamn couch. And I'm going to be supporting people like Brother Marcel, Brother Afro Elite, and people who actually got a mind to actually want to get our people somewhere forward for future generations to come, instead of just having a world famous fish fry, just having off-brand coleslaw from Kroger and non cold beverages. I ain't saying no names, but slant-eyed dudes that smell like expired Tootsie Rolls and mothballs in South Carolina. They hasn't been doing anything for our people for the past 30 plus years. So I'm going to be supporting brothers like Marcel Dixon, and I'm going to keep supporting people like you, Brother Afro Elite, because everybody can't do this job. Everybody don't have the mindset, let alone the experience, let alone even the power to even use their damn brain to do the type of work that you do on YouTube. We might not agree with everything that you do, but you always on point when it comes to calling these idiots out and actually bringing it to these idiots that been making these Twitter spaces not talking about a damn thing. So I'm gonna go on and land my plane. Salute to you, brother.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Your support means a lot. It really does, truly. We're going to get to Marcel, then we're going to get to Blood Pack.
Hey, Afro. So I want to say that I've been saying, and I'm sure Brittany has probably been saying what she is suggesting for a while as well. I've been saying that we can take over these parties. A party is as good as the people in the party. And when I say take over, that doesn't mean we are going to become the majority. We may not become the majority, but all we need is a minority of seats to make a difference. Remember, I always bring up the example of the two Asian senators, Senator Tammy Duckworth and Senator Elaine Hirono. And remember how they shut down, they stalled everything in the government, and they said that they will not sign on to anything unless there was something done to protect Asian Americans. And they got the COVID-19 hate crimes bill signed into law. So that's always been something I've recommended. It can be a third party. It could be one of the two main parties. I'm running third party right now here in South Carolina. And let me tell y'all, United Citizens Party. And it was founded by freedmen, y'all. It was a party that was founded by freedmen who, because the Democrats were not doing right by Black Americans in the 1960s, freedmen in South Carolina got together and said, we'll be damned if they're going to take our people for granted, and we are going to run the people against them, and did. United Citizens Party. They were dormant for a while, but now they're back. I'm running with them. And let me tell y'all, I've had so many opportunities now because I'm running with them. So there's plenty of parties that are begging for people to join them, begging for support. And we can make them a machine if you don't want to join one of the two main parties. But I feel the same way. Infiltrate, and that's just a political sense, by joining these parties and bringing people to the table. When I was running with the Democratic Party, I got a lot of people talking about reparations. Did they act on it? Well, I didn't have time to build it like that. And I'm not saying it's my fault that they did not act on it. They should have been doing it anyway. But a lot of people, and they still do it now, more people than before mention reparations, or at least talking about a Black agenda. I do want to say what you just experienced, Afro, with those two guys, those two foreigners. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I'm voting for Trump. You see, these people are literally fresh off the boat from a whole other country and don't know nothing about America other than they bought a ticket to get here, but they are already against our reparations claim. Do y'all see what I'm talking about? How these immigrants come here and are the most opposed to our reparations claim. They have children, raised them to be the most opposed. We're filled with tens of millions of immigrants and their children who are just like that. So I'm voting for Trump to stop the floodgates, because what we just heard is a perfect example of what I am talking about. And I land there.
Yeah, before we get to the next speaker, let me just say, I mean, these people, you barely hear what they're saying. Their English is so choppy. Their accent is so thick. You can tell they recently just learned a little bit of English. Their accent is so thick and their English is so choppy. You can barely understand what they're talking about, and all they can talk about is how they oppose us getting reparations. They don't even know why they oppose it. They just oppose it. They don't even really have no legitimate argument to oppose it. They just like it's for who? Oh no, I disagree. So that's how they are. We're gonna get to Blood Pack.
Peace and blessings. Hello, Afro Elite. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. This is Brooke from the Blood Pack. I am thoroughly enjoying the room, and oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So, giving title to the room, Kamala, Trump, or the couch. Along the lines of the couch, I'm writing in reparations. And the reason I'm writing in reparations is a lot because of the gentleman who talked about the Australian one, who when you asked him about reparations, one of the countries that he deflected to was his own country, that they had paid restitution and repair and restored land and things of that nature to their aboriginals. So again, he doesn't know why he hates it. But I'm wondering, as for the title of the room, I'm wondering if you've heard about the affirmative action clause where the Supreme Court just reiterated that we are indeed exempt from unfriendly laws, right? And so this is the first election since us knowing and understanding that after this election, the results cannot hurt us in the same way that they have before. If we go into this election season with a different frame of mind, we can approach them we can come together and create an agenda and approach both Democrats and Republicans from the standpoint of you can't screw us over anymore. We understand our rights, we understand our privileges, and here we are. And the main one that the Supreme Court was adamant about is that the descendants of slaves are indeed exempt from unfriendly laws and have always been. So, if it's okay with you, I'd love to send you. We're gonna have an event coming up, and I'd love to send it to you. I don't want to just post it up and without right, like respect, right? So, but just August 1st at 8 p.m. Eastern. Just save the date, and we can learn more about how we can vote without fear and knowing that we're exempt from unfriendly laws. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, send that to me. I'm not super familiar with that legislation. That's definitely interesting. So just send that to me and I'm going to look over it. And I thank you for letting us know about that. We're going to get to now Be Cool J.
All right, all right. I'm gonna make it quick because I know there's other people that want to talk, but my own personal opinion on who's the best choice for Black Americans is definitely not Kamala, and I don't even need to talk about why. I'm leaning more towards Trump, and the reason why is because we need a leader who has strong policies, who's gonna bring us out of this war, who's gonna give us a secure border for the future of our children, our future generations. Um, And I also feel like when I go back to, or when I reflect on the past, I look at, the 2020 elections and how our brother Ice Cube came up with that contract to Black America. You know, Kamala and Biden's team, they looked at the contract, but they dismissed it. They were like, "We'll talk to you after the election." And of course, they won, and whatever happened to that, right? So Trump's team, they looked at the contract and they actually implemented a plan and a promise to contract if they would have won that year. and it was the platinum plan. It was to give black communities $500 billion annually, and that's not reparations, right? But at least it was a step towards a policy or a bill specifically for the black community. And so I need him to, and we have to hold him accountable to that too, because like that was in 2020. This is 2024, right? It's a whole nother election. But like, I need him to put that back on the table as well, or something specifically for blacks, because what we need, our voices need to be heard. And, having nation border security is great, but, we also need something specifically for us. And I'm going to land my plane.
Yeah, we do. We need something specific, and the way Trump is talking right now, Trump ain't saying nothing specific. He's going around rallying and he's talking about immigration, and I agree with his stance on that, but he ain't saying nothing particularly about us, what he's going to do for us. So, Trump got to get it together, and he don't got a lot of time to do that. Because Trump is going to make, and I've said this on YouTube like 2 months ago, Trump is going to wind up making the same mistake he made in 2020 if he keeps doing this. But let's get to the next speaker. We're going to now get to the Negro Black Knight.
Hey, how's it going today, sir? Thank you for your space. I'm going to address the question: the best choice for Black America, Kamala, Trump, or the couch? Hell, I'm going to lean back in the recliner. And we need to be sitting at our own tables. We have our own. Shout out to brother Marcel Dixon when he said that we have our own political parties. You have the Redemption Party that's out there. You have other Black people, and we need to be at a table with ourselves to push our interests. We do not need to be with the dominant society to push our interests through. And that's one of the things I think that we need to get over and have that cultural and that spiritual self-esteem that's needed to make us rise. We don't need the white man's help, and we don't need the white man's hand in that. We need to be at a table amongst ourselves so that we can link and actually address what's really, really going on. So I really get hurt when people want to participate with Trump, because Trump has not promised us anything. And on top of that, it's white folks that put these illegal immigrants here. So therefore, it's white folks that need to clean that shit up. I'm tired of us being the garbage can for white society and cleaning up their filth. They need to put in the votes. If they got a problem with immigration, or they need to mobilize their little Karens, they need to mobilize all their little Kens, and they need to put that vote in, not Black America, because we never condoned and never supported immigration like that on that level. And we wasn't supporting in a way that would actually detriment and kill us. And I feel like that's the false equivalent. And we shouldn't have to participate, because once Trump hit those ICE raids and stuff, the blood of Trump's actions is going to be the hands on those Black voters. And I don't want to see that happen to us as a people, because that's no different from the Divine Nine pushing Kamala onto our Black women. It's the same strategy, just from a different party and a different angle. So don't be naive, family. Go for your own interests. Go for your party that was created by the ground up by your own people, because you know your own people more than you know these devils, because these guys are very, very wicked and evil. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and salute to your space. And thank you for keeping the decorum and the integrity, because that's something that has been lacking in these Twitter streets. It's really been lacking. And that's very unmasculine when people can't control the space that they operate in. Salute to you, young man. Keep doing your thing.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I agree. Now, for the people requesting, just hold on. We're going to get to you. Let's get to everybody who doesn't have anything to say. Y'all can drop down. We're going to get to the next speaker, who we're going to get to now. We're going to get to Professor Allen.
Hey, this is Alon. I'm gonna be real quick.
Alon, okay.
I want
My bad.
to. No, you're good. I want to address a couple of things. First and foremost, I want to address the guy. I think he was Australian or from another country. His first name was Luke. I just want to point out to the room that was a teachable moment for us all. If you analyze his actions, in my view, he attempted to colonize the room. What do I mean by that? There's a professor named Noam Chomsky that wrote a book called Manufacturing Consent. I wish I wish everybody would read it in this room, where Noam talks about how social engineering is done to make certain groups are worthy of sympathy and certain groups not worthy of sympathy. Well, he calls it worthy and unworthy victims. Well, anyway, Dr. Chomsky argues that black people and other black people of color are not worthy of sympathy, and the people involved with the dominant society uh, uh, take away from don't allow them sympathy. But that's what I heard when the gentleman was talking. He colonized the room. He would not allow us to talk about the subject at hand. He kept diverting to other groups. I thought about Chomsky's book. Second point, with respect to progressive politics, which y'all brought up earlier, I wanted to point out that according to history, progressive politics has a history of not, authorizing any movements. In other words, it does the opposite. According to Dr. Noam Chomsky, in his masterpiece, he said, what was clear in the progressive period to blacks, to labor organizations, and socialists was that they could not count on the national government. True was this the progressive period, the start of the age of reform, but it was reluctant reform aimed at quieting popular risings, not making fundamental change. So, with respect to the title, according to Dr. Zen, progressive politics has never made change. It just, gives out butter biscuits and does a bunch of dances and doesn't make any fundamental change. Last point I wanted to get to was with respect to a issue about 35 minutes ago. We were talking about immigration and how immigration has always been weaponized against, I'm paraphrasing, but weaponized against the black community. I wanted to hit y'all with a little scholarship. According to Dr. Zim, well, we're talking with a different group of immigrants, but if we look back to the 1800s, the Irish immigrants were weaponized against us. And according to Dr. Howard Zinn, he says, how could these Irish immigrants, themselves poor and despised, become sympathetic with the black slave who was becoming more and more the center of attention, the subject of agitation in the country? Indeed, the most working class activists at this time ignored the plight of the blacks. That's happening again. Again, we are becoming the center of attention, and the system is sending immigrants to compete with our interests. The history erases the mystery, and we're looking at another loop, or according to Mark Twain, another rhyme. I'm out.
You make a good point. The Homestead Act, where they allowed a whole bunch of Europeans, and this is why when he came in and he was trying to do the whole, oh, my family was poor, my family was farmers and all that. Y'all notice I kept saying, yeah, prior to coming to America, your family was poor prior to coming to America, because all these immigrants love to do that. My family was poor. Don't none of them tell the honest truth. All of them, every single last one of them tell the same story about how poor their family was and how they got it out the mud when they got here. Their family was poor prior. That's the reason they came here. And then when they came here, the American government gave them housing, gave them jobs, gave them land, they subsidized them, and they gave them, as Dr. Martin Luther King would say, an economic floor so they can become a buffer class. So we have to understand the history of that.
Yes, sir. And one more note, and I'll shut my mouth. Is this history of using immigration as a weapon, as I point out to my students and to the Twitter Spaces, happened before this was a country. We never should forget the Georgia Corporation with Captain Oglethorpe. There's a university named after him in Georgia. I don't that black people go to. I don't know why they go there, but Oglethorpe sent the England's criminals, degenerates. That's not my word. That's a word used in canon of academia. Pedophiles, lunatics to the place which we now call Georgia, the area, to like brother Afro Elite said, to create a buffer class against us. In conclusion, immigration has always been used as a weapon against foundational Black Americans. I'm Professor Alon, and I'm out.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's real talk. Now we're gonna get to Ray Ray.
Good evening. Yes, I would just like to say that I've been enjoying listening people respectfully say how they're moving and why. And I would just like to say that I don't hear enough people coming up with the solution of illegal immigration. Illegal invaders being dumped in our communities, The missing people's rate, we're at 43% and rising, and missing persons, sexual assault, um, trafficking. Is it organ trafficking, sexual trafficking, and the deadly drugs that they're bringing, and the dilapidation of our communities? So I'm definitely Black American, and I'm not voting for Kamala, who has hijacked the election and been unfair to other Democrats. They have not been able to elect their presidential nominee on that side. And not to mention all the rainbow frillery that they've been pushing on children, saying that parents can't ask their children about their sexuality, hormone pills. I mean, it's just getting out of control. And I want to swing at everyone. I want to swing back at the Democrats. I want to swing back at illegal immigration, and I want to have our opportunity to vet a Black American uh, caucus where we can go in, and you got to know politics. We could put whatever we want on the Senate floor, you know, put whatever we need before the Supreme Court if they don't like it. And if they deny it, keep putting it on the floor unapologetically. We don't have that representation. And this isn't like last year where everybody's doing all this integration. I could have told you, I thought people were crazy right now listening about Joe and the things that he said his whole career, including the racist things about jungles and his kids going to school with ours, the N hard ER work. Then they want to talk about some Central Park and always want to overly obsess about fucking Trump. And it's just a whole bunch of red flags. And like when the propaganda and the things that they pass, that you can legally make some shit up and use in your campaign. So yeah, I'm gonna land it there. But don't be upset with other people, you know, that are Black American, especially in our community, because we have the freedom to vote, the freedom to be who we are, the freedom of choice. So that's the only thing that gets me a little upset, because I'm not going to try to sell Jack to you, because like I said, it's a different position now. They're setting up in these blue cities censuses that they have these illegals fill out. So if you're going to take the couch, I would like somebody to tell me what we're going to do about the harm that illegal um, invasion is doing to our communities while sitting on the couch. Because it might not be your children, but I know a few people that have been sexually assaulted or have family members missing or that died in the hospitals. Anyway, I would like to say, do not have defeatist mentality. Whichever way you choose to go, make it the best one. And I land my mic there.
No, thank you for that. Briefly, I'm gonna answer that by saying the reason why they over here is because the Democrats are the ones who are co-signing that. The Democrats are the ones who are pushing that. The Democrats need our support. So if they don't have our support, they're not going to have the power necessary to continue to do this. So I'm just going to give that as a brief answer. Before we move on to the next hand, we'll get to you haven't spoken yet. We'll get to Dolo, and then we'll get to, because you was up here before, we'll get to Sharif after Dolo.
Yes, can you skip me real quick? I gotta do something.
Okay, all right. We'll get to Sharif then.
Hey, Afro, thank you for having me. Before I make my point, I kind of just want to ask you about what, if reparations would happen, how would you like it to happen? Do you want it to be like a monthly check? Do you want land to be allocated or to be given houses? What's your interpretation of how reparations should happen?
Well, to be very simple and short, I would say a monthly check. It's beyond that. The request would be beyond that. It would be reparations across the board, but it would be similar to the ones kind of like, because America has already set legal precedent with reparations the way they have with Native Americans. So it would be checks as far as other things as well too, like tax exempt status or things like that. But checks primarily, first and foremost.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to preface my point with that I am a quote unquote African immigrant. My parents came here when they were like 22, 21 to Canada. They both did really well. They got high level education. And I'm a son I'm a son of an immigrant, so to speak. But when it comes to reparations, 100% blacks are owed that debt. And I also agree that it should come in the form of a monthly check. And I just wanted to mention how this would be beneficial, not just to Black Americans, but Americans as a whole. For one, if Black Americans were to be receiving a monthly check, then eventually this would turn into Black Americans becoming wealthier and attaining more success financially within America, which in turn, they would end up paying more taxes, which would end up benefiting the American people as a whole. The reason why reparations are needed for Black people and Black communities is because of a high level of
Black Americans, lineage based. You
Please don't
wouldn't be
interrupt me. Please don't
eligible.
interrupt me. I let
Okay,
everybody
yeah,
speak.
let's not do that.
Now,
but let's specify that when you say blacks, you mean specifically Black Americans, foundational Black Americans.
Yes, I'm not
Okay,
referring
all
to
right,
myself.
okay.
I'm talking about blacks whose ancestors were the slaves brought here, right?
Okay.
Specifically. So, the reason it would have such a huge impact is because a lot of Black people within Black communities are facing scarcity, right? And I think that's the first and foremost thing that needs to be healed and fixed. Because with scarcity, you have so many other compounding things that happen from it. And actually, there was an experiment done in Canada in a town called Hamilton. It's a suburb of Toronto, where they instituted universal basic income. So they basically gave these people a monthly check. I think it was maybe $1,500, $2,000 a month, and they found so many positive effects from it. They actually found that unemployment lessened to a large degree. They found that people were happier on an emotional, intellectual level. They found that people were actually more willing to get jobs and to work harder to make money. And this was all because they were alleviated from the scarcity they were facing. I don't think a lot of people understand just how egregious facing scarcity can be on your mind as a human being psychologically. And once that's alleviated, then that's a whole lot of stress that is lifted from their shoulders. Again, we have to understand that this scarcity is in place because of the centuries of oppression that Black Americans have faced. And that systemic oppression is still in place today through many different systems, and is still perpetuated through Western media as a whole, well, specifically American media. And then I had one more point, which was that, yes, there has to be, I think, an understanding on a more cultural level within America. And I think there's the reason why a lot of white Americans are so against the idea of reparations is because a lot of Americans think individualistically. They don't think about everybody as a whole. They only worry about themselves and their very near relatives. And that's a big problem. And I think in order for reparations to happen, we have to open people's eyes and allow them to think outside of their own little box, which I don't think a lot of Americans do. And there's still a lot of racism towards Black Americans within America. And I think reparations would do a lot for Black America and in the end, America as a whole. That's all.
Okay, all right. Now, I do agree with what you were saying about the fact that reparations would be tremendously beneficial to the economy. It would be tremendously beneficial to the American economy. Now, let's address with the last thing that you said, as far as why white America is so opposed to reparations. White America is opposed to reparations because white America is opposed to anything that benefits Black people. There has been reparations that's been paid to several other groups throughout the course of American history, some even
Like
currently today. And you don't see this amount of pushback, this amount of vitriol and disagreeing. You don't see that from white America like you see with Black Americans' reparations. You don't see the same amount of pushback. So if it was just out of ignorance, which is what a lot of white Americans claim, a lot of people who defend it, oh, they just don't know and they just individualistic and everything. If that was the case, they would have the same amount of pushback with all forms of reparations, but yet you only see them have this amount of pushback when it comes to our reparations. So it's something in particular they don't want us to have.
Yes, actually, I wanted to make one more point. I forgot. I'm actually tired of this narrative and this rhetoric that like black people should pull themselves up by their bootstraps. You know, this idea, it's ridiculous because we have to understand the level, the amount of, first of all, generational trauma that has been imposed on current day Black Americans through all the systems that have been put in place to oppress them, and it's a very like reductive way of thinking of things. There's so many other factors in play here, you know, including the prison industrial complex that has mainly targeted Black people historically, among other things. So just wanted to add that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed. Now we're gonna get to some of the other speakers.
I think
Let's
I'm ready
Dolo,
now.
you got it? You good now, brother?
Yeah, I'm ready now. Thank you.
All right.
All right, this was kind of a question that I wanted to kind of base for Brother Marcel. You know, I really do find his political knowledge, you know, something that we should all kind of admire at times. But I was recently talking with, you know, somebody I would say is one of the one percenters. And I've noticed that they have some type of a talking point now where they're using, you know, abortion and Roe versus Wade and all those reasons as to why we should vote for Kamala. So I just kind of wanted to see what would Marcel, what would your retort be to uh, somebody's statement like that?
Okay. Well, if Marcel comes back up, he can answer that question.
Or anybody else who's willing to answer that. Sorry.
Okay, so your question is, as far as the 1% saying abortion and all that is a reason to vote for Kamala?
Yeah, women's
Using
rights.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, women's rights. Okay. All that stuff about women's rights and stuff. First off, they're not going to completely ban abortion because let's be very clear. There's a lot of Republicans who rely on abortion as well, too. There's a lot of Democrats who don't agree with abortion. Now, majority of people, she's not going to be able to bring it back because the only way you could bring it back, what she's talking about is reversing Roe v. Wade, which she wouldn't have the ability to do. That would be a Supreme Court decision. And unless two people step down in order for her to appoint Supreme Court judges, she's not going to be able to change the way the Supreme Court is made up. The Supreme Court is majority conservative. And unless they step down, which is unlikely if the president is not a conservative, it's unlikely that they would step down. And unless they step down, there's nothing Kamala could do to change the Supreme Court's decision on that.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. You're welcome. Let's get to, I want to get to some of the people who, let me see, haven't spoke. Dion, what's on your mind, Dion?
Yeah, what's up? How you guys doing? I want to answer the title to the room: best choice for Black Americans, Kamala, Trump, or the couch. I don't think that we're living in an election era where we can really sit on the couch. Um, you have an option. I'm a reparations candidate that's running for president. Uh, I A lot of you guys were introduced to me as a reparations candidate when I ran for Senate in 2022. And we have to get past the personal politics. I think we have been kind of bottom casted by a lot of our politics because of personal, emotional, surface things, right? I think that's why a lot of our parents and a lot of our parents and a lot of our grandparents, they vote blue no matter who. It's time that we start focusing on reparations and really see which candidates that we have options in every level of politics, whether it's your local, whether it's your federal, or whether it's your executive level. As a president, I will be, if I am elected, I will be commander in chief of the armed forces. I am not only going to give us reparations by my reparations package entitled Defense, Money, Land, and Grants, but I am also going to use the Patriots Act to go after these white terrorist organizations all across the country. The FBI stated in 2014 that white terrorist organizations grew from 149 to over 1,000 groups between the years of 2008 to 2014. Now, I really want people to think about that because in a 6 year period, the amount of white terrorist organizations grew 10 times fold in the entire history of this country's existence. We only had about 149 groups within a 6 year period. It 10 times folded. Not only that, but the president today, Joe Biden, stated that white terrorism was a number one threat to national security. That's coming from Joe Biden himself. So not only am I going to issue out, I'm gonna put the country under a state of emergency. I'm going to use the Patriots Act, which gives me the authority to go after white terrorists all across the country and indict them without due process because of George W. Bush. And I will use the RICO Act to form a dotted line connection to these terrorist organizations because if we're going to get reparations, it's going to be a tremendous backlash, or I should say, a white lash against our people, right? And we can't have that. If we're going to have a commander in chief of the armed forces, we're going to need a person who's going to know how to act and not just react, but know how to calculate moves and play checkers and not chess. And living in a white terrorist country, when even the president himself said it is a number one threat to national security, you would have that in
Okay, let me
myself.
let me ask a
Um,
question real quick. You're on the ballot for the presidency?
I'm going to be a write-in candidate in the states that allows you to write my name in. So there are a few states, and right now I'm thinking about suing those states that are not allowing write-in candidates. But I'm more of a protest vote this year. But if you don't want to vote for Trump or Kamala, you have another option in Dion D. Jenkins. And my website is DionDJenkins2024.com. That's
All right,
DionDJenkins2024.com.
all right, okay. All right. Well, we're gonna move on. We're gonna get to the other speakers. That's Dion D. Jenkins. All right. So now we're going to. Here's how we're gonna go. We're gonna get to Easy Boy, then we're gonna get to Brittany, then we're gonna get to Yikes. All right. So Easy Boy.
Yeah, thanks for giving me more time. And let me just say, I hope y'all noticed that the people who called in and advocated for Trump, none of them responded to any of my criticism of Black conservatives and the conversation about they were not only not willing to exercise power, they're also not able because again, they all come from majority white districts. So I would definitely like people who are telling me that we should vote for Trump. I would like for them to speak to that. And my next point is when we're talking about immigration, and I would suggest some people do some deeper reading. When you're talking about Kamala and that whole border czar thing, which is not an actual government position, this was something she was appointed to by Biden. And what did she do with that position? Well, she actually went and made conversation with those countries based on the idea of you're not going to have ICE lock up everybody to solve the problem. The problem is the migration of people from South and Central America living in failed states. So the question is, are we going to continue to dump cheap products on those countries and force their population to not have a viable way to work? And then they end up on our shores in the situation we're talking about. And when I hear people talk about immigration and they don't bring up Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis busing and flying people to Chicago and New York in order to, make it to where they can't really handle that amount of population because they only got a budget for so many. And when I hear people say that and they don't bring that part up, it makes me question whether they're sincere about what they're talking about when it comes to that. So, yes, it's a problem, but can we solve it? Easily. The Dems we're talking about are center right Dems. We're not talking about Bernie Sanders or leftists. This is Kamala them. If you push them, they will move. When Barack Obama was in charge and people started criticizing him about the border, what did he do? He became deporter in chief, deported over 2.5 million because the pressure from outside political parties, and that especially grassroots black folks and other groups, made him do that. We could do the same thing to Kamala. Now, the question becomes with this Trump situation, and again, I'm just asking because I feel like there's a lot of naive people who watch some YouTube videos and think certain things. When it comes down to it, the black constituency that is for Trump, there is a huge firewall called MAGA between you and that candidate, and he will not be moved by any any idea that you have to force him to do what you want because he has the MAGA firewall who don't agree with most issues, especially when it comes to black folks. Now, when we're talking about I'm gonna end real quick, Afro, but thanks for the time. But when we're talking about reparations, I think people need to think big. I don't want to hear about a state idea. I want to hear about a federal response because the federal government is the only one who has that type of money to deal with an issue this big. Go look up that Jewish reparations from Germany. Right now, it's over 889 billion. No, I did not joke. Look up Thomas Creamer from Newsweek. He's a educator who wrote about that years ago. I think it's like 2005, where he was talking about the Jewish reparations from Germany. So when you're talking about money of that scale, it can't come from a state because the state has a certain budget. It has to come from the federal government. And in order to push that, we're going to have organized black people who understand politics from this framework. Nobody's your friend. When you vote for somebody, that don't mean you're getting married. That means you voted for them to get in the office, and day one, when they get in the office, it's time to fight. At that moment, you advocate for everything you want, and if they start to stammer and slow and shuffle their feet on what you push for, then you leave them to die at the midterms and everything else, and you continue to put pressure on them. That's what politics is. And let me speak for the ancestors real quick because I don't like how some people talk about the old folks. When it was in our interest to vote Republicans, the ancestors did. When it was in our interest to vote Democrat, the ancestors did. This idea that our ancestors were some clueless dupes who were being fooled every political cycle, no, they were trying to keep the worst of the worst from us and moving forward and fighting against these so-called white coalitions within this country. So I'm gonna need people to speak about the ancestors with a little more respect. These were people without college education who were able to move the most mighty nation on earth onto their interests because politically they understood where they were. Somehow they didn't go to college and they didn't get confused like some of us are now, where we're out here advocating for people who don't have our best interests at heart. So again, salute to the ancestors. I'm gonna need people to put more respect on their name and for people to have a report card for their voting of George W. Bush, Mitt Romney, and Trump twice, for them to be acting like they're the political experts, man, get the hell out of here. I don't want to hear none of that, bro. Let's keep it a buck on this. We've got some really astute people. And we also need to access our historical memory. When people start talking about black parties, stop acting like you just came up with it yourself. In 1972, we had a whole damn coalition in Gary, Indiana, trying to figure out what's best for black folks and having a party and going forward. So again, we ain't got to reinvent the wheel. We need to study the ancestors, what was successful, what wasn't, and move forward based on that. But this whole getting involved with a party based on star power or celebrity, man, the old folks didn't do that. They knew better. They voted, and then after that, they knew they had to fight. That's all I'm saying. Thanks, Afro.
All right. Now, we got a lot of people requesting. We got a lot of hands up, so people can't afford to be long-winded. So we're going to go with Brittany, then Yikes, and then we're going to keep it pushing from there.
Yeah, I just wanted to just
chime in again and reiterate that I do believe reparations is, also the key to balancing out immigration. I think, again, a lot of these issues are directly linked to who controls labor. And I think reparations could be one of many pathways for Black people to control labor again, and to, you know, increase productivity amongst a lot of migrants here, which I feel like will have some really positive economic benefits. Also, too, again, just brainstorming. I'm just curious to be educated. There was a younger guy, at least he sounded younger, speaking earlier, who was talking about the platinum plan. And I mentioned earlier, right? Like, if a strategy is going to be implemented to switch over to the Republican Party, who in the Republican Party will back this plan, right? Because Donald Trump just can't be like, here, I'm executing this plan. Like, he needs other Republicans to support him. So I'm just kind of genuinely curious, who are these other Republicans that are supporting reparations for Black people? So that's what I wanted to ask him. Oh, and then also to Marcel's point, right? I also think too, the silver lining in sitting on the couch, right, and low voter turnout amongst Black people is that, to me, that's a bridge that, a lot of people are no longer engaging in the existing institution, which for me as an analyst, that gives me some type of indication, personally speaking, that people who aren't voting are looking for something else. They're looking for an alternative, to me, again, which is a bridge to a different political party. So again, I'm also, curious to learn about like new and emerging parties that are out there, because I think that, in the next decade, I think that we will have an additional party, which I think will be really cool to see in my lifetime. But yeah, my main question is like, who on the Republican side beyond Donald Trump will help move reparations?
Okay, we'll get to that. What I can say though is that there are things Donald Trump can do without necessarily having the full support of his party. I mean, he can sign executive orders, so we don't need the entire party to support it. You know what I'm saying? Um, so I'll say that. And then now let's get to our sister Yikes.
Hello, brother Afro Elite. Can you hear me well?
Yeah. Can you speak up just a tad bit?
I'll talk loudly. I'm kind of outside of my
Okay.
hotel right now. This has been a fabulous space. I've been sitting here listening for a couple of hours, and I wanted to very much thank you for having this space. And I wanted to say also, Marcel, I'm a huge fan. It's great to see you go viral online. And from a couple of years ago to now, to see the progress that this movement has made, it is not stepping, it is running. We are running in the right direction as Black Americans, and we are getting exactly what we want. That word out there for people to start saying reparations and to start understanding what it is and not getting it confused or mixed up with anything else. Now, personally, I wanted to answer the question, best choice for Black Americans, Kamala, Trump, or couch. My vote will be definitely on the couch. I will say this about the Democrats, and this is me personally speaking from a financial standpoint. Um, the Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, has had ample opportunity this year to decrease the interest rate, and he has not. He basically stabbed Biden in the back. And to me, that already said that Biden wasn't to be trusted, and there's obviously other hands at play here. So trying to get anything from the Democrats is going to be a non sequitur. It's going to be a waste of time. We already know the Republicans are a vehemently anti-Black group and not to be trusted either way. So I don't see myself voting for either one of those parties. Neither one of them are doing anything for me in my personal interest. And again, lovely space. I wanted to be brief because I know others want to speak. So I'll keep listening. And thank you so much, Afro Lee. It's just lovely to see you still out here, still stomping. And man, from a couple years, it's just great to see.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. But that's all I have. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. That's our sister Yikes. She's been supporting for years. Love to hear her input on this. Thank you. Let me see. The next speaker, I really want to address, let me get to F the French, and then we'll get to Marcel to address the point that was made, because the point was kind of made at Marcel or to address Marcel's point. So we'll get to him after F the French.
Hello, all. I'll try to keep it brief. My both my parents are immigrants from Haiti, so I don't claim to be a Black American, though I do know a decent amount about Black American history. In terms of the immigration, I think a lot of that has to do with American foreign policy, which destabilizes other countries and then creates people who then flee to the U.S. for better opportunity. Um, and I think when it comes to reparations, that's another aspect of it. Obviously, I do support reparations, lineage based reparations. I think it's quintessential for that to happen, for any sort of diaspora prosperity to occur. I think instead of the U.S. wasting money to terrorize other countries, they can use that money to then fund reparations, whether it be cash based, which seems to be something that is needed, as well as tax free status and other entrepreneurial endeavors that would make it easier to reclaim all of the racist nonsense that has been going on. In terms of the political parties, I think both of them are not good for Black people in general, especially descendants of American slavery. Both parties are pushing against civil rights and just different ones. The Democrats are pushing against the right to keep and bear arms, which has historically been a right denied to those that descend from American slavery. The Republicans go after abortion and other rights as well. So I think a third party option is definitely the best. And federal elections, while very important, have kind of eclipsed state and local elections, which is where the real power in this democratic republic lie. Uh, Forming coalitions from the ground up, and then worrying about the presidential election after the coalitions are built will be way more effective. And I'll land there.
Now, before you go, you said that America, our foreign policies set up the other countries to where you all have to immigrate to America. Correct or incorrect? I'm asking because I just want to get your stance on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it causes all of the problems. I feel like that's egregious to say, but definitely for certain countries, yes, the destabilization campaigns that America has run have definitely contributed to the immigration.
Do you feel that America owes these groups of people immigration because of that?
No, I think it would be much better for those countries to be left alone and for destabilization campaigns from the CIA and stuff like that to cease. If these countries are left alone, they can rebuild themselves.
Okay, okay. Because I was just trying to make sure, because I don't know if you were implying that America owes the immigrants something. So I was just trying to clarify that. Now, I do want to get to Marcel because the point was addressed towards Marcel's statement earlier. So, Marcel, you got it.
Hey, Afro. First of all, Kamala Harris was put in charge of the border. That's why they called her the border czar. And she had the full backing of the resource in her position, and she failed. Every failure of this administration can also be attributed to her. I have been a teacher of the year and I've been a district teacher of the year. But unfortunately, the school where I worked was a failing school. And as much as it bothered me, because my class was not a failing class, my kids did very, very well under me. My kids did better than a lot of the schools in the surrounding area. But unfortunately, the stench of that being a failing school was attributed to me as well because I was with that school. So ain't nobody gonna tell me the vice president doesn't have responsibility for an out of control border that she was put in charge of. We have a historic level of illegal immigrants flooding into this nation. And I'll be damned if someone's going to sit there and talk about it's because of America flooding them with cheap products. No, it's because of them not being able to stand up and fight to make their nations better. And as far as this point about America destabilizing other nations, I'm never going to defend America's involvement in corruption and overthrowing other nations. I'm a freeman, a black American. You don't know who America destabilized more than these other countries? Us. Do you want to know the difference, though, between America's treatment of these foreign nations and us? America gives billions, hundreds of millions to billions of dollars to these same nations. Guatemala, Honduras, these African countries, Asian countries, Middle Eastern countries. You know who America hasn't given a goddamn penny to? Black Americans. So if these people are saying that America has done them wrong and America therefore owes their nations, America sends billions of dollars in aid to their nations. They have a responsibility to stay in their countries and try to fix up their nations. The first thing a lot of them do when they get here is to think about how they can mobilize against Black Americans when they should have stayed in their nation and think about how they can mobilize to fix their own country. We are told that we need these illegal immigrants. We are told that they're essential for our country. Well, why aren't they essential for their own country? If we need them here, don't their own country need them there? We are told that they risk life and limb to get here. Well, can't they risk life and limb to fix up their own nations? Stop absolving them of the responsibility they have to be obligated to help fix up their society, and stop trying to put everything on the U.S. Because the truth of the matter is, if we're talking about Latin America, if we're talking about Asia, if we're talking about any part of the world, a lot of those countries were destabilized and were corrupt by their own rulers long before America got involved. America was technically never a colonial power. So if someone owes them something in Latin America, they should go to Spain. They should go to Portugal. In Asia, they should go to Spain. They should go to France. They should go to England. How does it become black?
Hey,
As I'm talking, I am
do
Hey,
you need
hey,
me to?
hey, hey, we're not gonna do
speaking.
that. Come on now.
I
We're not
am
gonna do that.
speaking. How does it become America's fault and Black Americans, freemen, more than any other group, shoulders the brunt of the illegal immigrant crisis, where we are the ones that's owed by America first and foremost? The funny thing is, America has destabilized our communities, and you don't see us flooding to other communities at all. We don't do it. And I don't know what point the other guy was making about these third parties being to the new. I never said that. Matter of fact, the third party I mentioned, I said was started by freemen in the 1960s when they realized that the Democrats were not going to do right by people. They started their own party and they actually had reparations at one of their policy points. And let me be very clear, I'm not trying to follow all of my ancestors' actions. Some of our ancestors got it wrong, and that is a goddamn fact. That's one of the reasons why some of the movements were destabilized, because people were welcomed into the fold who were corrupt, and they dismantled and they disrupted and derailed movements that we were doing. I'm going to learn from my ancestors' mistakes. I'm going to repeat where they were successful, and I'm going to continue on the path where the ones who were for us was leading us. We are not obligated or shackled to our ancestors' legacy. We also have the responsibility to make our own legacy. That's what our ancestors did. And I don't see people who were alive in the 1970s as our ancestors. They are our predecessors, but a lot of those people are still alive. My parents were born in the 1960s. So people in the 1960s, 1970s are not our ancestors. They're our parents, our grandparents, and great grandparents, and even some of them are realizing they made mistakes. That's why the Democrats every single year are getting frightened about the number of Black supporters they're losing. They may not be voting for Trump or the couch, or they may not be voting for Trump or the Republicans, but they're sending home a lot more often because our ancestors, as you want to call them, are waking up and realizing they've been voting for a party as a captured electorate for so long and it's getting them nothing. So if our quote unquote ancestors can wake up and make a difference and make a change, then so can we. Number three, we can move Kamala and the Democrats in our direction. Are you serious? We've had 60 years of us being their most loyal constituency. We've had 60 years of being to the bottom, falling further to the bottom. In 2020, we mobilized throughout this nation like we never mobilized before. And you got Janet Yellen, who is the head of the U.S. Treasury underneath Biden, who said that this administration has not embraced reparations as a solution. You had the Democrats that came out and released a statement on The View saying the Biden administration and the Democratic Party Party does not actively support reparations. If they are not moved as us being their most loyal constituency, and them getting 90% of all black votes, then what else is it going to take for us to move them? Someone mentioned a good example, and this is not me being pro Trump. This is a fact that we all saw happen. When Ice Cube reached out to both parties, the Democratic Party, Republican Party, the Biden campaign at that time, and the Trump campaign, about forming a contract for Black America, it was the Trump campaign that responded. So that goes to show we are best trying to exercise other options than being captured to either one. And that also shows that you can make inways with the Trump administration. I can tell you right now, I'm speaking with someone who's a part of his administration about Freeman, about reparations. Now, I'm going to need more than just talk from them, but the fact of the matter is, they have made themselves available. I have never gotten that kind of reception from anyone from the Biden administration or the Biden campaign since running for office. So don't try to make it seem like we are held hostage with any party. That's what's gotten to the predicament we're in now, where we are doing worse in many measures than Jim Crow.
Can I respond?
Before you do that, let me just, I do got to say one thing too to that. You know what I'm saying? Like, when he brought up the contract for Black America, he did go to both parties. And a lot of people make the argument that we don't go to the Democratic Party, we don't lobby enough, we don't do enough. And that's why they are not agreeing to our demands for reparations. I do gotta agree with that. When we do reach out, they tell us no. They tell us later, 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 later. Now Biden's administration is almost over, and he has not even talked to Ice Cube, not one single time. And he's had time. He's had a whole bunch of rappers, Glorilla, all these other Quavo, everybody else in the White House, but he ain't had the one person who wanted to talk about business that he promised he was going to talk about business with. So I really disagree with the whole we need to advocate more, we need to lobby more with our demands, because clearly that's not working. They're avoiding us. But I'm going to let Easy Boy respond, and then we're going to get to Filthy Dirty Production. That sounds like a adult website. All right.
Yeah. So my response to Marcel starts in this way. It's okay for black people to disagree. We don't have to destroy each other. That's the one thing about these conversations that we definitely need to build on and understand. Me and Marcel have a disagreement politically. That's fine. We move on. Now, your point about Ice Cube and the Platinum Plan, how the Dems said no immediately. Why did they say no immediately? Because they knew they couldn't take on that plan with the portion of racists within their party and actually implement it. Now, why did Trump, who was still in office at the time and had all levers of power, why did he not take that plan on? Because it was bad for him as well. Reparations is a long-term fight. These people who get into an election cycle and think, okay, if reparations don't happen this year, I guess we done. No, we're gonna be fighting for this for the next 30, 40 years, as we should. So again, I go back to my original point. When you say America has never been a colonizer, I don't know what to tell you, brother. I'm gonna suggest you read about the Philippines. I'm gonna suggest you read about South America. General Smedley Butler, War is a Racket. Really good book. Covers a lot of the American colonization of South and Central America. And when we talk about this era where we put in that huge trade law after 2000, and we decided those areas were going to be raw material producers who we would dump finished products on. Yes, that means that the normal workers there who used to live on subsistence farming, they're going to travel somewhere. And guess where they traveled? They ended up in America. So again, if we're going to deal with immigration, we have to deal with it at the source, not this idea that you're going to hire 50,000 ICE agents to come in and solve the problem. That's not realistic. That's Trumpian nonsense that YouTube supporters seem to think is actual politics. It's a con. I'm trying to get folks to stop falling for the con. So again, going back to my original point, when I talked about black conservatives, how come he didn't choose a black conservative for his vice? Why did he go get J.D. Vance, who is failing right now, as his vice? Why did he skip over Tim Scott? Why did he skip over Byron Daniels? And again, how come Byron Daniels, Tim Scott, and all these other black conservatives who are elected in white majority districts, How come they haven't put any pressure on Trump to say, we want tangibles on the table right now? That 20% slice of black conservatives determine whether he's in the White House or not. But they are not willing to exercise that power. So at the end of the day, this ain't about personalities. This ain't about a disagreement between me and another person. This is about speaking to the issues as they actually are. And what I'm finding is, I'm not hearing black conservatives make any argument for pushing for power or anything else. I just hear a whole lot of stuff about the Democrats did this and the Democrats did that, and I'm done. And as far
Afro,
as the
can I please
ancestors,
respond?
like we gotta stop with that.
Afro,
No,
can
the
I please
ancestors knew what they
respond?
were doing.
Oh,
All right, real quick, and then we're gonna get to.
yeah. All I
Thank you,
need is
Afro.
45 seconds. How hypocritical are you being right now? So they have to fix immigration right away because they were hurt by America making cheap products. But black Americans have to wait 40, 50, 60, 70 years. Do y'all hear that? Immigration has to be fixed right now, but black Americans have to wait. How hypocritical, and that's internalized anti-freeman hate. Second of all, I don't give a damn what color a person in office might be from whom my people can get policies. They can be blue. What's the damn difference between picking a Tim Scott and a JD Vance? They all align the same. Tim Scott is not so different from Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris said America was not a racist country, pretty much. They don't owe us a damn thing. And Tim Scott said the damn thing. One just has an R and one just has a D. So you may be into symbolism and want Trump to choose a black face in a high place if you are still in that mess, but not me. Third of all, if you want to blame America for flooding these countries with cheap products, blame the leaders of those countries who accepted these bad deals for being stupid deal makers. Blame those illegal immigrants for not going to Europe. Europe has been the main colonizer in this world, and that's where they should be going. Stop making excuses for cowards to run and invade our nation. And I'm going to stand on what I said. Fourth of all, this country has an obligation to black Americans, and the Democratic Party that gets 90% of black votes has an obligation to us. And if Trump was the first one to reach out to Ice Cube saying a contract for black America, that is proving your point wrong right there that he can't be moved. Afro, last point. If we, and Afro, I know what you're saying, it's their obligation to do policies for us, yes. But if we barely demand things for our vote from the Democrats and they get 90% of our black votes and they don't do anything for us, what was the realistic expectation to think Trump, who only got 8% of our vote, was going to do anything for us? That makes it even more impressive that when Ice Cube asked both sides to meet with him, Trump is the one that responded, who only had 8% of our vote. If anyone had the most to lose, it would have been Trump. His most, you admitted his base was a lot of white supremacists. So if anyone should have ignored Ice Cube, it should have been the guy that you are saying had the most white racists on his side. But he's the one that reached out. The guy Biden, who had 90% of black votes, did not reach out. So you can't make excuses for them on one hand and then on the other hand say that we must be beholden to that side that's been neglecting us. It don't work that way.
Yeah, and with respect, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a third party voter. And the point was, the
I
Dems
can't
would
tell.
actually, you not being able to tell makes no difference in the reality.
Yeah,
So,
well, your
Well, hold
reality
on,
is what
hold
makes
on,
them
okay,
hold
say
but
it.
on.
brother,
So,
We're not
just
gonna go
hold
to
on.
back and forth.
Again, I'm being respectful. I'm being respectful, Afro.
well,
Just know
no,
that.
because you don't get the last word here.
All right,
So,
hold
no, you're
on,
not going to
hold
make some
on.
It
BS
ain't
point
Easy
and
about
I
the
boy,
can't
hold
last
on.
respond.
word.
Hey,
It ain't about.
hold on. So this doesn't become a back and forth. We're gonna pause this. We're gonna let other people. There's other people who haven't spoken yet. So we got to be fair to everybody else's time. I'm an easy boy. I'm not gonna kick you off. Marcel's not gonna get kicked off, and y'all get to finish y'all dialect. After we get to some of the other speakers. So we'll get to Filthy Dirty Production.
Hey, thank you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay.
That name is
First of all, I
something
want
else, man. I don't. That name is something else, brother. But go ahead.
yeah. Well,
Go ahead. Just.
we do music, so you got to check it
Oh, okay.
out. Go to the website.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh, Kamala Harris to me is more radical than Bernie Sanders. I heard somebody say that she's not radical. I think that she is radical, and I feel like Trump. Personally, my life was better when Trump was president. Now, maybe it wasn't Trump, maybe it was. But when Biden got elected, things went down and they went down fast for us and for black people. And if I go to Ireland and I say, okay, I'm in Ireland, and I say, you guys are the same as Russians, man, then people would be pissed off. If I went to Germany and said, you guys are the same as Russians, then people would be pissed off. But for us as Black people, we identify with the continent. There's 54 countries in Africa, but we identify with a continent. Nobody else does that. You see the point I'm trying to make? And Barack Obama, they let him become president. His ancestors weren't slaves. So it's not the same as, it's not a big up for us, for Black Americans, because his ancestors didn't come from slavery like ours did. All Black people ain't the same. That's what I'm saying. And I'm voting Republican. Well, I'm not voting, I'm a felon, but if I could vote, I'd vote Republican. Thank you.
All right, yeah. All right. That's true. His parents ain't the same. His lineage ain't the same. You know, which is why he was so cavalier about allowing the murder of Trayvon Martin and Tamir Rice and Eric Gardner and Sandra Bland and all of the other Black folk. He just allowed to be slaughtered without avenging them. That's why he was able to do that, because he's not like us, like Kendrick Lamar would say. Now let's get to PDS.
Okay, can you hear me?
Got you.
Okay. I got a couple of points. First, I want to just say if a leaf is not responsible for what a root does, the root of the tree is the root of the tree. The leaf is just out there. That's what I'm saying is these countries that we send money to, the people don't get it. The leaders use that money how they want to use it. So those people are just a pawn in the game. And second, I'd rather have the reform slut than the nut. Meaning Kamala Harris is the reform slut and Donald Trump is a nut. Because I'm a reform slut myself. I have no problem. I have no problem with a reform slut being
Now,
president.
let me ask you a question. Do you think our issue with Kamala is her sexual history?
No, but people harp on that a lot. And what they're saying is
Because the
they saying
thing,
her
let's
biggest
be
issue is
clear. Nobody, we've had this space for hours, and I have not heard anybody have an issue with Kamala's sexual history. A lot of people have an issue, but nobody's had an issue with her sexual history, though.
okay, I retract that. Now look, you can't just sit up here and not know what's going on and then just say, okay, I'm gonna vote Republican. Because I'm gonna vote Democrat. I am.
Okay.
I'm not gonna vote Republican because they really don't have anything for us like y'all think they do. The Democrats don't have nothing for us either. But at the least, at the bare minimum, and I know y'all don't want to hear that because it sounds old and antiquated, like some old person is talking to you. At least we don't have this Title 25 hanging over our head. That 25. Have you read that?
You mean
You
Project
know,
2025?
the Project 2025. Have you read that?
I have, and I've done multiple videos on it and spaces.
Well, that is specifically set up for Donald Trump.
Well,
Do you
it's
agree with that?
the Heritage Foundation developed that as an agenda that they're trying to lobby to Donald Trump, that Donald Trump has openly rejected.
But his right hand man is the guy that was closest to him is the one that's implementing the whole thing.
Well, he doesn't have the power, only Donald Trump, and Donald Trump already has his own agenda.
Well, Donald Trump done said a lot of things he wasn't going to do, and he did. He done, do you actually believe a politician?
Well,
You
you
believe
can't
it?
just say here, but the thing is, I don't trust Donald Trump, but I do know that Donald Trump likes his own thing. Donald Trump doesn't like to pick up anybody else's thing. So if
So
Donald Trump says he has his own plan, I trust Donald Trump's ego to say he's going to go with his own plan.
so you're going to go with the leaf in the wind?
I'm going to say that Donald Trump has his own plan that's on his own website, that
So Donald
contradicts
Trump,
multiple things in Project 2025, actually.
I agree with you. Donald Trump do what he want to do. So Donald Trump is a leaf in the wind. So whichever way that wind gonna blow that day, that's what he gonna do. So you have no guarantees whatsoever.
Can I ask you, what is so particularly scary about Project 2025 as far as Black Americans are concerned?
Because if you read it, it's talking about making somebody a king. If you actually read it, it's saying how that he gonna have complete and total power of the Senate and the House and everything.
Do you think that Donald Trump would be able to do that? Even if Donald Trump wanted to, let's say it was his plan, do you think that Donald Trump would actually realistically be able to crown himself the king?
He said he was going to do that.
Okay, so
He
do you
said,
think Donald Trump, if he gets elected, do you think Donald Trump would be able to completely tear up the Constitution and say, "I'm the king of America"?
no, but he got enough judges to get it started.
He has enough
He do have
judges.
enough.
He has enough judges to crown himself the king over Congress.
He has enough judges to get the rules changed so he can crown himself. He
He
has
didn't have
got.
enough judges not to go to jail.
He
That
got
don't
the
make no
judges.
sense.
He got the judges in. But once you
Okay,
are
I,
a
I
president,
don't think you understand. That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
the rules are not going to apply.
That's not
He's
okay.
going to be
That's not how
the
that
rules.
works. You don't.
Become
You.
president. Not
There
going to
are
apply.
there are several laws, and I was talking about this with Mark. There are several laws in place to put barriers on the power between each branch of government. So there are
25
several
things.
listen, there are several laws in place that prevent Trump from having this absolute power that people fear he's going to have. There are several laws in place that put limits on what the president can do. So there's no way the president is going to be able to be all like, you know what, I am the king of Congress and I'm just going to do anything I want to and nobody. There's several laws and limitations that prevent Trump from even getting close to that.
According to 2025, it will happen.
If you read something out of a comic book and the comic book said that they wanted Trump to be the president, would you fear the comic book? I mean, Project 2025 is like a damn Marvel comic book. If Project 2025 said that they gonna give Trump the Infinity Gauntlet, are you gonna believe that too? Like, come on, let's be realistic here.
Then what are you believing about Trump that's true then?
I believe that project. I know how the America works. Project 2025 goes against that. That's not going to be. That's not a realistic thing, and it's not his
It
agenda anyway.
Man, all this stuff is fake anyway, and then it's just going to be changed right in front of your eyes. You're going to see.
Okay, let me ask you. You're voting for Kamala. What do you expect to get from Kamala?
I'm expecting to put her as a maker give me stuff.
Like what? What are you expecting to get?
For one thing, I'm gonna get her started on reparations because that's
Okay.
all you can do is get them started.
Okay. How are you going to do that?
Oh, I got a grassroots thing going on right now,
Oh, okay.
right here in my city.
Where are
We're
you
getting
from?
ready.
Where are you from?
Once we get off from Arkansas,
So you got.
once
I mean, well,
once
I
she
think
get
you
in,
should let us know so we can
the
all
second
be
thing,
on board, don't you think? So we can all get Kamala on board. So, what's your plan to get Kamala on board with reparations? Now,
once she
mind you,
get
she
elected,
she openly said no to reparations. So,
yeah, she did.
so what's your plan? You got to have a great plan to get her on
Okay,
board.
now, would you want to have reparations with a country that's tore the fuck up, and you can't do nothing with the money anyway?
But
Or
no,
would
no.
you
Let me. I'm asking you
rather
about.
have a country with a good
I'm
time?
asking you about your plan.
My plan is still working. I'm still working it out, bro.
All
Tell
right.
you the truth.
Okay. All right. He working his plan out, y'all. Um. So we gonna move.
I am.
Yeah, all right. Okay. We heard what you had to say. Now we're gonna move on to the Negro Black Knight, and then we're gonna get to Black Native.
All right, thank you for allowing me to speak. I raised back up on the mic because I saw a foreign flagger said something that was very interesting from the land of Haiti, right? Um, We need to be looking at these countries of origins and their national anthems. When you look at their national anthems, they talk about being a
Gotcha.
traitor. Excuse me, can you mute up? I didn't interrupt anybody.
Oh, my bad. I didn't turn it
Yeah,
off.
yeah, 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 please. And I think there's another guy, Easy Boy. I see your mic waving too. Yeah, I don't want nobody hopping off the mic on this because this is something that we do need to address and point out when it comes to these foreign flagger individuals. They have their national anthems, right? We need to be reading through their national anthems and see how they're not living up to their national anthems. I'm gonna read a couple of the stanzas real quick. One of them talks about them not being associated with traitors. They talk about that how they wanted to till the earth and put food into the ground of Haiti. And have they still done that? The answer is no. These are choices that they made of a nation as a people. That's something that they need to figure out on their own and quit blaming United States because United States is giving you money. If your people's mishandling it, that's your people. Stop running over here to the United States, telling us what we can and cannot do, and sabotaging our reparations, sabotaging our justice claim. You have a Haitian man right now who made fun of Sonia, that young black woman that was murdered. I didn't see not one Haitian person spoke up and about the human rights violation to that woman. But you got this guy out here in our affairs. If we're going to stay voting for Kamala, Trump, or the couch, this is the reason why I don't like y'all foreign flaggers. I don't care what country you come from. I'm going to start pulling up your national anthems. I'm going to start reading them. And I'm going to see that your guys are not living up to your expectation of what a nation should be. And you're a coward, the worst coward of them all. You're a bottom feeder and a worm. That's what I see. And that's what made me want to grab a mic because I didn't like that this individual had the nerve to even feel comfortable to grab a mic in a Black American or a Negro space or a lineage based space. That's unacceptable. It's not shade to you, Afro. I know how that it's cool how you rolling. It's this guy felt comfortable to go into a Black American space when it's not geared for you.
I, I feel that. Now I gotta respect you. Absolutely, I gotta respect that. A lot of y'all be speaking way out of turn, way out of pocket. Y'all be way out of pocket. Okay, because we don't be going in y'all spaces and going in y'all business and all that stuff. You don't have a problem with us doing that because we don't do that and we wouldn't do that. Not that you would allow it, but off principle, we wouldn't do that. But y'all got a very bad entitlement issue, a very bad entitlement issue. Now, we got a lot of speakers up here, so let's not be too long-winded. We're going to limit people to about 3 minutes. I think that's enough time for everybody to get their point across. Let's get to Black Native.
Hey, Afro Elite, good space. I've been here for a couple hours. I am subscribed to your
Thank you.
channel, so and I listen to you from time to time. Yeah, it was a couple of things I had wrote down, and it was a quote. And I'm gonna address the title of the room. And the quote is fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice. No, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, fool me three times, shame on both of us. That quote, when I saw the title, that came to my head because of this chameleon. I'm gonna call her Kamala the chameleon because she changes her ethnicity and her race every 4 years. Remember when she was running for the presidency? We didn't want her. We said, nah, we don't want her, and Biden picked her anyway. And she was running under the guise of black girl magic and you know power to the sisters and all the bullshit, the symbolistic bullshit that she was doing. And when she won the VP, literally within 24 hours, she was an East Asian. Like, what happened to the black girl? What happened to Black Girl Magic? And her sorority sisters should have checked her, but they didn't. So we're here again. Another 4 more years, she has now become black again. And I mean, it's just like, when are we gonna stop? And when are we gonna get off this fucking Ferris wheel, or you know how that gerbil just keep running around in a circle? Because that's what we're doing. We have options. We have different parties that we can choose from now. It's just not the Democratic. It's just not the a Republican. We have Cornel West. Hello, I'm not voting for him, but he's out there and he's a reparationist. You know, people have issues because he's also a socialist. But I mean, we have options now. And I had also wanted to, when the Haitian brother came up here and was trying to blame United States for the woes of Haiti, yeah, we might have played a part in it, but I think you might want to reach out to Bill and Hillary, because I remember when you had that earthquake and they had that foundation set up, and I believe it was only like 7 houses built, and they got the rest of the money, millions of dollars. So maybe Barbecue, the leader that's in charge right now, might want to go on, hit up Bill and Hillary and Bill Clinton and say where the fuck our money at and run it. That's what you need to do, because you really don't have no conversations in our business. We had the Australian man, and see, this is what I've come to notice when I'm in these spaces and just hearing these other immigrants speak on our business so freely and openly. All of them practice anti-blackness, anti-American blackness, anti-Negro blackness, anti-freedmen blackness. This Australian had the audacity to bring everybody and their mama into this conversation. And when you kept asking him, let's be very specific, I'm talking about Black Americans, he went all around the world. When in Australia right now, those people are doped out on heroin. They haven't really gave these people reparative justice. They might have thrown them a bone, you know, a couple of, you know, some land here, but they're in a bad situation. I've been watching those documentaries of what's happening over in Australia. So I really don't believe they should even be commenting, because a lot of them live in Canada. You know, their first, their anchor babies or their second gen. They have no foot in the game. They don't. Of course, they don't want us. Most people don't want us to have reparations, and it's just bottom line. They don't like Black people. I'm just gonna keep it real. Like, let's stop playing games. They know our potential. They know what we are capable of if they give us this money. United States supports every fucking country on this planet. I was in a space. I believe it was Sir Ludwig. You had a Yugoslavian trying to talk about, we're begging. It's a hand up. When I looked up how much money the United States has given Yugoslavia, it was close to $300 million, and that was just in 2023. So they cut checks now, but us is zero. It's zero. It's a debt owed. It's nobody else's business. This is our shit that we will be fighting the U.S. government because they owe us, and then we're gonna go to the states. And the only way I could see us having a Black party, I think that we would have to have control of at least 5 or 6 different states, really. And then within those states, we control those states. But you know, we still gonna get our money from the federal government, set aside from reparations. I think that's how we build. And let me see what else I had to say, because it was, everybody was talking so much. I was trying to jot a little bit of things down. Oh, and the Kamala, um, the new, what is it, the Negro Night. The woman's name was Sonia Massey. Say her name. We are now watching Kamala use this woman's death, and I don't, and mark my words, she's going to be using it on her campaign trail while the George Floyd bill hasn't passed yet. It's been 4 years. So if she really cared about police brutality and the murder of Black people, that you know, that bill would have passed. She would have pushed for it because she's part of the executive branch and she can do that. So I just don't see. I'm going to take the couch. I took the couch with the last election, and from what I'm seeing right now, if I don't hear anything coming about reparations or a hate crime bill or something that's going to help our community, I'll be sitting up with my feet up eating popcorn. That's where I'm at with it right now. And I land my plane.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Everybody who doesn't have anything to say, if you can drop down because we got more people coming up. I'm gonna get to F the French, but before I do that, I will say that she's definitely correct when she's saying that she's gonna use the murder of Sonia Massey uh, to help her campaign as a rallying cry to be all like, we got to do this to avenge Sonia Massey and her death, and we got to get this George Floyd stuff. They didn't say nothing. They didn't push nothing. They let that bill sit on the damn shelf and collect dust the second they got in office. They didn't say anything to address that at all. That was not a big concern for them. That was only a political ploy so they can get votes and get in office the same way that a Sonia Massey registration or legislation or something like that is going to be if she does put something like that out. So I do agree with that.
Also, can I say one more thing, brother? Now, okay, she's just many of our people who have been slaughtered. We just had an airman, a 23-year-old airman gunned down in his
Hmm.
house. Did they mention it? Wasn't they talking about the George Floyd Act
Yeah,
then?
sure was. Officer
And now what they're going to do because Sonia Massey is a black woman. Peep the
Roger
game.
Fortune.
Whose heartstrings is she going to pull on?
That's true. That's true. Now we're going to get to F the French.
Yeah, so I just wanted to address some of the things that was said. Like, I'm not sure if my mic wasn't working properly, but I clearly said that I supported lineage-based reparations for American freedmen. That was one of the first things that was out of my mouth. So the characterization of all immigrants as people being against reparations when the one that was just speaking, and I mean, I was born here, but my parents were immigrants. It just seems a little bit fallen on deaf ears. Um, when it comes to the Clintons, yes, they did make a significant impact negatively to Haiti for sure. But that is just a little drip in the overall bucket of to the tune of over 100 years of U.S. oppression of Haiti, including multiple occupations. Um, and also, a lot of times, it was said before that, oh, well, in these countries, we send money to these countries, uh, and they don't know what to do with it, or either their leaders are corrupt. And why is that? The U.S. is actively paying these corrupt politicians in these countries. They are purposely destabilizing these countries, and this is well documented. Um, when it comes to following anthems and looking up people's flags and their anthems, we can also look at people's constitutions, and I really think there's a little bit ironic because the American Constitution in terms of freedom is extremely ironic considering what's actually happened. And the Haitian Constitution, for instance, people actually applied that shit in the beginning. They went and they freed slaves up and down the Caribbean. They were America's first ally. They defeated the French, the British, and the Spanish. And then the US double crossed and stabbed them in the back for the Louisiana Purchase, in which the US recognized a debt to France and facilitated reparations, reverse reparations being paid back to France. And of course, the US took a percentage of that. So when I'm saying, and I alluded to it, I didn't even say it, but I'll say it directly now. I do think that the U.S. owes Haiti reparations, and that's very clear. It's the most clear-cut reparations case because the U.S. facilitated Haiti paying reparations for their ancestors freeing themselves. That makes absolutely no sense. Now, I'm not stupid and I'm not time blind. Obviously, I think there's priorities. I do think that Black free American freemen deserve reparations before anybody else because they've been skipped over. I know my American history. I know each time immigrants come in there, they put them over American freedmen, and that is unacceptable. So I'm not trying to come up here and saying that, oh, other immigrants deserve reparations before Black Americans. I'm not saying that. I think Black Americans need reparations. They need to be in positions of power, and freemen Black Americans to for anything like that downstream to happen, because it would be delusional to think that that the U.S. will give Haiti reparations if it isn't for Black freedmen Americans in positions of power in the first place. Anyways, these white folk are not going to do it. It is delusional to think otherwise. So I do think priorities are in order, and I'll land there.
Can I respond? Can
Hold
I
on, hold on,
respond to
hold
him
on. We
real
got a lot of
quickly?
people who want to speak. We got a lot of requests too. So hold
I
on,
just,
hold on, hold on.
okay, because he addressed
Well,
me,
a
so
lot
I
of
just
people
wanted
had
to
addressed what he
respond
had
back.
said. He was probably addressing like about 3 or 4 people. So that's his stance on this. So I'm not gonna kick you out. We're gonna give you a chance to speak. All of the people who was in the queue, just be patient. You all will get your chance to speak. We're going to get to. You've been waiting for a very long time. We're going to get to OG Jail. If everybody can keep this stuff
Can you
concise,
guys
so we can keep this a flowing room. Yes, you can be heard.
can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
All right. I won't be long. I mean, and we're having a little bit of back and forth and all about certain little issues and all, but I mean, damn, when we bring up these issues and all in the most common sense way, doesn't everybody understand what they're saying? I mean, if I bring up some sets of issues, shouldn't I understand what the hell I'm talking about if I'm bringing it up? Or at least if I'm bringing it up in a room filled with other intellectuals, shouldn't somebody understand what somebody is saying? I mean, when something really becomes asinine, it becomes asinine, and we already should already be able to pick up on all of those things. So if it's asinine, why do we have to listen to it? If it's asinine, how you think it's going to be implemented? If it's asinine, why do people think we should even try to implement it? So we should only be talking about viable solutions here. That's all. We don't need to talk about anything else but viable solutions. Let me say that again. Viable solutions. That's all we need to talk about. At this point, we already pointed out all the damn atrocities. We know about them. White people know about them. White people know how they've done. They know we're old. But the pushback is some kind of game. It's some kind of game that I guess they get to change the rules, every 10 yards. But we got to get really past all of this, back and forth. They got propaganda. Okay, so what? We debunk it. And it's immigration. Immigration was a simple thing because immigration is an old thing. Immigration is something that since the beginning of people being on this planet, whenever that was, okay, immigration was all so simple then, okay. But we got countries, we got borders, we got all this other stuff now that somebody has to be able to teach the kids. Okay, it's because the kids need to be able to come up and learn what some of the progress is. Okay, the kids need to learn what progress means and what it means for an individual and what it means for a tribe and what it means for a community. You know, we need to know these things as kids. But man, we got all this adult bullshit going on. Everybody trying to be the best leader or the bullshittiest leader, whichever one you want to say. All the spectrum is in between. But this shit is crazy, man. It's back and forth, and then when somebody want to say some bullshit, we got to be able to listen to them. I mean, it ought to be an automatic cutoff button. As soon as you say the first bullshit word, your shit get cut off. That's how it ought to be. And whoever can monitor that and measure that and administrate on that's fine. But I'm babbling now, so let me just do a shout out to Marcel right here. Brother Marcel, I've seen your growth and I appreciate it. It's been some serious growth that I've noticed. You have grown, brother. You have really grown, and I'm gonna tell you, I can't even stress it enough. I've seen the growth, bro. Keep it up. Keep it going. All right, and then we'll be talking about you whether you can handle being president and Dion as well. But I haven't seen as much growth uh, out of Dion as I've seen out of Marcel. Maybe it's because y'all running for the different positions and whatnot. But Shout out to you, brother. You know, I appreciate the growth. You know, I appreciate anybody who's trying to do anything to advance society. Okay. You thought I was going to say black people, didn't you? Okay. Anyway, enough of that. Thank you, guys.
All right. We're going to now move to based black man.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to say somebody said Yugoslavia. Money was being sent to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia hasn't existed since
Your
1990.
thing is kind of choppy. Your thing is kind of choppy. So
All right. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me better?
yeah, it was kind of like digitizing a little bit. If you
All
don't
right.
have your hands up, I'm going to have to assume that you're done because we got more people in the queue.
All right. So somebody said that we were sending money to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia hasn't existed since 1992. So I don't know how that's possible. Other than that, also, I hate when people use the past to justify immigration today, especially since if these people are truly economic migrants, they would go to the country nearest to theirs. Like, say, if you're in Honduras, you would go to Mexico because that's the closest country, but most of them skip over all of those countries to come to the United States. The same could be said in Europe, where immigrants from the Middle East go all the way from the Middle East into Europe and Western countries. They're not coming to Western countries because of things of the past, because they know that they can get more in Western countries and benefit in Western countries, and they use the past as a guilt trip to allow themselves into Western nations so that they can benefit from them. They go, oh well, in the past you did so and so and so and so. Yeah, that's true in some ways, but why are the people now being held accountable for the past? And also, the same people that come here would tell Black Americans, get over the past, stop blaming the white man, stop blaming everybody for your problems. But they do the same thing to justify themselves being in these countries in the first place. Why am I held accountable for something I never did? I was born in 1989. I never did any of these things. Why am I having to take your burden? The West is you're not entitled to Western nations because your leaders are incompetent and can't give your people the basics. Is the truth. The truth of the matter is these leaders and these countries are incompetent people that blame Western nations for their poor government and their poor maintenance of money and corruption, because it's easier to blame the West than to look inward and look and be like, well, I am the problem. My leadership is the problem. When we hold our when our leaders do stuff, we hold them accountable. But for some reason, in third world nations, it's always the West. It's always somebody else's issue. It's always somebody else's problem. So my thing is, they want to talk about accountability and all these like um, respectability politics when it comes to Black Americans, but do not hold their same leaders and their people accountable. It's always, oh, I can't do anything about it. So they justify, oh, I'm going to go run to the West because the West gives us free welfare and housing, and I can pop out 3 billion kids and the West will take care of it.
Mm, okay. Now, before we get to the next hand, because I don't want us to lose too much focus, what is your stance on the topic of the space as far as Kamala, Trump, or the couch?
I'm definitely not going to vote for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris she's an opportunist. She would do anything to get into power. It does not matter. She'll say she's black when she's Indian or whatever. She'll piggyback off the fact that she's a woman of color or whatever the hell that means now in the Democratic Party, because she checks off all the right checkpoints. She in identity politics for the party. She's a woman, so you can't criticize her. she's black, so you can't criticize her. So anything, she's basically a shoo-in because Biden is an old white man. Nobody wants him. But now we have a woman of color. But we went through this before with Obama and many other people, many other places in Chicago. Just because you put a black face doesn't mean they're going to fight for us. And that goes back to holding our leaders accountable.
And
Let's
what do
not
you think
be like
about,
third world leaders.
real quick, what do you think about Trump or the couch? And I don't want us to be too long winded because now we still got more people trying to come up. We still
Yeah,
have
I
people
know.
who haven't
Okay, so
spoken.
I'll wrap it up. So, um, as far as Trump goes, I don't think Trump is going to be for reparations simply because he has a strong white Christian base, and they're not going to be in favor of this. So, but I guess it's the lesser of two evils.
Okay.
That's all I have to say.
All right. We're going to get now to Eric. I'm going to get to Eric. And then
Hey,
Harriet. I
Afro,
don't
you
think
can.
Harriet spoke. Harriet hasn't spoken in a minute. HTP. So we'll get to Eric, then we'll get to let me see. I think a lot of people were addressing Marcel's point, so we'll get to Eric, Marcel, then Harriet. All right,
You can hear me, Afro.
got you.
All right, man. I'm gonna just say this, then I'm gonna go on and land my plane. I'm gonna need a lot of these foreigners to look into their policies and look into what the things are going on in their homelands. Besides them, coming up on these spaces telling us what we need to do and what we don't need to do when it comes to our politics. See, a lot of these foreign countries get aid from the United States of America that could be going to foundational Black Americans. So when these people come up in here just talking all crazy, because it sounds like people that have been coming up in here for the past hour has been overdosing on NyQuil and not been taking their medicine. So, a lot of these people just with the babble, not talking real, not staying on topic. And it just pains me not to say this because I'm going to say it. A lot of these foreigners just need to hold their own nuts. Don't worry about our politics. I want you to worry about the things that's going on in your third world countries and in your homeland. See, you can make your country great too. You have enough people in your homeland as the majority to make your countries great again. I wanted to ask that dude who was from Haiti, what's going on with the whole CARICOM reparations situation? Is you still having internal conflicts with the Dominicans that's happening on the island? Why you ain't saying nothing about that? You having other Caribbeans in your countries causing problems within the Bahamas. And I don't even want to get started on European countries because they fighting a war that the United States of America shouldn't even got themselves involved in. Our money is going to these damn Nazis over there in Ukraine and the damn Russians. So it just pains me not to say this because I'm going to say it. That money is our reparations. They ain't saying nothing about that. So it still counts 2024 for me. I'm going to land my plane and I'm going to just leave this for all these foreigners up in here. I want y'all to hold y'all old nuts, grip them motherfuckers tight, and go back to y'all countries and handle y'all fucking business.
All right. All righty then. Now we're gonna move to Marcel. Eric, brother, I'm gonna have to put you down for a second so we can bring up some other people.
Afro, if it's okay, I think that Easy Boy wanted to respond to what I said the last time. So if I could go after him, that way I could shoot down all the nonsense he's going to say, if that's okay with you now.
All right. Easy boy, you got it.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the first thing I'm gonna say is I'm not gonna leave anything for you to shoot down because I'm not against you. Me and you disagree on immigration. There are other topics we agree on, reparations being the main one. But my main thing is I'm not into this to get on and argue with black people and have knockout, drag down fights. No, that makes no sense. If we agree on the issue, we move forward on it. We can have a conversation, see what we can do. If we disagree, then you go over with the people you agree with, I go over with the people I agree with, and we keep it moving and we keep it smooth. Ain't no reason to get into this nonsense about having enemies of people who look like you. That's my main philosophy. So now let's get into the conversation. What the gentleman just said, you're basically talking about US empire. There are issues with US empire as far as what we do, deposing leaders, causing confusion, destroying countries, and placing in puppets who we can pay and then act like everything is cool. That is an American problem that has existed since we've been here. That's something that we are going to have to change going forward within the globe. Now, somebody brought up reparations, and I said, the majority of people in this room, I think, know who Sandy Darity is. I think they've read From Here to Equality. I think we've got an educated base who understands reparations and are fighting for it and pushing for it. This goes back to Callie House, for those that know what I'm talking about right now. This goes back way back then. So this idea that reparations is this idea that's undoable. And just for the record, for some of y'all out here, it doesn't matter what we send to Ukraine. It doesn't matter what we send to Israel. The U.S. Treasury can cover it. This ain't a can't do. This a they don't want to issue, and we're gonna have to force them to do that. How do we do that? By organizing. The brother Marcel, who I've disagreed with a lot tonight, has organized a lot in his lifetime. So I'm gonna salute the brother, not disagree with him on an issue that I think is important, that he thinks is important. So when we look at this in totality and say, okay, we got Trump, the couch, or Kamala, my position is whoever we put in office, we have to fight them because that is the Black American position. Because we have a lot of racists in this country who would not like it if Black folks start to prosper. That's a position that they have, and that's something that we're gonna have to fight against. So my main thing is, okay, push Kamala in there, fight her day one. You push Trump in there, fight him day one, guess what? He doesn't have to listen to you. You only got at best 20% of the vote, and he has a firewall of MAGA supporters who will shout you down, as some Black conservatives know who have said the wrong thing on social media and had a swarm of MAGA supporters come in and tell them how they think it wrong, don't know what they're talking about, and everything else. So that's my main position. I'm worried about who we can beat. I ain't worried about, again, politics ain't getting married. You're not getting married to these people. You support a party during the election season, and after that, know that you got to bring the gloves out because you got to push them for everything that you want. So I'll pass the mic. I don't want to take up too much time. Salute to you, Afro, for holding this space. I heard a lot of interesting perspectives. I'm from the far left. I've heard brothers from the far right. We've heard moderate people. The main thing is we're listening to each other. Black folks getting on one accord. I could care less about petty personal disagreements. I'm for Black folks. That's it. It ain't complicated. I'm a regular neighborhood dude. I'm done.
All right, thank you. So first of all, yes, you told the finally some things I agree with. The U.S. Treasury and Federal Reserve can cover anything they want, but they have to account for inflation. They cancel trillions of dollars in debt all the time. They monetize trillions of dollars in debt. They get money from debt. Trump's acknowledged that. Many chairmen of the Federal Reserve have acknowledged that. Heads of U.S. Treasury have acknowledged that. That's a fact. Two, I disagree where you say we have to push them. Yes, we should push them, but I'm going to echo what Afro's been saying. When they get 90% of our vote, that's enough to push them right there. In politics, when you get that much of a vote, that's called a mandate. That means you have those people's permission to do as you choose for them. We've been trying to push Kamala Harris. Kamala's been involved in politics for decades now. When she was asked about reparations, y'all remember the iconic video clip? I'm not just going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No. And you know what? That's the only thing she kept her word about. There are videos of her right after that talking about all the things she's going to do for Jewish people, all the things she's going to do for Asian Americans, all the things she's going to do for illegal immigrants who are not even Americans. So, what you are saying is that compared to Donald Trump, who was only in office for 4 years, Kamala, who was in there for decades, who was in there during the Obama administration, where they doubled down on ignoring us, even during his second administration, where they could have acted, you're saying that we have to push her after getting 90% of our votes when Ice Cube asked, again, Who wants to work and come up with a black agenda? You are saying that Trump is surrounded by a lot of bigots, and I agree. So is Joe Biden. Matter of fact, Joe Biden's the bigot. Kamala's in a party filled with bigots. Hell, she's the bigot. But that being said, if Trump is surrounded by bigots and that means he will never do anything for us, then that you have to explain why he was the one that responded when Ice Cube said, "Who wants to do a black agenda?" That right there is just proving your point. And I'm not even defending Trump. I think Trump is full of it as well. I think Trump is a bigot as well. But I trust Trump to be consistent on mass immigration, which is the agenda to replace us. And that's why I'm supporting him. Unless my mentality changes, I will be going to the couch or I'll be doing RFK Jr. if he's speaking the right language. But your whole attitude that we are better off just going with Kamala. We've tried that already. She's been around for decades. She was asked about reparations. She was against it. She hasn't mentioned it since. She hasn't mentioned doing anything for us since. You're saying that we have to push her to do things for us, but illegal immigrants have flooded the damn nation, and in seconds, they're doing things for them. Trillions of dollars, housing them, clothing them, feeding them, taking care of their healthcare needs, their childcare needs, their transportation needs, their educational needs. But we, who have given them 90% of our votes, have to push them more. It's something that we have not done, which is why they haven't done anything for us. You said that we have to take care of these illegals that are coming here. And because we flooded their market with cheap products, that's why they come. But you also said that we have to wait 40, 50, 60 years before we probably get our reparations. What I'm saying to you is I'm not going to sit back and watch my people be pushed even further down on the totem pole in this country, being replaced by hostile, anti-Black American illegal immigrants, which is Kamala Harris' agenda. Matter of fact, today, she just said we have to stop using the term illegal alien. If this woman is not making it clear, y'all, that she is going to continue Biden's legacy of trying to replace us, Biden who said he wanted 11 million more illegals, I don't know what is. She doesn't even want to say the word illegal immigrant or illegal alien. If you think I'm going to sit back while my people give them the majority of our votes and we get nothing for it, and you just want us to spend another 60 years trying to push them instead of exploring our options, you must be out your mind. That's all I got to say about that one.
Yeah, sometimes reality is the battleground that you live on.
Wait, why
So
are
this,
you responding?
so
You got your turn.
Hey, hold on, hold
well,
on, hold on, hold on, hold
okay,
on, hold on,
okay.
hold on. We said, oh, wait, we. To be honest, I cut to you, Easy Boy, and then Marcel was able to respond. But now we got to get to
I
other
didn't
people.
attack him. He attacked me,
I
and
didn't attack you.
I'll keep it
Well, how did I
100,
attack
and I'll
you?
I
bow
wouldn't. I
out.
would
It's
hold
cool.
on.
It's cool.
They, it's not. That wasn't necessarily an attack.
Thank you.
That
Come on,
wasn't.
man.
He didn't insult you. He didn't insult you. He said, I mean, you must be out of your mind if you believe that statement. But that wasn't. I wouldn't categorize that as an attack. Plus, we still got a lot of other people who got a lot of other
Okay,
opinions, and we still got
cool,
people who
cool.
are in the queue. So we got to keep the conversation
It,
flowing.
it, it's cool. He misrepresented what I
It's
said. He
not your
didn't
turn to
respond to
speak,
what I
man.
actually
It's not
said.
Okay,
your
all
turn
right,
to
Y'all
okay.
be
speak.
Well,
nice.
we'll
It's cool.
we'll get
It's
to
cool.
that. We will get to that. Now we're gonna get to our brother HTP.
And I think he's an illegal immigrant. Just saying.
Bruh, come on, man. Nigga,
All
you
right,
hear me.
all right, all right.
Like, come on.
HTP, HTP.
Peace, power, and reparations. What's up, family?
What's good, brother?
Hey, y'all know what Jason Black say? You gotta watch out for these old niggas. All right? Now let me continue. We not waiting no 40 years, no 30 years, no 20 years, no 10 years, no 5 years. America about to run our shit right the fuck now. We not waiting no more. We've been waiting over 400 years. How long is it gonna take, America? I'm an American freedman veteran in real time. And I'm not about to go overseas and fight nobody. I'm going to stay here and advocate and fight for reparations for my lineage. You know why? Because we served in World War I, the Harlem Hellfighters. And you know what they came back home to? They came back home to the Tulsa Massacre, Black Wall Street, World War II. We went to go fight the Nazis. They came back home. They didn't get their GI Bills. Also, during World War II, In 1944, something had happened called the Chicago Port Disaster. On the segregated base, over 200 black sailors got blown up from loading explosive ordnance on a ship by racist white sailors, letting them do it, making bets, see who can load it the fastest 24/7 around the clock. Go look it up. And I'll be damned if World War III happened in this bitch without America running us our reparations, our delineation on paper with the OMB, Office of Management and Budget, all right, an American Black Hate Crime Bill. I'm not going nowhere. That's not happening during my time. Now, let me get into this bill, okay? I'm voting for Trump because I want to get these immigrants out of here. Y'all can say what y'all want. I don't care. Throw them out like the Royal Rumble. Now, y'all want to go over policies because clearly a lot of people haven't read Agenda 47, which is his real agenda. Y'all keep on pushing that Project 2025. When I grew up in the projects with Project Negro, courtesy of Margaret Sanger, in the hoods, placed in geographical locations with black women who are 5 times more likely to get abortions than white women on purpose. Planned Parenthood is the Black Holocaust Museum for Black Americans. A few things that Donald Trump has on Agenda 45 is free college education. He also has grants for like homeschooling your children. You'll get $10,000 per children. It'll also stop what's called birthing tourism. Stop birthing tourism from people come over here having babies and abusing the 14th Amendment, which they are doing right now. Also, he's going to cut down on human trafficking, which a lot of our black women are being human trafficked. All right, and if they get found guilty, they'll be executed. Another thing that he's doing is combating homeless veterans, stopping homeless veterans. And if y'all didn't know, between 30 to 35% of our homeless veterans are American freedmen. I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm making this best move for my people during this time. All right. And I'm gonna continue fighting for reparations. Continue. This fight, we not playing no more, United States of America. We want what's owed to us. We are driving full speed ahead, and we gonna move the American freedmen forward. And I'm gonna land my Tuskegee Airman plane. No Black Hawks down.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that. That's our brother HTP, always bringing in that fire that's necessary. We're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it moving. Now we're going to get to PDS.
I just had something to add about the reparations. Why
Okay.
do why don't we go after the Fortune 500s also? The Fortune 500s on the hook too. They got Fortune 500 companies that have been started with slave labor, slaves as collateral, and they still in operation. They still making money off us. Why don't we throw them in the mix? That way, they gonna start screaming for help from the government. If we can put a $100 billion tag on them and have them to pay, and then the government they're gonna run to the government. So that's just one more thing I wanted to add. I forgot to say the first time I was speaking. So what do you got to say about that?
Well, they all owe reparations, not just the federal government, but the federal government. We're not going to have a substitute. We're not going to substitute the federal government sanction reparations and they gain wealth
I'm talking
and
about
they
it.
gain the whole country. So just, and I get what you're saying. I mean, we got Wells Fargo, Chase Bank, all of these other corporations, Fortune 500. I get what you're saying and I agree, but let's not separate or let's not combine those together. We going for the government, but we also gonna go for them too.
They are not off the hook. They are on the hook.
I agree with that.
And that's
I
all.
do agree with that.
That's all I wanted to add. I'm like, why don't we go after them? I mean, go after them also. We can do lawsuits on that.
All right. I mean, they do owe. They do owe.
They
Let's
still
keep.
operation. They got started with slave labor. They got slaves as collateral to start their companies. You know,
That's very true, and
why why
that's a
why
conversation.
why are we trying
That is something that is being talked about. But right now, there's a focus on the federal government. But that is something that we do need to look into.
to
So
on
we're
both
not
ends?
going to take. Okay. Are you? Let me ask you before we move on. Are you saying that to say we should focus less on the federal government and more on the other corporations? Are you
We
saying that?
both of them at the same time.
Okay.
Like we
Well,
got
a lot of people would. Let me answer your question. A
right.
lot of people would believe that it's the most logical and the best strategic move to focus on one thing at a time than going for any and everybody who owe us money at
Well,
the same exact time.
okay,
It's better to kind of knock down one domino and then have that set the precedent for everything else than for us to say, you know what, everybody owe us money, so let's equally disperse our energy and go after everybody. You know
I'm
what
not
I'm saying?
right. I'm saying the Fortune 500s, period,
Oh, okay,
and the government.
okay, but
That's,
let's be honest. We have more potent energy if we focus on one entity at a time.
hey, that's what a lawyer for.
Okay, I mean, well, that's my answer to the question. You asked a question, I gave my answer to it. Other people might have other answers, but we're gonna get to other speakers. We're gonna get to Reese, and then we're gonna get to Ak Akuro.
Peace and positive energy and motion to everyone in the space. First, I'll address the topic. Um, hmm, Definitely not voting for the Hindustanian. Trump, Brother Harriet brought up some wonderful points. As always, I appreciate what you bring, Brother Harriet. So I'm indecisive, but we'll see. I'm gonna do some more research. The other thing I wanted to mention was that someone spoke about how the USA, not say America, it's two different things. USA owes Haiti reparation, and that the USA is the reason that things happen in other countries. So it was the person that said that his parents were immigrants and he was born here. And stop it. As Brother OG said, the asinine if it's asinine. Stop it. If you put your hand in my pocket and I don't want your hand in my pocket, I'm responsible to say, take your hand out my pocket. So when other people, no matter what government they're from, go into someone else's country and they do what they do, that country, that government, those citizens are responsible. Stop blaming everyone else. I am so sick of hearing, oh, your country, USA did this, America did this. This is the reason why we do. No, no, take responsibility. I had a conversation, I believe it was either earlier this, I want to say last year, end of last year, with a woman from Russia. And she was complaining about the things that Russia doesn't have and the hardships that Russia has. And that's why she's in America. And I said, the things that are here now, somebody had to fight, somebody had to die. The comforts that you're experiencing now wasn't always what they are, but somebody fought for it. So I said, just like people here can fight, go back to Russia and fight. And that stands for every other country. You are here because guess what? Somebody fought, somebody died, somebody willingly gave up their life for you to be able to cross these borders. And then when people come here, the lack of gratitude, the audacity, the gall, and then they want to look at us who have always been here since the inception of time, some of us because of the transatlantic, and tell us we don't have a right. We have more right than any other person because majority of other people here are not from this land. They're not from this soil. So just like we fought, go back home and fight. You're so tough when you come over here. Oh, I'm this and oh, I'm that, and you want to hop on board with the US and what they did. Go back home and be tough. Don't come here and be disrespectful to us and attempt to put us down. Go do it to your government. And guess what? It doesn't matter if they won't let you back in. You should fight. No one told you to run away from your home and come here and become a citizen here. Because, yes, I know some countries, they don't want them to come back. That's not my problem. You shouldn't have left in the first place. So go back home and fight. That's what I wanted to share. Thank you. I land my plane.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Let everybody know we've been having this space. I opened this space at my time, 3 o'clock. It's close to 9 o'clock. So I'm not going to keep this space open all night. This is not going to be an all night space. So I'm going to allow everybody up here, and then, we'll wrap it up. I'll let everybody up here, really get what they have to say off their chest. If anybody wants to come up before we close, I want you guys to do that now. Don't, if I say we got 5 more minutes, then there's going to be 30 people trying to come up. We ain't going to have that. So now we're going to get to, because that literally happens all the time. I say, okay, we about to wrap it up. Oh, hold on. No, we ain't going to do that. Y'all just going to get missed. Now we're going to get to Akuru. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Yeah, Akuru.
Okay.
All right, brother. How's it going, everybody in the space? So I'm definitely gonna be voting for. As of right now, if we were to vote today, it would be for Kamala Harris, only because if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, then you're not in favor of reparations. Honestly, you're not in favor of a future for Black Americans. I think because she's already laid out a reparations plan. She's already spoke at the Freedmen's Bank Forum, which is online for everybody to see. She's already did the work. She's already on the ground. So I don't understand what people are talking about. Like she's been doing the work already. Like people are just either don't know what they're talking about or they just don't understand politics. I don't know.
Okay. So what do you
He's
have to
trolling.
say?
I'm
What do you
sorry, he's
have to,
trolling.
hold on. What do you have to say about the interview that Kamala Harris did where she was directly asked about reparations and she said no?
No, the whole interview she said she wasn't going to do anything just for Black people, which why would she? That would make her a Black supremacist, which she's probably not because she's half Indian. So why would she be a Black supremacist? That's silly. So she said she would do something that benefits the whole of society pretty much, which is the Freedmen's Bank, which she already spoke at again last year, over a year ago. So she already spoke with Janet Yellen at the Freedmen's Bank Forum about
Okay.
reparations. So I don't know why either people haven't seen that or they just don't know. I don't know. But that's I mean, if you're not voting for Kamala, you're gonna vote for Donald Trump. That's silly. I mean, Donald Trump is not gonna give you anything. He's literally trying to stay out of jail. I don't know why people don't see that. He's trying to stay out of prison. Like like this man is definitely trying to stay out of prison.
Okay. Then,
Um
so let me ask you this: if you saying they're doing something specifically, because we didn't say only, but we just said specific, doing something specifically for Black people makes you a Black supremacist. Then wouldn't doing something specifically for Asians make you an Asian supremacist? Or doing something specifically for illegal immigrants, wouldn't that make you an illegal immigrant supremacist?
I
I mean,
think
the
that
same
what
logic would apply to
no,
everybody, right?
no, I think so. Yeah, it does. It does. You're right, and I don't think that we have done anything specifically for Asians, specifically for immigrants, specifically for these people that hasn't benefited all of us. Honestly, I don't
Oh,
think so.
you don't think we've done anything specifically for immigrants, illegal immigrants?
Mm, well, okay, so if that is the case, you cannot blame that on Kamala Harris.
No,
Okay,
I'm just
you
saying, but she doesn't disagree. The principle of what I'm saying, let me clarify, is that she doesn't disagree with that.
disagree with
Even
immigration. I don't disagree
no,
with
she
immigration
doesn't
either.
disagree with doing things specifically. Because I posted a video that went viral, juxtapose her saying that she will not do anything specifically for black people,
She
and
already
then being
has. She already
but
has.
hold on. And then when she's asked about doing stuff specifically for what they call asylum seekers, she gave a plethora of things that she was going to do specifically for them. So my question is, by your standard of doing something specifically for somebody makes you a supremacist, Kamala Harris would be an illegal immigrant supremacist.
I think that what I'm saying is, I know that what I'm saying is that yes, if you do something specifically that's going to benefit black people and nobody else, like yeah, that's not even black supremacy. That's just unfairness, and obviously
I
she
mean,
follows the rule of law.
unfair
So
is it not a debt that is owed? That's not a do you feel like reparations is a debt that is owed?
it depends. It depends
What does it depend on?
on the case.
Okay, the case is slavery.
Reparations for slavery, we already talked about that. Like I said, she already spoke at the Freedmen's Bank Forum
Okay.
with Janet
Oh, oh,
Yellen in front of
oh.
a group of supporters who she spoke with the Treasury Secretary about the
So
Freedmen's
are you
Bank
saying
at the
so
Freedmen's Bank
you're
Forum.
saying for a fact, because we just want to be clear, you're saying for a fact Kamala Harris endorses direct cash payments
Just watch
to
the video.
descendants of
I
thugs?
don't look.
Because
She just said it herself.
I'm saying you're saying this and you're making it seem like this is something we all should have known when we all have seen the video of her being asked about it and her saying that she does not endorse that.
She didn't say that. She said she was going to do something that benefits the
She
whole
said
of
no.
society.
She said she's going to do something that benefits everybody, and then she said she would not do anything specific for black people. She specifically said in that
I
interview
mean,
no
if the only thing
twice.
that she's gonna do is reopen the Freeman banks and do something about that and create equity in the black community in the free among Freemans among Americans. Me being a Moorish American, how I identify that my nationality is Moorish American. So I mean, I'm gonna support her. I'm gonna keep supporting her. So
All right, okay.
Afro, please tag me in. Please, brother, please.
Hold,
Please let me go. Y'all, can I go, please?
we got a lot of people. We got a lot of people. Just hold on, brother. Hold on. Um, we're gonna get to. Let me see. If y'all don't have your hands up, I'm gonna assume that you probably don't want to speak. So anybody who doesn't have their hands up, then I'm gonna
oh,
have to drop
thank
you
you for letting me
down.
talk. By the way.
All right. You don't want to stay?
Oh yeah, I'll stay. I'll stay.
All right. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure that we got a lot of people want to address what you had to say. So now let's get to. I already know you're gonna come off with something, so we're gonna kind of skip over. You just gonna have to wait. Um, we'll get to Brian. Brian was up here.
First of all, appreciate the space. Thank you for having it. And also, Harriet Tubman, thank you for your service to your country as a United States veteran. I just want to give you a shout out right up the top. So I'm going to, addressing the subject of the space, I'm going to approach this from a little different perspective, and I'm going to approach it from a foreign policy perspective, right? Because, we have a choice to make in terms of and I want to go where Claire was going, because Claire, she was exactly right. Basically, talking about we stand on the sacrifices of the people before us, and the way I would phrase that is in terms of like, okay, so, and I'm going to give you a little background here. My dad is dead, Okay, and he's dead because he worked in a nuclear weapons procurement facility in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, called Y12. And so the room that he used to work in, eat lunch in, you can't go in there without a respirator now. Okay, he got kidney cancer. He worked there in that facility for 25 years plus, and he's dead. And the people in the Cold War understood the assignment. They understood the assignment that we could not uh, uh, tolerate totalitarianism. We could not tolerate Russia being an imperialist state. And back then it was the Soviet Union, and now it's the Russian Federation. And so, to your question on the space, the issue is, do what we're in 1938 Sudetenland right now. We're basically, Google it for those who don't know. 1938 Hitler Sudetenland. All right, we're in that point right now where we have a totalitarian asshole, imperialist asshole that wants to commit genocide on a country of 40 million people, and basically has already said that he wants to reconstitute a modern version of the Soviet Union. I mean, when people try to tell you what they are, believe them. And so, yeah, you go ahead and elect the former guy, and he tries to implement a quote peace negotiation. And then we're going to be sitting here 4 years from now, having people like Harriet, people like other people, a lot of black Americans also having to fight a hot shooting war in Europe in 4 years because we were too stupid to learn our lesson from two world wars, a Cold War, and 120 years of history. Okay?
Okay.
This is where we're at right now.
All right. All right.
And the naivete that people pretend that that we're going to have this situation not repeat itself. Are we kidding me? Are we? This is a freaking joke. This is people that don't understand history, and we're sitting here and we haven't learned this lesson already.
I think you
For
made your stance
for
clear.
for a rounding error of the federal budget, we're having somebody else doing all the fighting and all the dying. We already have half of their combat capability
Brian,
eliminated.
I'm
Sorry,
gonna give you
I
about
know you got other
15
hands, man,
seconds. Yeah. All
and
right.
I know you're trying to
Now,
wind the
let me
space
ask
down.
you,
So
what is your stance on foundational Black Americans receiving slavery reparations?
I'm open to it.
You're
I'm
open
absolutely
to it.
open to it. Yes,
Okay. All right.
absolutely. Yes.
Absolutely open to it. All right. Now we're gonna get you the other Brian.
Thank you, Afro Elite. Appreciate it. First of all, thank you for having me, and I want to thank everybody in the space for allowing me to speak. I'll try to be as quick as possible. I don't consider myself a white man. I consider myself Mediterranean because I'm half Greek, half Italian. My family didn't get to this country until the early 1920s. Okay. I'm married to a Puerto Rican, and my middle daughter is married to a kid from his mother is Trinidadian and his father is black. And my youngest daughter is dating a kid from Honduras. So I got the United Nations going up in my house. And now let me just say something about reparations before I really want to get to what I want to talk about. I support any minority group out there that can get everything that they can get. Okay, period, point blank, and simple. If it's there for you, get it. Trust me when I tell you, I've told my children this as they were growing up. If it's there for you, if there's an advantage for you, get it. Take advantage of the people that came before you that suffered the blood, sweat, and tears that set up what you can get. Take advantage of that. So I'll end there. Now, there was a gentleman in here earlier that was speaking something about the illegal immigrations taking away money that could go to reparations. So that, you know what? That's fact. Okay, that's fact. But what I wanted to point out, okay, and I'm going to try to bring everybody in the room together. Hopefully, I can do this.
You're gonna have to be
There's
concise because we
another
got a lot of people want to speak.
there's another segment, and I can't stand using that word because I believe we're all one. I truly do. But there's another segment of people that are suffering also, and that's our United States veterans that fought for this country. Okay. They have to go through anywhere between 18 months to almost 2 years to get benefits. They've got to jump through 10,000 hoops just to even be considered for benefits. And we're talking our war veterans that have come over from I served in the first Gulf War and everything else like that. And all the people that served, I didn't file for my benefits when I first got out because I have both arms and both legs, and I've seen too many of my brothers and sisters come back home with no legs, no arms, burnt to a crisp, so on and so forth. And I didn't file, which I had every right to, entitled to. And it's all documented. See, that's the key. Documented. Hence that word.
Okay.
Documented. Right now, let me finish. I'll be done in 2 seconds. Why do our veterans and why do our Americans have to fight for every single thing to get from our government? And we were talking about illegal immigration earlier. And shout out to you, Harriet, because I heard what you were saying. And shout out to the gentleman that was speaking earlier about it. Why do we have to fight? And these people just come in here, had absolutely no contribution to this country, and be taken care of from day one, and then get put on a $2,200 to $2,500 a month paycheck from day one. That makes no sense. Under Trump, we had energy efficiency. We were energy independent. Our 401ks were kicking ass. We had opportunity zones. HBCUs were funded to the hilt. Okay, funded to the hilt, which is a fact. Go back and look it up. Tim Scott, who is a senator in South Carolina, went to Trump, set those opportunity zones up. We were kicking ass. We had no overseas wars. Our children weren't sensibly being killed for no reason. And we expect this administration that we've just seen over the last 3 years, which has been an absolute disaster, to come in to continue this going forward. Oh, bro, I'm sorry. That bothers me to my core. Look, I love everybody. And again, we all bleed red, in my opinion. We're all red, white, and blue, in my opinion. And I love y'all. Thank you for having me up, Afro Elite. I appreciate you. Shout out to everybody else in the space. If I offended anybody, I totally apologize for that. That was not the intention that I wanted to do up in here right now. But I am a believer in one. And I think together we can do a lot of great things. And I'll land my plane there. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Love your families, love your children, love each other. It's truly the only way we're going to change the world. And always, always, always think of veteran, because without them, past and present, we would not be living the lives we live today. Thank you, Afro. I'm out.
Well, all right then. All right. Now we're going to get to Jonathan. Like I said, we're not going to keep the space open all night. So if everybody can be concise. Jonathan.
Yes, thank you for having me. I understand what the last caller was trying to say. First off, let me shout out Marcel and Harriet Tubman's pistol real quick. But I understand what the last caller was trying to say. But shout out to the veterans and stuff like that. But shout out to the black people, the ancestors who built America. Shout out to them first and foremost, and the black people still here who are fighting to try to make America what it ought to be, basically, which is the land of the free and for all people who are of goodwill. My whole thoughts about what's going on right now are, let me just make it plain and simple, basically. Like what everybody's been talking about. We are totally against illegal immigration. It's, like what we've been saying since the beginning. It's all a means to, get us by the death by a thousand cuts, basically. But replace us basically, and make it so that we're constantly put at the back of the line. And we this time, instead of 5 people being ahead of us, we have 2,000 people ahead of us. So our needs are never met. And so, you know, I feel like right now, when we look at both parties, I understand people's strategy when it comes to the right wingers, voting for them basically. and getting the illegals out. But I feel like we should go beyond just trying to play this left or right game. Whoever wins, whatever. But I think as Black people, we should create our own political party, and if we have have the courage to, we should start running for local, state, and national offices all the time, basically, and start making sure that we don't have to have any middlemen, that we're the power, basically, that we are the ones at the negotiating table passing legislation on all fronts that are based upon our Black agenda. And, I feel like in the next 4 years, we need to be organized so that we can counter whatever, whoever wins, basically. Because once, like, for example, if the left wingers win or whatever, we need to be able to counter Kamala and this massive immigration thing. Or if the right wingers win, if immigration is put off, cool. But then we need to counter them trying to, make Trump a dictator, or make it so that police have full immunity on paper and then endorsed by said person in office. So we just need to have our own thing, so we don't have to deal with either side, which is two birds, two wings on the same bird. I'm gonna just land on that.
All right. I do agree. We do need power everywhere. We need to have our influence in every branch and every level. I agree with that. So now we're going to get to Marcel. Let's get to Marcel.
Whew, boy.
I
Brian
know,
stepped
right? I know, right?
Brian stepped down. I was waiting for him to come here. I'm like, how dare this guy who's not black, not a black American, not a freeman, come up here and tell us that we have to put our needs and interests on the back burner so that we don't get put into World War III. So help me understand this. He's saying that we should vote for Kamala to avoid World War III when it's Kamala and Biden who got us into this mess to begin with. Say what you want to say about Trump, but when Trump was in office, you didn't have Israel and Palestine tearing each other apart like this. You didn't have Russia and Ukraine tearing each other apart like this. These are things that happen underneath the Biden administration. The truth of the matter is, Trump did leave with no new conflicts. That's a fact. That's something that people don't like to admit, but people even acknowledge that. So we're supposed to vote for a woman who was a part of the administration that got us into this mess to avoid the mess? That makes no sense. But that attitude is one of anti Freeman hate. He is saying that we are to put our needs and interests on the back burner, keep this border open, flood it with anti Black American immigrants so that his people, because he looks like he's from over there, one of those parts of those countries over there, so that his people are okay. The level of selfishness, and Akuru, should I even respond to that? I don't know what Kamala he's been looking at. About some, she spoke at the Freeman's Bank. Yeah, she spoke at the Freeman's Bank, and when she spoke at the Freeman's Bank, she made it for brown people, Asian people, Jewish people, gay people. She didn't make the Freeman for who it was for. She all lives matter our bank. And when all lives mattering happens to things that are specifically for us, we get left out of it. Affirmative action at first was specifically for the Freemen. When they all lives mattered it, white women benefited the most from it. Then after white women, immigrants, non-black immigrants, then black immigrants. Whenever things are specifically meant for us or all lives matter, we benefit nothing from it. So Kamala Harris speaking at the Freeman's Bank Forum, it's actually a threat. It's actually evil because she went there and completely ignored us. The people who put billions of dollars in the Freeman's Bank are now owed hundreds of billions. She completely ignored that and focused on the people who invaded this nation, who immigrated to this nation, but aren't owed the damn thing from this nation. So your example is even more of a reason for us to not support her. Third of all, reparations. This guy's contradicting himself. It's the easy boy him. They are contradicting themselves so badly. He said that she's not a black supremacist, so she can't do anything specifically for black people. But when you ask them about reparations, He said to us that in order to get our reparations, we need to vote for her when she said she wasn't going to do it for us. Reparation doesn't go to all black people, but everyone who will get reparations will be a black American, but they will be a freedman. So if you're saying that she can't do things just for us that will make her a black supremacist, how can you in the same breath say that she's our only hope for getting reparations when the woman literally came out and said that she wasn't going to do anything to just benefit us? And she kept her word on that. So some people are living in alternative reality. I mean, I didn't even know if that was worth responding to. And the funny thing is, Afro, I'm going to end with this. I'm going to keep hammering this point in. Illegal immigrants come here immediately, trillions of dollars, house, car, food, transportation, education, healthcare, childcare, clothing, you name it. Us, we have to wait. We must vote for her. Israel, billions of dollars right away. Ukraine, billions of dollars right away. Foreign nations, billions of dollars right away. Corporations, billions of dollars right away. We're the only ones who people think they can come up here, do their little finger wagging, and tell us that Kamala or the Democrats are our only hope. No, they are the illegal immigrants' only hope. Them and the open borders Republicans. The reason they're trying to kill Trump, I'm just going to be very honest, is because they know that he's truly against mass immigration. And the Democrats, which includes Kamala, and the Republicans really don't want to see that mass immigration, cheap labor wave stop. And we either have people, I'm going to be very honest, who either the only chance of getting sex that they have is to go to illegal immigrants or immigrants. And that's why they are so gung ho for defending it themselves.
All right. All right. Now, it's only going to be right if I let Akuru respond to that.
All right, brother. So I'm just gonna say one thing. Kamala Harris is a step ahead of you. She's already been there. She's doing it. She's already doing it. She's been there. So the fact that she's a woman
Hold
and
on.
is
She's
fighting
been
for
where?
women's
Where
rights.
is she? Okay, let's clarify where she's been. Where has she been?
Well, she spoke about equity. She spoke about equity at the Freedmen's Bank. She gave a history on the Freedmen's Bank. She spoke about equity and how to fix the current situation with income inequality. Okay, so if you didn't watch it, if you didn't see it, because obviously he didn't see it because that's not at all what she said. Doing something for Brown, like why would she speak as a Freeman? She would have made a different bank. She would have did something completely different. Like first of all, the
She's
Freeman's
not
Bank
a
is not
freedman.
going to be a segregation bank. It's not going to be a segregation bank. Okay, so if you want a segregation bank, then go to segregation city because that's not where we live. Okay, it's not a segregation bank.
All right. All right.
Afro, I'm sorry. Can I have 30 seconds, please? I'm 30
All
seconds.
right. 30 seconds. Yep.
The Freedmen's Bank was just meant for freedmen, and you are a hypocrite. You are saying that our only hope for reparations, which is just for Black Americans who are descendants emancipated, are for us, and then you're turning around in the same breath saying that it's not going to be segregated when it's specifically supposed to be for us. You are actually making the worst argument for people to vote for Kamala. You're actually giving a good reason for us to not do so.
How if she says that she's black, she's a black woman. She was vice president when she spoke at the Freedmen's Bank Forum with Janet
After
Yellen.
I'm done.
Okay, with
Okay.
Janet
All right.
Yellen.
Hold
Do you
on. We
have a
can't.
picture
Afro,
of
Let's
Janet
hold
Yellen
please,
in
on.
your
Hold on. Hold on. Hold
please.
on. Hold on. Hold on. We got to be fair to the other speakers now. We got to be fair. I ain't gonna kick you off. I'm gonna let you finish your point. I'm gonna let you get back to it, but we're gonna have to get to some of the other hands first. Other people have
All
been
right,
waiting
I'm gonna
patiently.
land right here. I'm just gonna land right here. Kamala Harris is a woman, and I'm voting for women's rights. Honestly, so
Oh, so that's the reason.
no, that's not the only reason I'm
He
voting
ain't even
for
he ain't even a
reparations.
woman.
But
Okay. Okay. All right.
just
Okay.
because you're not a woman doesn't mean that you don't have to care
Okay, but
about
we're
women's
gonna get
rights.
to the other speakers. We're gonna get to the other speakers. So we're gonna get now. We're gonna go to Eric, and then we're gonna get to HTP.
Save me for last, Afro, because I got some real crazy I need to say. Save me for
All
last.
right. All right. You requested it, so you're gonna get it. All right. So let's get to HTP.
Peace, power, and reparations. Brother, you know who you talking to? Everybody, go Google the Homestead Act of 18. 18. Hold on, let me get it. Let me get it. Go Google the Homestead Act of 1862. All right. America gave about 270 million acres of land to immigrants before the emancipation. We've been dealing with immigration before we got emancipated. It's our time, America. Do you know who you talking to? We know our history. Kamala Harris is not an American freedman. She's not an African American. She's not a descendant of United States chattel slavery. She's not emancipated of the formerly enslaved in America. Enslaved because slavery was forced upon them. She was at the Freedmen Forum. My ancestors' legacy and lineage, their bank committing genocide against us again in real time, robbing us again in real time, all lives mattering, the legacy of my ancestors in front of us. And you gonna tell me that she's doing the right thing? Said that she's not gonna give reparations, do anything specifically for black people? No! Lift all boats policies when we don't got a boat to lift. And the only thing that can fix our condition is reparations. The only thing that can stop and close the racial wealth gap, aka the lineage wealth gap, is reparations. Do you know who you up here talking to? Who? Y'all stop fucking playing games with us. We not stupid. We the American freedmen. We not fighting in World War III until America run us our motherfucking reparations. Stop fucking playing games with us. We putting on for our lineage, and we not playing. We moving the American freedmen forward. We know who we are. America, it is now time to play American reparations to the American freedmen descendants. Okay? No more games. And I'm gonna land my Tuskegee Airman plane. No Black Hawks down. Who y'all fucking playing games with me, man?
All right. That's our brother HTP in the building. Now we're going to move on to the Melanime podcast.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. I am Fulani Arrow, the Melanine Podcast. I call for the arrest of Kamala Harris, Vice President, and many of the Biden administration. I call for her arrest. I call for the arrest of Nancy Pelosi. I call for the arrest of Joe Biden, and I don't give a damn how old he is. That nigga need to go to jail. All of them need to go to jail. All of them need to go to jail. I will not be voting for Kamala Harris at all, especially since if she's not going to lift the abortion ban, period, in the story. How dare a female sit in that seat and not help us American women? I'll be damn, I'm so sick of this shit. I don't give a fuck. I'm pissed, and I have a right to be angry as I am a foundational legacy African American. These bitches out here committing treason. And they want to do the jigaboo goddamn dance in front of me? Bitch, you crazy. Kamala Harris, take your motherfucking ass to jail. Because, bitch, I won't be voting for your motherfucking Jamaican ass. And how dare you desecrate Jamaicans?
She
You
already
not
said she
just
was giving
Jamaican
cash
and
payments to
Indian.
freedmen. She
You
already said that she
are
was giving cash
Jamaican
payments.
Come on now.
and
Hey,
Indian.
no.
You Jamaican and Indian, bitch. The Jamaicans, you better stand up as far as I'm concerned, because she disrespect y'all. It ain't just about her Indian side. Her pappy was Jamaican. Last time I checked the records, I'm a government head. I work for the government before I am retired, and I'm a U.S. Army veteran. I will not be voting for Kamala Harris, and I fly my plane right there. So I got lots more to say, but I'm just gonna stop right there.
I appreciate that. All right. And I mean, she is Jamaican and Indian, and she admits that herself. So let's be honest. That's not us talking shit. She admitted that herself. Now we're gonna get to Easy Boy.
Yeah, thanks for the time, man. Salute to everybody in here. Now, the Kamala Harris thing gets interesting when people start talking about her father, because I don't think most people understand who her father actually is. Her father, former economist at Stanford, also to some degree a nationalist position and also a Marxist position. So we're talking about somebody who's on the far left. So ultimately, we're talking about a daughter who went against her father's wishes. Go read that interview he gave and that statement he made after she talked about smoking weed in college. Go read what that brother said. So right now, I'm sure the right is adamant about trying to get an interview with that brother because for Kamala, it's not going to be good. This is a strange relationship. We're talking about somebody who has revolutionary philosophy and somebody who has a corporate philosophy. So that thing is that's gonna get real interesting. I just wanted to let people know who her father actually is. That's not one of them brothers y'all thinking of. So moving on. When we look at this situation, and again, I'm not a fan of Kamala. I'm not a fan of the Democrats. I'm a fan of expediency. I'm a fan of looking at the battlefield as it is and figuring out what's the best option. I'm not for either party. I voted third party for the majority of my life. You asked the question, Trump, Kamala, or the couch. So in answering your question, I was saying, yes, I would say Kamala before Trump. I think most people are having a tough time because of YouTube and all of these things we've seen of videos over the years. I don't think people understand that Trump not only doesn't understand policy, but ultimately he's just a signing pin, similar to Biden. He doesn't care. So, like the people right now who are talking about some of Trump's policies being good, I want y'all to look up the brother. I think the brother brought it up earlier, Agenda 47. That's his way of reaching out to voters without spending money on a ground game. Go look this up. They created personalized infographics and information for voters online when you go to their website, as opposed to having people knocking doors and spending money on signs. This is their strategy going forward towards this election because of how much money they had to spend on legal fees and everything else, causing them to have to cut costs. So it's part of the reason why Vance is on the ticket as well, because that means that West Coast money from Peter Thiel and some of these other billionaires is coming in, which is going to help him pay off some of those debts. So just realize this man is really desperate. He's trying to stay out of jail. That's why he wants to get elected. But the idea of governing, which he didn't do the first time, he allowed Mitch McConnell and some of those old neocons to lead him around the nose and just sign stuff. That's what he did. Similar to Biden, because I'm just as critical as to Biden as I am about Trump. But when we're having these conversations and people are talking about Trump like he's some kind of populist working class hero, you like, did you read his tax bill? The majority of working class people paid more in taxes, and people who used to get a refund ended up having a bill owed because Trump changed the tax tables. Why? Because he wanted to give it away to the 1%. Now, when we're dealing with Kamala, again, this is another political entity raised up by the DNC. Go look it up. Trump sent her $5,000 when she first started running. Ivanka sent her $4,000. All of this is available online. You can look this stuff up because they saw her as, hey, she might be a player later on. So we may need to give her some money because we're going to want favors. That's how Trump sees government. And to be honest, he's gotten so much out of it over the years. Could you really call him wrong on that? So many people who've done favors for others based on campaign contributions. So again, when we're talking about reparations, the Dem Party and the Republican Party, this election cycle, it's not going to happen from either party. Either party would lose constituency, would lose votes, so neither party is going to push it forward. Of course, we disagree with that, but the point is we have to state the battleground as it is, not as you want it to be. So if you think reparations are going to happen within the next 5 years, I get it. We're dedicated to having this thing happen, but I think some people have this microwave idealistic way of looking at the world where they think, okay, just because we organize and fight for something, we have to get it. No, it's going to take a long time fighting. And you know who you're going to be fighting? White Americans. That's who we're going to be fighting on this. And this is a long-term play. This ain't a 3-year window, 4-year. This ain't that. If you want that, go look up affirmative action. presented by Arthur Fletcher, a black Republican, who later on told us that the Republican Party kicked them out. Go read Jackie Robinson's book about what the Republican Party did to him at the end. So, and again, this ain't nothing personal. It ain't because Repubs are more racist than Dems. It's about demographics. When they saw that Southern strategy of the solid South, where they could lock in votes if they were anti-black enough, that's the position they took. And in the 1800s, that's the position the Democrats took. So again, this is about demographics, not emotion. Stop worrying about who like you. This ain't about who like you or not. This is about winning at the end of the day. And to me, this is a long-term fight. So for those of y'all who saying on election day, if reparations don't happen, that means you drop out of politics, then you just did their job for them because now they ain't got to worry about you. And I'm done.
All right, now we just let up our last few speakers. We ain't gonna be letting up nobody else. I said before that we closing the space, but these people have been requesting for a minute, so we're gonna let them up. So now we're gonna get to the people who haven't spoken yet. Let's get to. I think actually you requested before. I don't know if it was you, but we'll say it is. Special K. Special K. All right then. I don't know what's going on with that, but special.
Afro, can we get your opinion on that as far as the timeline? Because I'm finding some people who are presenting this as if it's a guarantee this election cycle or next election cycle, and I'm saying it's a long-term fight. I want to hear your opinion on that, brother.
Okay, well, my opinion on it is the fact that neither of the parties, whether it's a long term fight or short term, neither of the parties are both the parties have openly stated that they reject the idea of reparations. They've given
Yep.
some substitute that they hope will have us kind of pacified. They give us a pacifier substitute, but I'm not going to accept that. And because they're not giving me what I demand, they're not willing to pay the price, they're not going to get the product, they're not going to get the service, which is my vote. My demand was for specific tangibles for my lineage of people. Since they are not willing to pay the price, they're not going to get my vote. So I personally will be staying on the couch this election. And
Respect, Afro.
the chips
But
will
you're
fall
willing to
where they
take
may.
multiple elections, right? But you're willing to take multiple election cycles for that fight. That's the only point I'm trying to get across to people who think this is some fly-by-night thing that happens tomorrow. No, this is a fight, bro. Y'all know these folks, these Americans. Y'all know other white Americans. Y'all know their opinions. Y'all know how they think. Y'all know this is a long-term fight. That's all I'm trying to get across. But sorry, Afro. Thanks for giving me that time.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. And now we're going to get to some Special K. Special K, you okay? All right. Special K got some technical issues. It's all right, though. Maybe next time. So now we'll get to Big Isa. Or is that
Yeah, hello.
how it's
Yeah,
pronounced?
it's Isaiah, brother. Isaiah.
Isaiah. Okay, I
Isaiah
couldn't really
Wilson.
see it. All right, Isaiah.
Yeah, I was calling. I was came in to see that. I've been visiting these spaces for a while now, but I'm FBA. My mom, my dad, my grandmother, everybody's from Mississippi, but I'm from Chicago. My mom came up to Chicago around the Martin Luther King riots in '68, and when she got up there, she noticed that like, damn, it was more racist up here than it is in the South. And what I was called to say is like, I'm from the spirit of Fred Hampton, brother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I was agreeing with the last guy. We said we need to stop all this bitching who we gonna vote for and go for go for our own, start our own black party. That's the only way we get done. We need to organize. We have tremendous spending power if we put it all together and start our own stuff. And that way we can force their hand. Everybody talking about let's it's either Trump or Kamala or it's the couch. No, what happened to the spirit of boycotting? What happened to the spirit of keeping your motherfucking money in your pocket? Stop spending with these people. Put it together. What happened to that spirit? What happened to that old generation spirit that we ain't finna move? Like instead of doing all this arguing and fighting and shit, let's just put our shit together and just start our own shit. Force them to deal with us. Instead of just, doing all fighting amongst each other, bickering amongst each other, we just need to, I'm gonna land my plane right there, but just need to put our shit together. That's all I got to say.
All right. Just address that real quick. I agree. I agree. We do need to unify. We do need to come together. I'm not going to necessarily say a whole part. I'm not going to say a party necessarily, but just the idea of us coming together and us doing stuff. But as of right now, for the title of the space, I mean, we only got a couple months, really a few months before the election. We ain't going to be able to, even if we all came together tomorrow, we wouldn't be able to formulate a whole new party before this election. So I'm talking about this election in specific. But in principle, I do fully agree with you. We do need to come together so we can come up with our own alternative solutions to these problems. Now, you've been addressed a couple of times, and what you've said has been addressed a couple of times. So I'll let you respond, Akuru.
All right, yeah, I just wanted to say, oh shit, I actually lost my thought, but you know, the whole Freeman's Bank situation. If you're voting for Donald Trump, you're voting against the Freeman's Bank. I'm just telling you, a vote for Donald Trump is a vote against the Freeman's Bank. Absolutely, Donald Trump didn't speak at the Freeman's Bank. Kamala Harris spoke at the Freeman's Bank with Janet Yellen about equity, capital, all these things for Freeman, specifically for Freeman because they spoke at the Freeman's Bank Forum.
But what about
So
when she told us to kiss our ass about
Hold
reparations? The
on,
bitch
hold on,
knows
hold on,
oh
hold
no.
yeah,
on, hold
Stop
on,
all
hold
your
on, hold on,
bullshit. Get
Man,
out
hold
of
this
on.
here.
dude is a clown.
Hey,
This
hold on, hold
Okuru.
on, hold on. We ain't gonna do that. You get to finish.
so I think that if we want to, we all we got to do is just demand that she meets those at least those minimal demands. She's the only sitting vice president in U.S. history who's ever spoke at the Freedmen Bank Forum. Like I have never seen any other vice presidents do that. I don't know. Maybe you can tell me, but she's the only one, and she did it about a year ago. Yeah, like a little more than a year ago. So. I mean, I don't understand. Yeah, then all that shit happened, but she was already on track to do that. As the vice president, as the sitting vice president, she was already doing that. That's why I don't understand why people are like upset or trying to vote for Trump or whatever. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Now, let me ask you a question, because you said a couple of things that I feel conflict with each other, right? If you said that if she does anything specifically for our lineage, that would make her a supremacist. If she did anything specifically for Black Americans, that would make her uh, a Black supremacist, right?
That didn't benefit didn't benefit anybody else.
But
Yes,
the thing is that reparations would benefit.
right, and that's what she said. That's what she said. That's what I'm
So
saying. And
so
she
why
said that
why do you think
it'll
when she was
benefit
asked if
everybody.
she was going to do something that's going to specifically benefit us that didn't specifically benefit everybody else, that would make her a supremacist? That, I mean, that's never. I've never heard of that logic being done before, because every single politician advocates for specific groups of people and gives them specific legislation and policies and things like that. And no one's ever made the argument that that would make them a supremacist. That's a very extreme statement, don't you think?
I think that she may have took the question that way because I mean, why would she do something to say that she's going to do something specifically for black people is going to be like a sort of a supremacist thing. Like
Mm-mm.
I think she from a financial equity background, like she's like you said, her father is an economist, so she's already going to come into this with a financial mindset. She's already going to come into this like, okay, what can we do? How can we get,
Now,
like,
let
what
me,
is the best possible?
and I hear you on that, but let me say this then why, when she was asked the same question about illegal immigrants, why didn't she give the same answer? If she interpreted the question as this is a supremacist question, why would she not give the same answer when it was asked about illegal immigrants?
Afro, give me a chance when you got time.
Okay, first of all, illegal immigrants is a whole that's a mess right now. It's a whole mess, and that has nothing to do with Kamala or her policies. That has to do with other countries not being able to, you know, handle their situations.
Yeah,
Pretty
well, hold on.
much,
Let me
they
clear it
had.
up. I'm talking about when she was running for the president. This is in 2020. When she was on the debate stage and she was asked what she was going to do, she gave off a specific list that is specifically tailored to them and what they need.
Well, I mean, as a as a person who studies civics, like I said, my nationality is Moorish American. I go to temple meetings when I can. Somebody who studies civics, I think that she is not going to just try and when you work for the public, like me, like other people who work for the public or the government. When you work for the public, you have to do what the public wants you to do, pretty much. Like, she's not gonna she has to work for everybody. She can't just work for like just one person. And like I said, but she's the only vice president who's even said anything remotely close to reparations for freedmen. So like the fact that y'all are against her when she's the only person, Trump hasn't. Where's the Trump video of him speaking at the Freedmen's Bank Forum? Which that video of her is, you can find it online. It's on the White House YouTube site. So you just go to YouTube, go to the White House, Kamala Harris, Freedmen's Bank. You can decide for yourself if you believe what she says. If you believe in the goals that she has set out for equity, for capital.
All right. Okay.
I think the brother means well, Afro, but we got to be honest about like what politics actually is.
Hold on. Hold
So
on.
when
Hold
she,
on. Hold on. Because
go ahead,
we're going to get to
go.
Joke Sconzo.
All right, so I'm gonna need that brother to call into the Black Authority with that bullshit. But here's what I wanted to say. Um, Trump and Harris are two different wings of the same white supremacist bird. But Kamala Harris has a special disdain for Black Americans. Okay, we spoke about it yesterday. And we're not going to get into anybody pandering to us. That's not going to be the right thing to do the way they're doing. And that's since the Boule chose the Freedmen Bank to speak at, and then to try to have certain people there, she did never offered reparations, bro. She spoke about a lift all program. That's something that even other people spoke about. That's not going to do nothing for us if everybody benefits for us, because everybody doesn't get the same thing that Native Americans get. That's the point. Everybody doesn't get the same thing that just Jewish people get. You know what I'm saying? So there can be something specifically towards us. That's all I want to say. But I know you're a Moor and all of that. And usually when we have reparations conversations, we got niggas with fezzes coming around, talking crazy and shit, throwing the energy off, and trying to lead us into. It's why is it always like that?
I'm going to say, before we go on to the other hands, I'm going to say, I'm trying to get clarification. I'm not even beating nobody up, or I ain't doing none of that. I'm trying to get clarification because what you're saying, you first said that Kamala Harris um, can't do anything specifically for black people because that would make her a black supremacist. And then when we acknowledge the fact that she was willing to do a lot of things for other groups of people, then you kind of changed the goalpost and you kind of said, okay, well, hold on, then that's different. And then you said she supports reparations, which would only specifically be for a lineage of people. but you said she can't do that because that would make her a supremacist. But she's the closest person to do that because she spoke at a Freedmen's Bureau, which doesn't necessarily mean that she condones what we're demanding. Just because you speak at a certain location does not mean that you agree with direct cash payment reparations for a specific lineage of people. So I'm just trying, because it's seeming like the goalpost is moving around a lot, and I'm being as
Well, okay, so when
impartial
has
as I
Trump
can
spoke
be.
at the free? When has Trump spoke about freedmen?
No, because we're
Please
not
tell me.
talking about Trump. That's the thing. We're not
When
talking.
has any
No,
other
hold
vice
on, hold on,
president
because
spoke about
we're
freedmen?
not. We're talking about specifically Kamala Harris, because you're advocating for Kamala Harris. You said you're voting for Kamala Harris, and you're
Who is the
trying
sitting
to
vice
hold
president who is
hold on.
already
You're trying to give credibility to Kamala Harris. So we're talking on her credibility. You were not speaking on Donald Trump.
okay? So as far as Kamala Harris is concerned, she, like I said, if you want to make a decision, you just listen to her. What you think? There, obviously it's just in the very beginning stages. If you watch the forum,
So can I ask you, what did she say in the forum that you really agree with as far as reparations? Because you can't say she spoke at a
capital,
forum, and because she could speak at a forum and disagree.
capital.
What
I
did
just
she say?
capital.
She said capital.
Yes, that's what she said for freedmen.
She said capital for freedmen. Those are her words.
Yes, yes, to
No,
Janet
she
Yellen.
didn't. It was a lift-off
Yes, she
program to
did.
give low-income families who are not making a certain amount of money, no matter their race or
Yeah.
anything.
Because
That's
I'm
what that was
looking it up
about.
as you're saying, because she did not say that. She was talking about universal basic income, which is not
Correct.
that is not reparations.
She didn't say anything about universal basic income.
No,
Yes,
that
she
is what she
did.
was
We just
talking
No, she
about,
didn't.
sir. That is what she's talking about. I'm looking up
No, she did.
what
At
she
the Freeman's Bank Forum.
I'm looking up what you're saying. When she spoke there, she did not specify anything specific about reparations.
Yes, she did.
No, and I'm
no, she
asking you what she
didn't.
said.
Come
If
on, man.
I'm wrong and you're right, I'm
She
asking you
said
what you
capital,
said.
capital to fund the bank. Obviously, that's
She said
a form of
capital to fund the
reparations.
bank. We're not asking
Yes.
nobody to fund a bank. We're asking for the government to give.
So how are you freemen and
Nigga
how are you
posted
going
in
to
the
give
No,
money into
jumbotron. Nigga
people's
hold
posted in
on.
pockets?
the
Stop
jumbotron.
doing that. Stop. Because when the Japanese got their reparations, it didn't go through some Japanese bank and then go to their pockets. It went from the federal government straight to their pockets. So we're not getting anything less. Don't talk about we got to fund the bank first and then the bank is going to give y'all the money. We're not going to go through no middleman. Nobody else had to go through no middleman. So we're not going to go through no middleman.
How is the government the middleman?
No, the
How
government's
is the
not the
treasury
middleman.
how is the treasury
The
secretary the
government's
middleman?
going to pay the checks. The government's going to sign the checks. But she's talking about giving money to a bank. The bank would be the middleman in your scenario. I'm talking about
So
the
you
government.
don't want a bank?
I'm talking about the government giving direct payments. The bank ain't got nothing to do with the reparations. I'm talking about the government to my
Okay, so
pockets.
then so then you got to go to the Supreme Court for that. If you talking about
No,
that,
no,
you
the
That's
got to
Japanese,
just
no, 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 because the Japanese ain't gonna have to go to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court didn't tell the government to sanction slavery. It was the federal government.
the problem in the freeman black community with income inequality is completely about finance. It's completely about finance. That's all it's about. Okay, so if she's talking about accessing giving people access to capital
No,
of
but see,
of
here's
the
the
personal
problem.
capital,
Here's the problem that you keep omitting. She's not specifically talking about that. Well, she said she's
how?
including every person the same way she did in that
When did she
interview.
say that?
She's
Why would she
include
speak at the Freedmen's
every
Bank?
okay. Every single time she speaks on universal basic income, she speaks on that generally throughout every single racial demographic of people. She never specifies a specific lineage of people. Not one single
Yes,
time
she
has
did.
she
She
done
said
that.
Freeman. She said Freeman. She
No,
gave
she
the
No,
whole
didn't. Hey,
okay.
nation
Afro,
of
let me go,
Even,
bro.
no, she did not. We looking it up as you're
Please
speaking
watch
right
the
now.
video. You have not watched the
We are
video. You
looking
have
it
not
up
watched the
as you're
video.
speaking right now. And
He trolling you.
we can tell you're being just disingenuous because you keep changing what you're saying and you keep changing the goalposts and moving the finish line further and further. Okay, you keep moving it around. She did not say specific basic universal income for freedmen. And even if she did, that's still not reparations.
Correct.
Why would she give universal basic income when she's funding capital for people? She's giving
Oh,
What?
reparations.
No,
That's
no.
oh,
why
Okay.
a
All right.
universal
All right.
basic
All right.
income.
All right. All right. That's not what you know what reparations is. Okay. We're
It's
not going
not
to take a
universal basic
different version
income.
of reparations. Do you know about the Japanese reparations?
Reparations is capital.
Do you know about the Japanese reparations from the internment camps that they were put under?
Reparations is capital.
Answer my question, yes or no. Do you know about that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so you know about that, and you know how the government
Yes.
gave them the reparations payments, right?
I don't know that much about it.
Okay, but do you know that they did that?
Yeah, but they didn't give them a bank.
Okay, all
They
right,
didn't give them a bank, and
hold
they
on.
don't have a bank either.
Hold on. Do you know about how the United States government gave direct cash payments to victims of family members from 9/11?
Okay.
Okay, do you also know about the fact that the United States government has given victims of other people, of other disasters from, you know, what's that thing? It's some type.
French spoilage claims. The Jewish
Hold
people
on,
with
we're
Jewish
not going to
ancestry.
do,
Oh,
stop doing that. Don't cut me off. The government has did that. We're going to specify Japanese reparations. Now you're speaking on this as if you're an authority. You're speaking on this as if you're educated. So the way you're trying to act like you don't know about the Japanese reparations. You're trying to act like you don't know about that. That's very well known. And nobody in this conversation is going to be talking about this if they don't know about it. All right. So, the same way the United States government gave direct cash payments to the individuals, not the families, not the banks, not the businesses, direct cash payments to the individuals who were descendant of the ones who were aggrieved are the same way is the same way we are expecting to get our reparations. We're expecting our reparations to be in the same format that the Japanese got their reparations. Only when it comes to our reparations are we trying to rebrand what reparations is.
Okay, brother. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so you mean to tell me that you would rather get a check than a bank?
Yes, I would rather get a check than a
Oh,
bank.
that's crazy. That's crazy. That's insanity. Bank is brick and mortar. Checks is paper. They're gonna disappear.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the
Okay,
difference. The brick and
why
mortar
didn't,
is
all right,
definitely.
well, it worked for the Japanese Americans. It's going to work for me.
So you just want to check. That's
Yeah.
all. You don't want to. You don't want to invest your money. You don't have
No, no,
401k.
no,
You
no,
don't think
no.
about the
Don't.
future of your
What
family.
I'm going to do with the check is my business. But what the government
So
is
you're gonna
not,
take it to
what the
Bank of America.
government is not going to do is they not going to say, "Hey, we're going to give the money to the bank and then y'all take care of it." Now, if I
So
want to
you're gonna give
create
it
a
to Bank
bank,
of America.
if me and some other brothers and sisters want to create a bank, we can do that. But the money is going in our hands, and we are going to determine what we do. We're not going to allow no middleman to get in our business. And when you go, you got a job, right? Did your employer give your money to your mama or your money to your parents and say you go talk to your parents about your money, or do they give it directly to you? The same
Not
way
only
when
am
you
I.
go and you clock in and on Friday, Thursday, whenever you get your direct deposit, you expect your direct deposit to come specifically to you. You do not expect your direct deposit to go to your parents and then your employer tell you, okay, go talk to your mama about your money. That's the
I
same
would
way I
rather.
want my
I
reparations.
would rather my check go to go to the Freedmen's Bank.
All right.
Yes,
Okay.
because
Oh,
yes, I
okay.
would because currently my check goes to Bank of America and Wells Fargo. Okay, so I'd rather it go to the Freedmen's Bank.
I would rather. Okay, why don't you do this? It go directly to you, and then you can put it in the Freedmen's Bank. How about that?
What do you mean?
How about you get a check, and then you can cash the check and put it in whatever bank you want to?
Okay, we're talking about
Because
access
that's
to
not even,
capital,
because we
right?
off the whole subject, because that's not even what Kamala Harris is talking about. She's not talking about us individually getting our reparations and putting it in a bank. You saying that she's talking about subsidizing a bank, which is not really what she was talking about.
Okay, so she's talking about capital for people and for the bank.
She's talking about capital for all people who make a certain amount of money. That's not
No,
specifically our
absolutely.
people.
Why would she speak at the Freedmen's Bank forum if she's talking about all people, brother? Come
You
on.
are being
You
disingenuous,
Because
yes,
that's
bro.
what the
you
You
are.
ain't.
POA
You're
means.
being very disingenuous.
Afro Elite, can I please clear something up really quick?
Who's speaking?
This is Fanatic.
But now that you on the space. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't even see you.
Yeah, no problem. Look, I'm just gonna say this really quick. These are the direct quote because I found the transcript from her from the Freedmen Bank. Okay, so first she goes into the history and then she says, "I'll begin with some history, which I think is familiar with many people." Blah blah blah. She talks about slavery, so on and so forth. Then she says, in the years after its founding, tens of thousands of black families opened up accounts of freemen. Talks about how that money got stolen. Then she says that was a vision. She goes on to say, hold on, I'm just going to search the word. Today, Black and Latino homeowners are rejected by traditional familial institutions at higher rates when applying for home loans. And this is the case even when they have credit profiles similar to other applications. Today, many immigrant business owners, including some Asian American business owners, face language barriers that limit their ability, blah, 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 blah. And people who live in rural areas, including many Native Americans, often lack access to traditional financial service of any kind. So just to be clear, I don't want us to be arguing about whether or not she was exclusively talking about black people or freedmen. I can link you the transcript if you need it as well. She clearly was talking about income inequality and did not specify anything specifically for black Americans who are descendants of American slavery. She did not do that. That has never been what she's about. Even her
Yes, she did.
primary focus was about the Lift Act. I just quoted to you her referencing Asian Americans, Native Americans, immigrants, and Latinos. So she didn't exclusively focus on black Americans when she was talking about her reform. If you need me to, I can link you the thing itself, and then you tell me, besides her recounting the history, talking specifically about how the Freedmen Bank was specifically created for recently freed slaves, besides that part where that history applied exclusively and solely to freed African Americans, freed black people. Besides that specifically, she went on to talk about how this initiative would be for all people of a specific income bracket, using the phrase such as underserved communities. Maxine Waters to invest $12 billion in community lenders, which of course are financial institutions that predominantly do business in overlooked and underserved communities. So again, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to educate the room that what she specifically spoke about were big, broader issues, and she did not focus exclusively or specifically on freedmen.
The fact that she was at the Freedmen's Bank forum
No, we're
with
not
Janet
gonna
Yellen
give. Okay, we're
means
gonna have to get to some of the other hands. I said I was
I
gonna be
might
wrapping
wait.
the space up soon, and I brought more people up. But what we not gonna give is we not gonna give her points because of the location she was at when she was talking about how she gonna do something for everybody else. We not
okay. I agree
no,
that
we
we should demand.
no,
We
no,
need more
no,
demands. We need
no.
to
Because
demand that she meet.
if that's the case, Trump has given speeches in Tuskegee.
I'm not saying that
No,
we don't need
no.
to
See,
demand
now
things
we
from
ain't gonna do that now. We not gonna do that. She ain't gonna get no easy points like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you should just. I'm saying that we have to make sure they give us what they tell us that they're going to give us.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying.
okay, I agree. Now we gonna move on. Let me get to now. We got some of the hands up. We're gonna get to some. We're gonna have to be quick, y'all, because I'm not trying to be on here too much longer than I have been. So let's get to Joke Sconzo. Oh, he ain't even.
I think he disconnected, Afro.
Oh, okay. I be seeing people on here for 1 second, and then next thing I know, they gone. And so sometimes the spaces be doing that. So now we'll get to Vovo.
Can you
Gotcha.
hear me, brother? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to just touch on a couple things. Far as I'm not trying to attack anybody, but you know the ideology that comes with that Moorish American thing, that's just something that just shouldn't be taken serious at this point. Like the whole ideology behind it is always I'm a sovereign citizen. We have to go to court. The Treaty of 1901 and all that weird ass shit. That shit. Like I got friends in my personal life. I can't even talk politics or no shit like that with them because they want to talk about, being a Moorish American, I'm a sovereign citizen, and if I go to court, it's got to be this is always like that. So that like I just don't take those guys serious, and it's always going to be disruptive when you're trying to have a serious conversation. That just comes with it. Think about this. Do you know any Moorish Americans that you take serious on anything? Do anybody in here know any people that's claiming to be Moorish American that you take serious on anything? Is there any scholars that's taken seriously? There's just none. So you just got to know what that is, and you got to just leave that alone. You just got to let them go, and then just keep it moving. Far as I've been in and out of the space. All if you supporting Kamala at this point, when you see what she's doing, she's cosplaying, she's pandering, she's I really can't take you serious. You either out of touch or you retarded. Like for real, like seriously, like what do you is people on here showing their face, literally saying they voting for her because she's a black woman. What's black about her? What and then who votes for just blackness? Like what are we talking about? So those type of people shouldn't be taken serious. You know what I mean? And I land my plane there. I know you're getting off. I can go on and on, but I appreciate you letting me speak, brother.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's true. Let me get to now. We're gonna have to speed things up. Let me see. Nothing but a G thing. Going once. Nothing but a G thing. Going twice. Got the damn hiccups. Going twice. All right. Yeah. Nothing but a G thing is not a hero. Now we go. Oh, got the damn hiccups. I hate this. Let's get to, because you was up earlier, you didn't get a chance to speak, so we're gonna get to Beauty by Skyra.
Hey, Afro Elite. Afro Elite, I sat up here and listened to your conversation for like about a couple of hours, probably a little bit longer. We spoke before in the past, but hearing this conversation today in the present, do people think that we are super Negroes? Like we can just allow everybody to be put in front of us and constantly for us to be neglected and we gonna still be able to make it? Like, are we like super Negroes? Like if they don't fucking stop it? Like we want the same shit that y'all get, and plus we are old way more than you. Like I'm not your fucking super negro. And I stop right there.
That's true. You ain't underselling our vote. I've been saying that, and I'ma stand on that. You ain't getting my vote for any less money than you willing to pay everybody else for their vote. Now let's get to let me see, Joke Sconzo. You kind of been the space the space been hating on you, brother.
Why was they hating on me? What happened?
I don't know. They keep I keep saying it, saying your name, and I don't know if you was here at the time.
Oh, it dropped me down. That's something I did have to request to get back up. I thought you was talking about people talking because I didn't hear it broke up. But this is what I wanted to say about the Akiru Moorish Bussy brother down there. Man, I'm not even trying to be disrespectful, but maybe the rainbow in your thing, that's might be your agenda for Kamala Harris, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I gotta respond because you said something to me.
But
So
No, no, let him finish.
you
Let
had
him get
you
his
can't
point.
come around or tell black society and lie to us because I told you that what you were talking about was a lift all program. Then you had Harriet Tubman's pistol told you. Afro Elite, we all were looking at what you were talking about because we know what you're talking about. We've been on this bitch head for years, especially a person like me who's from California. So there's really nothing you can tell me about Kamala Harris. She tried to take she not tried, she successfully took the estate of motherfucking Nina Simone from her daughter and her family, okay, and gave it to white people. And when the bitch was elected, she fucking used her song. There's more than that. She's a coon. We don't trust the black elite over here, for the most part. So whoever
you don't
won,
you're not even black, and you're talking about
Hey,
me
hey,
being a Moorish
no, no,
American.
stop. Because he is. That's not his actual. This damn hiccups shit. That's not his picture. Now, come on. He didn't cut you off. Joke, you got it. Joke. Can y'all hear him? Is he speaking?
Nah, he muted.
He doesn't know anything about math, so that's why he's talking about my rainbow. My rainbow.
Okay.
It's not even a
What?
flag.
All
It's
right. All right.
he doesn't know anything about math. So, and you're talking about me being Moorish American. We study math, okay? We
Is
don't study
okay.
anything
That's
but math.
enough. I guess Joke ain't available. These motherfuckers. I hate these hiccups. Shit. Okay. Now we're gonna get to Easy Boy.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna be brief this time. I ain't gonna be all long winded, but this is still a teaching moment, no matter what, even when we disagree, because it lets people understand how politicians like to play games. So when you hear access to, that does not mean you're getting the thing. Go back to the healthcare bill, so-called Obamacare, when people talked about access to healthcare. Yeah, you got access to healthcare. You just got to pay this $20,000 premium. So when you hear somebody tell you that you're going to get access to capital, and they're talking about using a bank as the first resort lender to you, understand what happened to the first Freedman Bank. What happened? Wild speculation caused the bank to crash, which caused two generations of black people not to trust banks, and they kept their money in their mattresses afterwards. So when you're dealing with politicians, you have to use direct language, and when they're using language, you have to be really specific about the questions you ask them and the responses that you get. Why was Kamala at that event? Well, at the time, politically, she wasn't she wasn't what she is to the DNC right now. Right now, she's valuable to the DNC. At that time, she wasn't. So she was willing to talk to any group of people, and she went up there and promised nothing. So when they asked about immigrants, of course, that was easy for her because they supply her with a white paper, just like every other topic. Hey, here's a white paper. When somebody asks you about immigrants, this is what you say. And she said what she said. Now, if you start asking her about reparations, there's no white paper within the DNC for that. So she don't have an answer. So she's going to start fumbling and flipping and start using words like access to and we hope to and underserved community, like all of that other language. So the weasel words of politicians are very important to be able to not only identify, but understand where they're trying to steer you. When I said that Kamala is a better candidate than Trump, that doesn't mean I support Kamala or I think that Kamala is good. That just means I think she's better than Trump. But as far as what I think of her, she's a reformist. She's nothing like her father, who's actually more revolutionary than she is, which is why that relationship is so kind of disjointed. And like I said earlier, man, if Tucker Carlson or one of these people gets Kamala's father on the phone for an interview, brother, that could change the whole election when you hear how that brother thinks, as opposed to the daughter he raised and the route she chose. He was anti establishment. She chose to run with the establishment. That's the difference between those two. But again, political language, brother, I'm going to need you to make sure you understand how to identify and figure out who's trying to con you, because politics at the end of the day is a long con. So I in there.
You can't immigrate to America and be anti-establishment.
I'm gonna say
I'm gonna say go read that brother. Go read that brother's white papers online right now and the books that he's written.
Now we're
You'll see
going.
that that
Now
brother
we're
that
going.
brother's
Hold
different.
Well,
on.
you
Hold
can
on.
write anything with no
Hold on.
accidents, no
We
accidents.
Many
gotta
of
get.
them are.
Hey, excuse me, y'all. Now we're gonna get to CSP Atlanta.
Yeah, in regards to who the best choice for Black Americans, I truly believe that Trump is the better choice. Um, I am a longstanding Democrat, but when I go out there and I read about the policies and stuff, I am more in favor of what this guy is offering. Kamala was in charge of the border and she failed. We got all these people here in this country. We don't know who they are. And this, according to what I've been seeing, it seems like it's more men of a particular age bracket coming here. And so that is alarming to me. And also going to the grocery store and having to spend so much money now in comparison to when Trump was in office. And now this is the first time where we have the opportunity to compare two presidents or two forms of leadership. And I think that if Black Americans actually look at it wisely, we will see that our pocketbooks and our dollar was stronger under Trump's leadership than under Biden slash Harris leadership. And in regards to this guy stating that Harris is a better candidate, I would like for him to provide like three hardcore reasons centered on the economy, things that actually matter, why she is a better candidate than Trump. And that's all I have to say on that.
All right, we
Can I
ain't gonna
speak?
skip turns though. Hold on, we ain't gonna skip turns because we still got other people. God, okay,
If allowed, I'm ready. Just so you know, Apple.
okay. We're gonna get to HTP, and then we're gonna actually let's get to Fanatic because he hasn't really been able to get it off his chest. Then we're gonna get the fact that I got the hiccups is a sign that we need to wrap this space up. That's a sign.
Okay, I'm gonna just tell you real quick. There's a super quick solution to them hiccups. Exhale continuously for 10 seconds. Just exhale continuously for 10 seconds. Even when you feel like you don't have no breath, you'll fix them hiccups right away. Now, with that being said, listen, I feel like most of the time whenever we come into conversations and people don't really want to get on board with reparations, I feel like it has to be framed in a way that makes it more palatable, because reparations obviously makes sense. It's just a lot of times people have roadblocks and mental hangups around it. And I think you can frame it in a way that makes all the sense in the world. Reparations to me is a very beautiful idea. And I think what it should do is it should mimic what other people already got. For example, there was a point in time when the entire country was failing. It was called the New Deal, right? Because at this point we were in the Great Depression. And what they did was they created a middle class of America by giving all of these white people all of these benefits that helped lift them into the next class, right? Those things were exclusively for Black people. Welfare wasn't extended to Black people at the time. The Fair Housing Act literally exclusively lended towards white people and excluded Black people through the process that we all know as redlining. We also had all of the various job training and government programs and educational programs. Those things were all free. Upper education at the time was free. You only needed to pay for food, I believe it was, but room and board was included, and so was tuition. There was zero tuition cost. Some colleges made you pay for tuition. The only time where they started charging for college is once Black people started going there. Ronald Reagan, the then president of California, said that he wanted to keep out undesirables, which is why we have student debt as it is now. College used to be free until Black people got there. Welfare was a very beneficial program that helped struggling families be able to get on their feet. And what they did was when they gave it to Black people, they poison pilled it and then said, no, y'all can't have the man inside of the house when you're getting the welfare. So all of these things we saw worked beneficially for white people, and then they poisoned them, every single one of them, when they gave them to Black people. Education is obviously beneficial, it increases your income, but when they gave it to Black people, they came with debt. Welfare was obviously beneficial and helped struggling families and families in need, which is why it was called temporary assistance to needy families. But then when they gave it to Black people, then they decided we're going to keep men out of the house in order to get that. So they broke apart the family. Likewise, when it came to those placement programs, they didn't give those to us. When it came towards homes, they also decided to finally start extending loans towards Black people. But what they did was all of those loans had variable interest rates such that it ended up poisoning against us, because when the crisis hit, the interest rate in some of these places doubled, which ended up causing people to lose all of their investment, all of their homes, their life savings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and have a foreclosure on their records, which obviously greatly negatively impacted Black people. So even the home lending thing, when it finally came to Black people, was poison pilled. Every opportunity they've ever given us has always been poisoned. So it didn't really give us an opportunity, give us an opportunity to fail. So with that being said, let's talk about reparations really quickly. Reparations would obviously benefit us if we did four things. It should both encompass education, it should encompass home loans, and it should encompass business loans, and it should encompass direct cash payments. The reason why you do all four of those things together is because when you do all four of those things together, if you give someone an interest-free, I didn't say low interest, interest-free loans, as they did for white Americans in certain areas, interest-free loan, that means the literal second you get inside of that house, every payment you ever make immediately becomes equity. Really quick math: if a house is worth $100,000 and I pay down $1,000 in that house and I have an interest-free loan, then guess what? I only owe $99,000 in that house, but the house is still worth $100,000. That's $1,000 in equity. So every payment I ever make on that home immediately becomes realized and capitalized as equity. So that immediately becomes one of the greatest wealth building policies in the country, right? 70% of wealth in this country is real estate. So you immediately set Black people up for success there. Education, free loans, not low interest rate loans, free education at this point. Not a loan, I'm sorry. Free education. And the reason why we deserve free education is because white people got free education for God knows how many years, and they only started charging us tuition when we started going there. We obviously see that there's still educational disparities. We are owed free education in this country because that's part of our constitutional right to pursue life and liberty and happiness. And obviously education is a great boost there. Business loans, give us interest-free business loans. These are still loans. We would pay them back, but they would be interest-free such that we're not losing and immediately going into debt and then being prey to predatory loans that whatever. So when you give us interest-free loans, then that obviously allows better job opportunities, better hiring opportunities, which start revitalizing our communities, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Direct cash payment. When you have all of those things, right, the biggest impact on your economics is the place you live. The home you live in determines the quality of the education you go to. The home you live in typically it greatly impacts the jobs you're able to get, because you need jobs nearby you, and obviously you need to live in the area where jobs are. So that home automatically fixes so many of those things. The education fixes so many of those things. The job fixes so many of those things. And then, of course, the direct cash payments, because obviously in a system such as capitalism, which I love, it's the most powerful and successful system in existence. If you give us the opportunity through that money, that is capital that gives us the ability to succeed. It's not just putting a check in our hand and then sitting there and watching inflation go up and then we can't compete. You already give us the home, you give us the education, you give us the business. Now, if inflation goes up, it affects everybody, but at least we have the means to stand up. Education, reparations are a beautiful plan, and I've never heard anybody make a solid argument against it. I went on Jesse Lee Peterson's show, argued with that coon. That nigga agreed to reparations. Got Tommy Sotomayor. That nigga was trying everything he could until he got frustrated and hung up because he couldn't keep up. Embarrassed that nigga. So ultimately, I've never actually encountered a person who genuinely can have an actual conversation and can dismiss reparations. Lastly, the Japanese got their reparations. Their reparations didn't come immediately. Japanese reparations came 40 years later. This is something that most people won't tell you. 40 years later. Some of the people who were the victims of that thing, they died. But guess who still got that reparations? Their direct descendants. We are 1 or 2 generations away from some of the most heinous types of segregation that existed in the country. My dad drank from blacks only fountains in Florida. My mother was raised in segregated Southern California, where my grandmother had to buy a house. Her and my grandfather, they had to buy a house in the south side of Los Angeles, which matured at 1/10 of the rate of their white counterparts. So we are 1 generation removed. Let's not act like this is some recent ancestors. The Fair Housing Act wasn't passed until 1968. My mother was 15. My dad was 14. Don't talk to me like this was a long time ago. I'm 1 generation removed from the deepest and the most disgusting forms of segregation. Reparations are owed, and we're still reaping the benefits of that segregation. Some of the detriments that are caused by that are still impacting us today. There's no solid argument against reparations. Thank y'all for letting me speak. Anybody that wants to go ahead and have that discussion, you could always hit me up. I'm always down. Peace.
All right. All right. It's hard to argue against that, isn't it? Nothing but facts right there. Hard then. Well put. Well put, brother. Now let's get to. We're gonna go with our brother HTP. Then we're gonna have Akura, and then we're gonna have Eric, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Peace, power, and reparations. Great space family. I appreciate you for letting me speak in it. I wanted to talk about the Divine Nine, these sororities and these fraternities. And I can't speak for everybody that's a part of them. I love y'all. Y'all my family. All right, for real. But Kamala Harris, how she been speaking, you know what I'm saying? Like we can't afford to be putting our fraternities and our sororities before our best interests of our people. She don't want to do nothing specifically for us. You on her website, she don't even got no policies. The days of us voting for symbolism and feel good vibes is over. I know that she's an AKA and all of that, but I really want y'all to do some critical thinking about what y'all about to do. I know y'all want to stroll to the polls and ski wee at the White House, but it got to be about more than that. Family, if y'all part of any sorority or fraternity in here, I'm telling y'all, as my black foundational black American family, my American freedmen family, do some critical thinking about the move that y'all making to get politically active. And I'm telling y'all that this election is extremely important for our lineage. And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Now, I agree. And before we go on to the next speaker, I'm gonna let y'all know something. How you know what a politician really cares about, what their real agenda is? Go to their website. Go to their agenda on their website. Now, you can talk about what they said in the interview. You can talk about what they said in a debate. You can talk about what they said at a rally. What's on their website? Because that's where, and they all have it. All of them have it because that's where you got to donate. So, what's on their website is the main things that they focus on, the main things that they care about. Now, when you go to Kamala Harris's website, those are her main agendas. If you want to know what, and this goes for all politicians, Trump, anybody, you want to know what they really care about, what's on their website? Now we're going to get to Akura.
All right, brother. I'm gonna just be short. So what I'm gonna say is, Kamala Harris. She definitely is for reparations. She's definitely for reparations. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it. She wouldn't have, made laid this plan out as she has. Nobody else that I know of in American politics, in all of history, between the vice president or the president, has spoke about capital to freedmen. Okay, has spoke about giving capital to freedmen in recent years, especially not a black woman. Okay, it doesn't matter that she's a black woman. That really doesn't matter. Honestly, it has nothing to do with it. I'm completely about her policy, and honestly, she hasn't laid out an agenda yet, and she's not the president. She doesn't have the pen. So if she doesn't have the pen, then can she make a policy? She doesn't have a pen. So if she's not the president, she doesn't have the pen. She can't make any policy. She can't do anything. She can only do what her boss tells her to do. Who is Joe Biden? Who she listens to? Obviously, he's her boss. Like I said, I'm a part of I work for the public again. So I understand that when you work for the public, you have to do what the public tells you to do. So I'm just gonna land there and just say, a vote for Trump is a vote against reparations.
You're a Democratic shield
You
operative.
just really gonna die on that hill. You really gonna die on that hill. That's a shame. Now there's been multiple brothers and sisters in this space educating you on exactly what she said and what she stands for and everything, and you still gonna stick to your guns, which you know is not true, which is proof that you've been being disingenuous this entire time. I want you to understand that, because if you were,
She's not the president. She's not
no,
the
no, no,
president.
she don't have to be the president to advocate for something.
She did. She did. That's what I'm saying. You
No,
just
she
watched the
did not,
video.
because our brother Fanatic read the transcript of what she said word for word.
She spoke for a half an hour.
What she said word for word, because what you're doing is you're being disingenuous, because you're sitting up there talking about universal basic income, and you're just using the word. Well, I'm
No.
talking about. Oh, no, 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 no. Hold on.
Capital is
No, because you're talking about capital. You're talking about access to capital. Okay, removing barriers to access to capital is not giving reparations. That is not the same thing. By definition, those are two different things. You can't call that reparations. What you're trying to do is you're trying to call what Kamala said reparations, and we're telling you that is not reparations. We're not letting that slide. What we demand as reparations, which has been the definition of reparations for all of American history, that's been the precedent for reparations for all of American history, that is reparations. Now you sitting up there talking about basic income, or you're talking about access to capital. That is not reparations. Nor technically, when she was saying that, is she being lineage specific.
Yeah, she definitely is being lineage specific. And
You
again,
just
she's
really
definitely talking
okay. You
she's talking
embarrassing
about
yourself at
cash
this
rep.
point. You really are. But we're about to wrap this up. We're about to wrap
Okay.
this up because you've been proven wrong, and you still going down this hill.
You haven't even seen the video. You've been on here.
It
So
don't. I don't have to see the
how
video
Because
to
there's a
read what
you
she
haven't
transcript.
read
said.
the transcript. You haven't
First
read the
off,
half an hour
here's
worth
the
of it.
thing. You don't understand this. I have multiple devices. As you've been saying what you've been saying, I've been looking up what you've been saying. What you've been saying has been Googled by multiple people in this space, as you've been saying. You've been saying this for like a half hour. We've been looking this up. We've been seeing the videos of what you've been saying. That's why I've been muting my mic. She has not said that. We've been looking it up as you've been saying it. No, she didn't. Now we're going.
And can we say something real quick?
What's up?
Listen, it's not true that because she's a vice president that she can't influence policy. We have goodness knows how many different examples of various figures in the past who have all advocated for policy. Even as vice president, Joe Biden got behind a bunch of foreign policy specifically. I remember he was very, very pivotal in the healthcare reform and also some gun initiatives. You have Lyndon B. Johnson when he was the vice president. He was ended up pushing for civil rights legislation, especially, and which continued after JFK died. I'm not a fan of either of those people, just pointing out these are the people that did it. Al Gore, when he was under Bill Clinton, that dude, he shaped a bunch of environmental policy, because if you remember, that's what he ran on. And so that's what that was his key influence there. And then of course, the most influential person would be Walter Mondale, who was under Jimmy Carter, who literally shaped the role of vice president and changed it. And so vice president is significantly more regarded from his presidency onward. So to sit there and say because she's vice president, she can't influence policy is just not true. She just hasn't chose to because she doesn't care to. And lastly, she was asked very directly about how she feels about reparations, and her response to her feelings about reparations were the LIFT Act. The LIFT Act did not target any lineage specific people, did not target specifically Black people. The LIFT Act was a home lending program that would give you similar rates on 20-year fixed mortgages for people who were making less than $120,000 a year, as she stated verbally and as is written in the code itself. And if you need me to link you that code, I can. So the fact of the matter is, she has never in the history of her speeches ever qualified any type of benefits specifically for Black Americans, specifically for descendants of slavery. She said that they would be benefited disproportionately. So she has not ever spoken anything in favor of reparations. And instead of us trying to extrapolate, I would need you to show me any time where she has spoken specifically about reparations, and then at that point that we can engage with it. Because as it stands now, the one time where she spoke about reparations, she outright denied it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We've been saying that for the last 30 minutes. Saying that for the last 30 minutes. But we'll let my brother Eric go and then we'll wrap things up. And if y'all want to see the playback on this, which I'm sure y'all are going to want to, y'all got to make sure y'all go to the For the Culture channel because we have part one on the playback on the For the Culture channel, and then we're going to have part two. So, Eric, you got it.
All right, thank you, family. Cause when these niggas coming up in here with these off-brand KFC buckets on their head, these Tahaka Bay sounding niggas, they always just making the space not go according to plan. This dude wasted his damn time for the past hour and some change talking about Shane's son Kamala Harris was out here advocating for reparations for foundational black Americans. This curvy creature has a history of not doing anything specifically for foundational black Americans. He has been out here acting like us, changing to Asian one day, changing to black American the next day, then changing back to Indian the another day. It's like changing a pair of socks. You don't know which colors he's trying to wear. I don't know if to call her a pack of Skittles or just call her something different because she just change on people every day. So for that creature to come up in here wasting people's time for the past hour and some change and just not listening to what we were saying, see, I'm not gonna be running behind people trying to get them to change. I'm gonna let that person down that hill by himself, man. I ain't bringing you no flowers. I ain't sending my condolences to you. For all you Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, nut riders, I don't have no allegiance to any of you idiots on either side of the plane. If it happens to be the white side of white supremacy or the left side of white supremacy, I'm independent. From these idiots that's been on here for the past 6+ hours, I have found no decision on making a choice to go with the Republican Party or the Democratic Party. This is just a perfect example, and I thank him, that creature that left, because he just wanted to do a drive by and just leave coward ass. But besides that, I want to thank him for wasting our time for the past hour and some change. See, this person was a perfect example of why not to be voting for these Democratic, nut riders. See, he doesn't have anything specifically for foundational Black Americans. See, he's pro-immigrant, letting all these illegal aliens in, and she doesn't have anything specifically for us. So it just was a whole bunch of word salad that this dude was just talking, and it don't surprise me that people like him that be talking like long lost relatives of Taharka Bay talking that Morris Science Temple shit. Cause these the type of people that don't consider themselves black. These the type of people that don't consider themselves wanting reparations. They always talking that sovereign citizen shit. So I'm going to land my plane and let it blow up in these niggas' faces. But yeah, I do have a Twitter space coming up in a couple of minutes. So thank you Afro Elite for having this space, man. Salute.
Salute, brother. And as we wrap things up, like I said, you guys can definitely watch the playback, the full playback on the For the Culture channel. I will post the link up when it is ready. You guys can go subscribe and you can see the part one to this conversation that we had about why Kamala does not deserve black support. It's already up there. Got a lot of views. I will make things clear. The reason why I had him up here for so long, despite me disagreeing, is because number one, we do have to have platforms where we allow people to convey their thoughts and opinions. Now, I wanted him to be up here for a while just to show people when it comes to the Kamala Harris, the Biden, the Democratic supporters, they're not even honest to what they say they believe. They're constantly moving the goalposts. Notice how many times we said, well, no, this you said this, so you got to stick to this. Well, no, now it's this. At first, she couldn't do it because she would be a supremacist, but now she can do it. But she's doing it for capital. Now she's doing it for the bank, but now she's doing it for this. He low key, he confessed when he said, well, she's just a black woman. He confessed when he said that. And I thought he was going to eventually come out and be open with, she a black woman, so it's identity politics, and he's going to vote for that and give us the real reason. These people will literally move the goalposts. It doesn't matter how much you educate them. It doesn't matter how much you debunk their point. They're sticking to what they're sticking to, not because they believe it's right. not because they believe it's right. It's because for whatever agenda, for whatever reason, it's in their own best personal interest in spite of the best interest of the group. And we've shown that. Because if he was genuine, he would have said, you know what? Okay, that was my stance on Kamala and the Democrats. But now, after talking to you all, I've learned I thought she was for reparations, but now I realize she isn't, so I'm going to take my stance back. But he kept moving it and moving it and moving what reparations really means and moving it and moving it because he wants her and he doesn't want reparations. He wants her, not reparations. So he's trying to make reparations fit in her plan, which it doesn't. And he was on here for a good hour so everybody can see. Several people came up. It was respectful. We had a respectful conversation. This whole thing's been respectful. There's been things that I've disagreed with. I've tried not to push back too much, give my opinion too much, even though I had to jump in here and there. But this has been a very good community discussion where everybody got to come and respectfully convey their opinions and their thoughts about the way we should move forward. And we need more respectful conversations like this. So I appreciate all of the brothers and sisters who came up here who were not trolling and conveyed their thoughts and opinions about the way we should move respectfully. And with that being said, you guys make sure y'all follow me because we got good content like this. If y'all like spaces like this, y'all make sure y'all follow me. Y'all can click the link in my bio and follow me on YouTube and also follow the For the Culture channel because that's where this playback is going to be. So when you want to listen back to it, you want to hear yourself speak or hear the other conversation, you guys go to the For the Culture channel because it's going to be up there. Now, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, my brothers and my sisters, good night.